So what's good, boys? In this video, I'm going to be breaking down step by step how to set up your agency. Now look, if you're watching this right now and you guys do not have the attention span to go through this entire video, you're fucked, you're fried, and you will fail. Okay, that's it. I'm just going to be fully transparent with you. If you cannot sit and watch this video full way through, all right, you're fucked. You're completely fried. I'm giving you everything in this video. I'm literally giving you everything. If you watch this video and you don't sign your first client, I genuinely am going to think you're retarded. Seriously. I never had this type of fucking support or information at all when I started. I was in a fucking graffiti stained room cold calling. I didn't even know what the fuck high level was. I just was calling, just trying to sign a client. And then when I signed a client, I was like, oh fuck, what do I do? Okay, well, how do I run Facebook? Oh, okay, wait, there's a software called Go High Level. Oh shit, this is what I'm supposed to, oh. Yeah, I had to figure it all out as I was going. I never had this. So if you guys are gonna sit here and fucking skip, 30-minute increments through the entire video to try to find the sauce, you're chopped, okay? Every single part of this video, I can guarantee this, there are gonna be sections within this video. In every single section, there will be information that you guys can utilize. I want you guys to sit all the way through this video if you are not making $20,000 a month consistently with your agency, okay? So we're gonna get into it, okay? But first, I wanna walk you guys through all the different sections that we're gonna be going through, okay? So you guys understand what we're gonna be kind of getting into. So first, we have a start here section, okay? This is gonna basically just encompass who I am, what I do, how this business model saved my fucking life. If you guys don't know, I was nearly homeless 2 years ago, and I literally got myself out of that position by working with auto detailers. So simple. So fucking simple, okay? If you guys can, sit through this video and take action and stay consistent, you'll be in the same position within a year. I can guarantee it. Genuinely. So obviously, that's going to be the start here section. After this, we're going to go into some agency foundations, okay? After that, we're going to walk through a real case study of a client who's still working with me to this day. Yeah. And on top of that, we're also going to be talking about how to source leads, how to do actual outreach, not just fucking cold calling random numbers. I'm talking about real outreach with a real system that actually has backing behind it. After we focus on the outreach side of things, obviously, when we're getting, 5 to 10 meetings a day on your calendar, the next thing we got to focus on is making sure they show up, right? So we're going to be kind of showing you the entire show up rate sequence that I currently use still, okay? On top of that, we're going to be walking you guys through how to automate client outreach, because in the beginning, it's like you're getting a plane off the ground, okay? You guys think about this. We're getting a plane off of the fucking ground. Once it's off the ground, we got momentum, we got speed, that shit can cruise. Right? We can maybe fix little things within it to even make it go farther and higher in the air, right? But when it comes down to it, in the beginning, we're getting a plane off the fucking ground. Okay, so we're gonna need a lot of speed, a lot of momentum, and a lot of consistency. And when it comes down to it, that's all we are gonna really need, especially with the correct system. If you guys can just do that, you're gonna be fine. But we're gonna walk you through everything here in a second. So, after we automate client outreach, we're going to be talking about how to start closing, right? Because once you guys have sales calls on your calendar and they're showing, we got to make sure that they're closing, right? Obviously, I'm going to walk you through some agency logistics in regards to all the acquisition here. And then after we close the deal, we're going to go on to the next section. Also, boys, remember, this is going to be a long ass video, okay? So stay tuned. You guys might see it's nighttime right now. It might be daytime in a certain part of this video, straight up, okay? Because I'm going to get into the nitty gritty of everything, all right? So we sign a client. Now we need to actually onboard them, all right? And I know a lot of you guys might be like, well, what's Go High Level? Or if you're already running an agency, I know you're probably familiar with High Level, but I'm going to be basically kind of giving like an overview on High Level and what it actually does and why you guys need to be utilizing it. If you're not already utilizing it, that's completely fine. And if you guys, look, if you're already running an agency and you already have clients and you're already using High Level, that's also completely fine. You could genuinely, the only part in this video, if you're running an agency and you're making more than 5 to 10K per month, the only part that I'm going to be honest, like that you could genuinely skip in my true opinion would be this, right? If you're a beginner though, you need to watch this. This is going to be extremely important, okay? I'm going to be actually breaking down exactly what we need to do within High Level, right? After High Level, obviously, we need to figure out, okay, we have the client onboarded, we have them set into High Level. Now we need to fucking get their ads up. Well, how do we get their ads up? 1. 2, how do we find out what ads are working? All right. And 3, how do we build a Facebook ads campaign? Okay, so that's what I'm going to be showing you all right here. And then number 4, right? One of the most important things, how to nurture their leads, right? Obviously, your client can do all the calling and all the texting after you generate them a lead, but guess what? That's not what they're supposed to be doing. Okay, you guys should know this by now. All right, we need to basically take that off their hands and make sure that they have that side of the business almost running on autopilot. All they got to do is just really show up to the jobs or call the people that are actually qualified and not have to do a whole fucking ton of outreach, okay, themselves. That's your job. You're generating the fucking leads, okay? Now, when it comes down to it, obviously, we're going to go through an entire scaling and reporting section as well to make sure that your clients, one, once you sign a lot of them, are actually doing well with the volume that you're taking in, right? Because the more clients you sign on, the less mental real estate you're going to be able to give towards each and every client. So as we scale, we're going to need systems that are going to actually be in place, right? We're going to need them to allow us to basically let go of the whole fulfillment side of things and actually make data-driven decisions based off of the data that we're getting from all the clients that we've signed on, okay? So I'm going to be breaking this all down for you, right? Because I have an entire spreadsheet, I have an entire system for client management and fulfillment that I want to walk you guys through. So when you do watch this whole fucking video from front to back and you sign your first 5 to 10 clients, you actually know how to take care of them, which is going to be really important, right? And then obviously I want to talk to you guys about client upsells and, obviously lifetime value maxing in a sense. So yeah, besides that, let's get right into this fucking video. So, if you guys don't know who I am, which you guys should know who I am, but if not, that's completely fine. My name is Kiwa, okay? Around 2 years ago, to this day, my parents got divorced, right? I lost my home, and I'll kind of give you guys a whole breakdown of the story. It's kind of crazy. So basically, story starts with let's start the story where it ended last time. And if you guys are a little bit confused on what I'm talking about, if you guys want to go to the description, I have a full 3-hour long life story video that talks about some of the craziest shit you'd ever hear a person go through. I was shot at, I was nearly stabbed. This fucking video is insane, okay? It breaks down all the crazy shit I actually had to go through to even get to the point of having enough money to invest in myself and my skill set, right? But okay, video ends. Last time we were kind of talking about everything when I'm just making money right before I go to Dubai, like right before, right? So let's talk about it. My parents get divorced. My best friend gives up on me and I lose my house all within the same 3-week times, like all within the same 3 weeks. It was fucked. It was fucked. It was ridiculous, right? Now, when all of this happened, I was moving my stuff out of my old best friend's house to sleep in my fucking car. Yeah. Until, thank God, his sister drove by and saw me moving my shit out. And I was like, this is what I'm doing. And she was like, you're not doing that. You're going to come stay with me and you are going to work a job and get yourself off the ground. And I was like, wow, thank you. God bless. So she took me in. Thank God. And I didn't have to sleep in my car because she is a kind-hearted woman who actually understands how crazy the real world can get. Now, my old best friend, I will not name his name. We don't even like saying his fucking name out in this household. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing now, but it's pretty crazy how all he had to do is believe in me and things would have probably been a lot different for him. But let's get into it, right? My parents get divorced. And this woman's amazing, but this is the room I did have to stay in for a little bit. It was just kind of like a back room in their house that had graffiti on the walls. I sold my bed to have money for my agency, and this was my workstation actually, which is a little crazy. You guys can see. There's me grinding it all out, LARP maxing, making myself feel as wealthy as I could. And yeah, this is a video. You guys have probably seen it in my reels. Pretty interesting reel. Actually, I might throw it up on the screen right now so you guys can actually kind of see the context of the situation, but just got back. Still at it again. Honestly, just been making these videos and these recordings kind of show that it's possible. look where I'm at. This is not good, man. When this video shows, when I post this video in a few years, it's gonna really show some change, develop personal, financial. I just want to show that it's possible. Look where I'm at. Just watch. So yeah, when it comes down to it, I was I wouldn't say defeated, but I was getting tired. I was getting a little exhausted. So yeah, lost my home. Parents got divorced. Everything went to shit. Best friend who I genuinely thought that this guy was like we were fucking. I would have killed someone for this guy, straight up. And he broke under the pressure of everybody telling him that what I was doing was unrealistic and that I should think realistic. And guess what? He thought realistic. And now he's living a very realistic life. And I am as well. Because our definition of realistic was different. And I want you guys to hold on to that. Because if you're watching this video and you're thinking in a way that other people aren't, keep doing that. Especially if it just comes down to you thinking in a way that's going to bring you more success and prosperity in the future. Some people just don't have the balls to think that way. Okay? And that's the aim of the game. All right? At this point, I had 29 cents in my bank account. 29 cents. Nothing in the savings. This is a Albuquerque bank account, right? And right before I moved out of his house to move into her house, I actually had a whiteboard. I'm going to show you guys what it says. Oh, by the way, my handwriting is still shit. Yeah, I've made more than an M in revenue, and guess what? My handwriting is still shit. So it doesn't matter, boys. You guys just need to do the shit that actually moves the needle forward. But I will be probably improving this. So yeah, I had two things on the whiteboard, as you guys can see. Call, sell. Call, sell. Nothing else mattered to me. I needed to pick up the phone and stop being a bitch and call and fucking just close people. That was it. Okay, because the months before this, leading up to this big extravaganza bullshit that happened, well, guess what I was doing? I was building websites. I was building logos. I was watching Facebook ad tutorials. I was doing everything that was not moving the needle forward. And I can guarantee a lot of you guys are probably stuck in that cycle right now. Make new Stripe products. You guys can see that. Why the fuck is that even on the whiteboard? The two biggest things on the whiteboard are in regards to client acquisition. If you're not focused on client acquisition right now, you're focused on the wrong shit. So that's going to be one of the first lessons you guys are going to hear, okay? You guys are focusing on the wrong shit if you do not already have a client. You guys need to get a fucking client. If you guys are watching this and you don't have a client, by the end of this video, okay, I want you guys to watch this entire video through, and I want you guys to be taking action as you're watching it. If you watch this entire video all the way through and you do not have a client within the next 3 weeks, go on to the next business model. Straight up, just fucking quit. I'm serious. And I don't tell people to do that because no one told me to obviously just quit if it didn't work for me. I'm giving you guys everything, okay? Seriously. If I had Kiwa 2.0 in front of me at this point in time, and he was telling me this shit, oh my God, it'd be over. So seriously, I want you guys to watch this entire video all the way fucking through, please, okay? I want you guys to actually take action on everything I'm saying, and I can guarantee you'll sign a client. I can guarantee it. But if you guys miss a day, if you guys are inconsistent, if you guys don't try, if you guys just click off this video and go watch something else that makes you more happy, then go do it. There's winners and losers in life, and I was determined to be a fucking winner. But you guys can see there's a lot of bullshit on here that didn't need to be done. Finish landing pages, build list, change logo on website. Are you fucking kidding me? I should have slapped the fuck out of Kiwa back then and told him these are the two most important things. But thankfully I wrote them in big letters, so they were very apparent. 29 cents in the bank account. I had no idea what to do, where to go, anything in my reality. I was fucked. My brain fried, gone, shattered, 2 million pieces, okay? And the biggest thing I took away from this moment in my life is as long as you do not quit, you cannot lose. I was in a position where I'm not gonna lie, I had suicidal thoughts, straight up. Obviously, I wouldn't act on them because that's pussy shit. But at the end of the day, I was in a position where most people would just give up, quit. If you guys know where I'm from, I'm from fucking crackhead central, right? People don't make it out of this town, straight up. They fucking shrivel away into nothingness, into a drug-infested heap on the sidewalk. That's where people go in Albuquerque. And I was not gonna fucking do that shit. I was not going to do that shit. I was so determined to make it out. I was willing to die. I was willing to die. I was willing to starve. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys to do this because this is like technically cooked. I would literally not eat until I had 10 meetings on the calendar. It didn't matter if they showed. It didn't matter if they were shit. It mattered that I got 10 meetings on the calendar every single day. And if I didn't, I wouldn't eat. Don't do that. But that's how determined I was. So when it comes down to it, obviously, this was my little workstation. You know, just grinding it out. And I even documented everything on YouTube. So if you guys think I'm full of shit, you guys think I'm lying, just go check out the YouTube channel. You can even go look at my old fucking Instagram reels. I mean, these are all time-stamped for my camera roll. I could pull my camera roll right now. But at the end of the day, you know, it's so crazy. Some people might actually think that everything I'm telling them is fake. Retarded. But yeah, when it comes down to it, I documented everything because I want to show you guys that it's possible, because it seriously is. And there's no difference between me and you whatsoever. I want you guys to fucking really understand that, okay? There's literally no difference between me and you, okay? It is just inputs and outputs. I'm giving you guys all the inputs in this video. If you guys do not do them, it is on you. If you guys do them, you will win. I can guarantee that. Okay? This video isn't designed to just sell you my high ticket coaching program. Yes, I coach guys. I do 7 coaching calls a week. I have in-person coaching clients who fly out to Miami and work with me. Yes, this video though is designed to make it so you sign your first fucking client, or if you're at a bottleneck, you actually solve it and scale past the point that you've been stuck at. Okay? That's it. So obviously, I worked for a while. I worked this 9 to 5. It was fucking terrible. I was changing oil under cars, and I remember it was crazy. I worked on all the wrong shit for months. I would still cold call. Like, even after this happened, I would cold call and I'd have like so much mental resistance towards it, even though I was in such a terrible position, and I would beat myself up for it, and I didn't understand why, and I was going through such a mental war in my mind, you know what I mean, on just making it actually happen. And I was dialing and things just weren't working. And it's also because I just didn't have the correct systems in place, right? Remember, boys, I'm going to give you guys shit in this video that if I had back then, it would have been over, right? I was, for one, doing some of the wrong shit, and 2, I was just doing the right shit in the wrong way. So yeah, that's why I kind of stunted my growth. But at the end of the day, I worked this job. This shit was tiring. I would go, I would work, I would change oil, I would come home from work, and then I would dial. I would just literally look up on Google car detailers near me, car detailers Miami, car detailers New York City, car detailers Brooklyn, car detailers Chicago, top rated car detailers San Diego. I'll just call. Just call them. That's it. Go to the reviews, or find the owner's name, call them. And I was terrible. People would fucking cuss at me. People would make fun of me. I'd get rejected. And I remember watching my old business partner go through this. He couldn't even dial like fucking 10 people. It was hilarious. He just like couldn't. He just was like bad at it, and he wanted me to do it, even though that, like, it's just a belief. And guess what? Everyone's not going to be the best at this shit. It's a skill, right? Like, when you guys first get on a bike, do you just start riding it, or do you fall off? It's just like some people just don't have the mental strength. So if you do, which I really truly believe in every single person watching this, I know you guys can do this, you're gonna win. All right. So I worked for months, and I saved up, a little bit. I was also doing some stuff on the side, which we will not talk about, but at the end of the day, I had to make money, right? So I'm making money, I'm stacking up cash, whatever, right? So I drive from Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I drive from Albuquerque, New Mexico to New York City. And I'm going to actually put up a visual representation of how far that is, because I say that and some of you guys might not ever understand what I truly mean. Okay? That shit was far. I went through states on states on states. It was a fucking far ass drive. And I didn't just drive like myself. It was me. It was my ex-girlfriend. We drove. I had all my stuff in my car. And it was a lot. It was a lot of shit in my car. I was just driving this old Honda all the way over. And I saved up a little bit of cash, and I just had to get out of that town. I just stacked up enough to leave, to buy me time. Okay? Some of you guys are so stuck in the 9 to 5 like loop where it's like you might even have enough money to quit, but you're just scared of not having that check hit every single week. But when it comes down to it, it's like, are you just gonna let the comfortability of that check hold you back from your true potential? If so, you're fried. For me, I wasn't willing to do that. So I drove all the way. And I saved up just enough for my first mentorship. And I was really excited for this mentorship. Like, you guys have no idea. Like, I bought it and I was like so excited. The guy even asked me for a testimonial after I like booked my own appointments. And I just like, I gave him a testimonial. Like, I sent him like one over like on my phone. I was like, yo, I just booked like 20 appointments today. This is amazing. And basically, I was like so excited. Even after I bought it, I was so excited. And then I started realizing shit. Like, after I bought, I was like, wait a minute. Does this guy actually know what he's talking about? Wait a minute. I started asking other people in the program. I was like, wait a minute. Did he show up for your onboarding? Oh, he didn't. Wait, did he help you with? Oh, he didn't. Okay, wait, let me ask him an in-depth question on this call. Yo, bro, how do I handle this objection? Just be more confident. Oh, okay. So he wasn't really doing what he said he did. And at the end of the day, I bought into kind of a lie. But guess what? I would do it again and again and again. You know what's crazy? I would never even think of disputing this person. I would never even think of asking for a refund. Even though I got scammed, technically. I did get scammed. He sold me on shit that he didn't even know how to fucking teach. And he didn't give me any sort of advice or any sort of active help in regards to scaling my agency. But guess what? I would do it again and again and again. Because if I never made that decision, I wouldn't even be in the position that I am today. Some of you fuckers, I swear to God, you'll buy a course or you'll buy some piece of information online and it might not work out the way that you thought it did, and then you just never buy something ever again, and then you'll just go back to your job. And that's why people are just fucking losers, in my opinion. And it's like, for me, I've been scammed after that, like really bad. Like, I got scammed like really bad after that. Like, it wasn't even like funny. Like, I got fucked. Like, thankfully I was making money by then, but it's just like, I'd still do that decision as well, because guess what? They're all learning, like they're all lessons in a sense. Like, you're always going to learn from these decisions. So I got fried a little bit. First mentorship, it is what it is. And then after the whole mentorship, I jumped into it. I kind of realized it was kind of a sham. I talked to a bunch of dudes in the community and they were saying for me to go to Thailand with them. And at this time I didn't have that much money. I was like kind of low. So I decided to sell the car. And I got a little more, but I was still pretty low. And then I got the ticket to Thailand. Like, straight up. Like, I actually booked it. And it was insane because I got this ticket. I was going to go to fucking Koh Samui, right? But yeah, no, so basically I was, obviously I was going to go to Koh Samui. But then, like, straight up, I remember I'm talking to these guys about making this decision, right? About going to Thailand. And I'm going to tell you guys something. Now, you guys are going to think this is really weird. And actually, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go get this. Actually, it's right here. I want to show you guys. I was going to go walk and grab it. I'm going to tell you guys a little story. Okay? I was going to go to Thailand. I was going to actually go. And then I got a gut feeling. And it was the craziest gut feeling of my entire life. And it was like, do not fucking go to Thailand. Do not go to Thailand. It was just like, do not do it. And in my mind, I'm like, whoa, I just booked the ticket. Where do I go? And my brain told me a place. It came from nothing. And it told me to go to Dubai now. Now, this is the same intuition that told me I need to get the fuck out of Albuquerque now. Yes, you only have a little bit. Yes, you don't have enough for like months and months and months of living. Get the fuck out of there now. It was the same intuition. And it was the same intuition that brought me to bring this and read this and find this. Now, this intuition within my soul and heart, I cannot explain. Okay? You guys may have felt it a couple times in your life. I don't know. For me, this hit me so deep in my soul that I decided to cancel the Koh Samui trip, even though I'd already put down a deposit on their Airbnb. I had already paid for the plane ticket, which was non-refundable. And I decided to say, fuck it. I'm going to buy and book a ticket to Dubai. And also, everything in this entire video is educational purposes. So in case I say anything that's too crazy, it's all educational purposes, and this is all AI. But I booked a one-way ticket to Dubai, right? And I get there, and I land, and I'm in an Airbnb, right? For like straight a week and a half. Me and my business partner at the time, I didn't have money for like longer than that, and I didn't even have enough money for it was like food and everything else over in Dubai. I just did not have enough. And it was so interesting. I booked the ticket to Dubai, and I opened this book at the same time for the first time ever. And you know what's interesting? I've had this book for a while, and I had it all the way up leading to this point in the story, except I never opened it because I had that same intuition tell me not to open the book and to save this book. Now, I know a lot of you guys are probably thinking, well, this guy, he's crazy. This doesn't make sense, right? He's talking about a book. He fucking flew to Dubai. Look, we're going to get into agency systems in a second, but I got to just break this shit down for you, okay? Because I'm telling you guys how this actually worked. I landed in Dubai, and everything explodes in my mind. I've never seen shit like this in my life. I was ecstatic. It was incredible for me, you know? I came from shit, and now I'm in Dubai. Wow. What a different feeling. That feeling hit me so deep in my soul that I decided to cash collect, I think it was around $13,500 within the first 3 days of me being there. And I can show you that as well. I can pop it up on the screen for you if you guys don't believe me. 13 grand? How? Well, some would say it's just luck. Some would say I just had a lucky touch. Everything just worked perfectly. You know, everyone booked in, everyone showed for their sales calls, and, you know, I had a couple closes, some of which were piffs. Some say it's luck. Read this. If your book doesn't look like this, by the way, it means you're not fucking reading it whatsoever. And sometimes you guys gotta also remember, this book didn't create everything in my reality. God did. Okay? This book, in my true opinion, if you can read through the lines or in between some of the lines within it, and obviously there's some sections that I don't fully agree with, in just regards to just like, you know, like how I believe in things, because I'm a man of Christ. But this book helps you become a lot more aware to what God has given all of us. And that's all I'm going to say. But I'm going to tell you guys this. God has a plan for every single one of you. And sometimes you guys won't understand that plan until it's done. Straight up. I didn't understand this. I didn't need to. Sometimes things are going the way they're supposed to, and you don't know they are. So, like I said, goal was 100K cash collected in 30 days after I landed. I know you guys are probably like, whoa, what the fuck? How? 100K? Why are you even thinking of numbers that high? At the end of the day, most of you guys just limit yourself. Like straight up. You guys just are limiting yourself constantly with the numbers and the goals that you guys are giving yourself. Look, I aimed for $100,000 in cash that first month when I landed. Did I? No. Is that okay? Yeah. Because guess what? I made 60 bandos within like a 45-day period of landing and really starting outreach in the correct way, okay? And you know what's interesting? The way that I actively did outreach as well, I figured out myself through that intuition. Very interesting. This book helps you tap into that intuition. I'm not going to get into this book throughout this video. That could take me probably 10 to 20 hours of me just speaking to you. But if you guys want something like that, you can obviously just leave a comment in the description. But obviously this video is designed for people to make a lot of money. So yeah, I just want to kind of give you guys a breakdown. Obviously, bang, 25K a week. Or actually, no, it was 25K in 10 days. I think it was like 32K in like 11. So around 45 days of me landing in Dubai, and I ripped. Now, not all of that was profit. I had setters I needed to pay out, and at the end of everything, I actually hired on a closer. So I did have to pay him out a little bit as well. On 50K was personal, like take home profit. But at the end of the day, it's like when you do something like that, when you break records, when you shatter your paradigm on what could be possible, nothing is ever the same. Nothing is ever the same. And I know another guy, one other person in the world, by the way, one other person in the world that I know personally who did something very similar to this. And he's actually a coaching client of mine. Now, I'm not trying to fucking sell you guys on shit, but his name is Ziad. He's a G. He lives in Dubai. This guy's a fucking killer. And he made around 50K his first 30 days, which is pretty fucking crazy. But the biggest thing that both me and him did was relentless outreach. You guys think that I didn't do work to the extent that no one else could when I was in Dubai that first time? No, I did. But the way I did this work was very interesting because I didn't view it as work. It was fun for me. It was genuinely the funnest shit of all time. This was not hard. Like, it was not hard. This was fun. Do you guys think it's still hard for me? Sometimes. But at the end of the day, a majority of it's fun. Okay? I'm not going to teach you guys how to make everything easy because not everything is going to be easy in life. But 80% of the work can be easy if you perceive it to be. And I made it really fucking easy. So at the end of the day, I'm going to literally be breaking down everything in this video on how I did this. Okay? How I actually ripped this outreach out and how I actually started closing all these deals. So remember, boys, if you're an existing agency owner and you're maybe stuck at a certain revenue mark, or if you're like a complete beginner and you have no idea what the fuck to do, that's completely fine. This video is for both you guys, okay? And remember, okay, I'm posting this video completely for free, okay? Like I'm reiterating this multiple different times, I know. So you guys can actually start signing on clients or break through that like ceiling, okay? I want you to watch the whole thing through. The reason why I'm like really being heavy on this is because I can guarantee there are going to be people that are going to just watch like for 5 minutes and then just click off. And they're choosing to be poor. If you've made it already this far in the video, you have semi-chose to be rich. Okay? We got to watch the whole thing through and act on everything in the video, but then at the end of the day, if you guys do that, you're fucking choosing to be wealthy. Okay? So yeah. But I mean, as you guys do know, I mean, there's a lot of bullshit out there in regards to like YouTube content, courses. I see so many of these free courses online, these 6-hour, 8-hour long courses. My opinion, a majority of them are shit. Majority of them are fluff. So much bullshit out there. I can guarantee you guys, if you guys watch this video, you will make more money. You will make more money from what's inside this video. I can guarantee that. So obviously what I run currently, and this is like the new spicy keywords for it, but let's be real. This is what it is. It's just an AI social media marketing agency. Now, when I say AI, I'm not saying that as like some crazy keyword. I literally use AI within my agency now. Like straight up. That's all it is, right? Or we can call it an LAS agency. Or the OG term, the term I actually prefer to use, an SMMA. Social media marketing agency. Super simple, right? So you guys, obviously, if you guys heard of those terms, then you guys are definitely a little more familiar with what I do and how I actually make money. Obviously, I hope a majority of you guys already kind of know what this is, but let's fast forward, okay? Now, after everything that's happened in the past year, I'll kind of break it all down. We live here in Miami in my brand new fucking apartment, which is incredible. No longer on the floor, 49 floors up in the air. Beautiful. I have an M4 competition, X-Drive. Fucking amazing. Love this car. Fucking sick ass fucking vehicle. So fucking proud of myself in regards to, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I never was even really looking at cars when I was like scaling up. Like, yeah, I like driving the Lambos and shit. That was cool. And then I like saw this thing and I was like, wait a minute, it's not even that much. That's pretty sick. Let's cop it. Then I copped it. And then, I mean, in regards to that, I've traveled everywhere. I'm not everywhere, but I've been to a couple spots, right? So we went to Greece, we went to Cape Town, Italy, what's it called? I also went to the UK for a little stop as well, which was a little interesting. And then obviously I'm here in Miami now, which is cool. Dubai, as you guys know. But when it comes down to it, it's like the main point of this isn't for you guys to, I mean, look, you guys can strive for the amazing material shit, but the biggest thing, the most important thing is going to obviously be 1, God, 2, your family, and then 3, freedom. Freedom. Real freedom. Okay? The M4 comp is cool. The Miami fucking penthouse is sick. But freedom and family and God, that's more important than everything. Right? I can do whatever I want, with whomever I want. Like whenever. So it's just like, I can do anything. And that's the best part of this. So, I mean, you guys can even see I've also helped a lot of people also do this as well. So we went to Greece with a majority of our clients, which is incredible. I helped all these guys actively scale up. You can see here, this is my business partner, Marco. He's a G. And yeah, everybody else in this video, I actively helped scale. Obviously, Marco helped them as well. But yeah, when it comes down to it, it's like, look, we had a whole retreat in Greece. It was incredible. We did one in Dubai. We had a ton of guys pull up for Dubai. It was fucking amazing. And then we also did a secondary one in Dubai, which is the most recent one, which is incredible. This is Ziad, by the way. This is the guy I'm talking about. Fucking G, genuinely. And then obviously, yeah, I mean, you guys know the apartment. Oh, there's my boy, Gavin, as we like to call him. But yeah, if you guys see people LARP this balcony, which you guys are going to see, because I've let a lot of people up into my crib and they're just filming, recording, acting like it's theirs. You guys all know whose apartment this is, okay? You guys all know whose name's on the fucking lease. So, besides that, obviously, we're breaking down this whole video into 2 parts, right? Obviously, acquiring clients and then service delivery, okay? That's literally it, right? These are the 2 sections you guys need to know. Okay, how to sign people on, close them, collect cash, and then how to keep them. How to make sure they never leave, and how to make sure they get amazing results to the point where they're even giving you referrals. Because yeah, that shit's incredible. So I remember, this is all fresh, brand new, applicable information, okay? I want you guys taking action on everything I'm going to be telling you. This is not going to be one of those 6-hour-long courses where I'm getting a bunch of my old YouTube shit and stuffing it all in this video. This is all fucking new shit, okay? And I'm dropping sauce in every single part of this video. So please stick around. And yeah, boys, I'm fucking so excited to go through this with you guys. So besides that, let's get into the agency foundations. So start walking you guys through everything here. So we're getting into the foundations, into the nitty gritty of everything. So let's get into it. Obviously, there are going to be 2 different types of agencies that you could start and run. Now, you could be full-on boutique agency, right? You could, be very, very, very specific with the types of services that you're offering. It could be any niche. And in regards to everything, it's going to be very custom process for every single client. Now, look, you could do this. You could. There are agencies out there that do actively run just like this, but at the end of the day, you don't need to be doing that, okay? You need to be simple, because simple scales, right? You need 1 offer, you need 1 service, right? You need 1 niche, and you need 1 type of outreach method as well. You don't want to fucking mix a bunch of different things all together, because then you're going to overcomplicate everything, and it's going to be extremely difficult for you to get off the ground, right? I'm telling you, when it comes down to it, simple scales, okay? Do not overcomplicate the process. Now, most of these people here, including Mr. Hermosi, who in my opinion is the best. This guy, I think he's getting fried right now, actually. I think he's getting fried. I think he's actually getting chopped. Alex Hermosi is honestly the best out of everybody in this section, except for, in my true opinion, I really like E-Man as well, but Alex is a G. I don't know that much about Gary Vee, so I'm just going to be honest with you. But all of these guys started agencies to get themselves off of the ground, and when it came down to it, they never overcomplicated the fucking process. It was fairly simple, okay? Now, when it comes down to picking a niche, right? You need to niche down, but you also need to be very simple with the niche that you pick, and you don't need to overcomplicate it. Again, a lot of you guys are picking 1,000 different niches all at the same time, or you're finding something that no one else has ever done before, and you're thinking, oh, well, this is going to be the next big thing. No, No. I did car detailing because guess what? It made sense. How much is a detail? How much is a ceramic coating? How many detailers are there in the US? Is the detailing niche growing every single year? Is it easily accessible? Is it just big overall? Yep. Okay. Done. Picked. Boom. That's it. Don't fucking think about it too much. I'm listing niches right here for you guys. Pick one. Pick one and go to the next. That's it. Pick one and then shut the fuck up and then start doing outreach. That's it. Sign a client. Like, you guys sometimes just sit on the most stupid shit of all time when we need to just get going. And guess what? I did this as well. It's completely fine. I did this as well. So when it comes down to it, most of these niches have a high order value, right? Detailing might be the exception because it's not as high as any of the other ones you're going to see here. But when it comes down to it, a majority of these niches are going to have a decently higher order value because of the fact that obviously they're contracting guys. And obviously, since I now work with contractors as well, it's honestly, if I would have got into the contracting space instead of detailing, I probably would have made more. I probably would have made more that first month that I ripped. But I just out volumed everybody and that's why I won. Now, when it comes down to it, let's just say, a contractor only has to sell a couple jobs each month to make an actual living. For example, like an e-com store has to do thousands, right? When it comes down to it, let's just say, they only have to sell a couple jobs every single month to actively hit. But like, think about a detailer, like a guy who does ceramic coatings on cars. All he has to do is like 15 to 20 a month. And he's good and he's happy and his margins are there. You know what I mean? Picking the right niche is where most people just usually fuck up on because it just takes them way too long and they just waste too much time. So now that you guys have picked your niche, any of the ones that are here, including car detailing, let's go on to the next. Let's go on to offers. Boom. We're already done with the first section. Wow, that was simple. That was quick. If you guys are watching this and you guys were still trying to figure out what niche you're in, well, now you have a niche and now you're about to get to work. And I think the majority of people just don't want to do that because they're just afraid of the work. Well, guess what? You boys are getting into it on this fucking video. That's it. We're getting shit done. So your offer should be so fucking good that people genuinely feel stupid saying no to you. Like, you want them to feel like honestly not cognitively there. Like, oh wow, I'm losing out on a lot of money if I don't make this decision today. They're going to feel dumb to decline your offer if it is actually good. So one of the best equations you can use to build an offer is Alex Hormozi's value equation. Their dream outcome times their perceived likelihood of achievement, over their time delay and their effort of sacrifice is going to equal to value. Okay? So a good example of this is going to be like, okay, 15 ceramic coatings done in a 90-day time period, right? With very little effort or sacrifice on your end in regards to actively following up with these people and making sure that they're qualified. We take care of that for you. And the perceived likelihood of achievement is there because I'm showing you the social proof as well. If you can build your offer on all of those 4 core principles, then you're going to win. So for me, it was 15 ceramic coatings in a 90-day period, or we're going to give you a full refund plus $5,000 cash just for wasting your time. That's insane. That's a pretty hefty guarantee and a pretty hefty offer. But when it comes down to it, it all comes down to just positioning. If your prospect feels like they are, like the value that they're getting is exceeding the money that they're having to put down, you've done your job correctly. And what's crazy? Most people in my position are going to tell you to just start signing people on to a 3K PIF immediately, a 4K PIF, or 2K PIF immediately. When it comes down to it, you can. You genuinely can. But in my true opinion, just for the first person, it's just good to get your foot in the door, right? Even if that means getting them on a rev share deal, even if that means getting them on a smaller amount and building trust over time, just so you have social proof. Remember, this video is about signing your first client or just breaking through a bottleneck that you've been facing for a while. So when it comes down to it, just getting that first client to the door is more important than signing him on a 2 to 3K PIF. Just get him through the fucking door. Because remember, people aren't dumb. And especially if you don't have any sort of sales experience, if you're trying to close someone on a 3K PIF for months and months and months and months without any sort of social proof or any sort of social, like actual sales experience, you might be a little bit fried, a little bit. But at the end of the day, guess what? That's why I'm here to show you and to help you get that first client, right? Maybe he's not paying you $3,000 right here, right now. That's completely fine. He will in 90 days after you get him good results. The main thing is getting the first guy in the door so you guys can actually get social proof, and then you can use that to sign the next guy. Because remember, retainers, especially like good retainers and PIFs, are a privilege. And you are going to earn that privilege by providing value to the marketplace, okay? So when it comes down to it, what's the easiest way to prove your worth? Getting them in for a smaller amount. You know, let's just say the setup fee is $500 and you're taking 10% of every job you generate. That's easy. You can easily get them in. Like at the end of the day, you're going to get them in, and it's like all you have to do now is just start setting up their campaign, start running their ads, and just focus on them getting good results. Now, obviously, you don't want to focus all your time and attention on them getting good results, right? That's like 20% of your mental real estate. 80% should still be focused on outreach. I don't want you guys to take your foot off the gas, like ever, like seriously. Even if you sign a client within the next 2 to 3 days of, watching this video, maybe after you watch this video, you sign a client immediately. I don't want you guys to take your foot off the gas. Focus on the service delivery at night, get it set up, launch it, but then what you need to do is keep signing more clients. Even if it's on rev share, just keep signing more on, right? After you've signed the first one on and you get the hang of it, right? You get the hang of onboarding them, you get the hang of building out their ad campaign, then guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna sign another one on and another one on. And then guess what? Maybe after the third or the fourth one, start charging. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like you're scamming people unless you're just taking their money and giving them like terrible results. And if you do, you're just a bad person. Like if you guys take someone's money and you get them horrible shit, fucking horrible cooked results, just give them a refund. That's so simple. It's not that hard to do. As long as you held up your end of the deal and you tried everything you could and it just didn't work out, just give them a refund. Now, let's just say you ran their ads and it was on them. That's different, right? If they didn't fucking call a single lead that you generated for them, that's on them. But it's like, let's just say you ran their ads and they got nothing. Zero, nada. Like nothing happened at all, which is never really happens. But at the end of the day, let's just say that does happen for some weird reason. Just give them a fucking refund. At the end of the day, it's not worth the headache to deal with any of the other bullshit that they could pull on you. So when it comes down to it, these are the 3 best ways that you guys can get your foot in the door. Obviously, just doing a revenue share, pay-per appointment, or even doing a pay-per show. Like per every single appointment that actually shows for them, they'll pay you for. But when it comes down to it, I think rev shares are the easiest. Just $500 down and then 5% of every single job generated, 10% of every single job generated is fairly simple just to, tell these guys, and then you can easily get your foot in the door there. Well, I had a guy literally, I'll show you guys, straight up, today, I don't know if you guys can see that, $400 plus rev share, that's probably mirrored, couldn't miss out on Money Monday. He put a little thingy up there. He's 14 years old. That kid's 14 years old. Yeah, it's not a $3,000 PIF. It doesn't matter. He still made $400 today. And now he's getting 10% of every single job that is generated. That's amazing. He got his foot in the door. So now what do you think he's going to do after he signs 3 more clients on this model? Start charging a good amount. And I'm telling you, this is the easiest way for you guys to just start making money. You guys will sign a client within the next 3 to 4 days. After I actively walk you through everything in regards to outreach, if you guys stick to it, you guys could easily sign a client in the next week on a $500 down and a 10% per job generated. That's it. So simple. So when it comes down to it, once you have your offer chosen, you need to get super clear on the messaging, right? To actually convey this to your prospects. So in regards to that, look, you guys need to understand the ins and outs of your niche. Let's just say you guys pick decking or HVAC or, remodeling or car detailing. You guys need to understand how these people think and speak to convey this messaging to them correctly. Because if you guys don't do any sort of market research, you're going to be fried, right? And like I said, most agency owners fail because they don't even understand what the fuck they're selling. Or they don't even understand the types of people they're selling it to. And when it comes down to that, it's so easy to do market research. You guys could literally just call a car detailer in your area and say, hey, I'm thinking about starting my own car detailing business. I'm 16 years old. I'm just out of high school. I just was looking and I saw you guys have really good reviews. What would you guys recommend in regards to like how to get into this whole business model? You know, you can say some shit like that. Say you're from the local college and you're just doing research. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. Just get acquainted with the niche. Do a little bit of niche research. Understand what you guys are, understand who you guys are actually helping in regards to everything. It's not that hard. All you got to do is just literally sit down, pick up the phone, and dial a couple people and just get to know them a little bit. And then guess what? You're going to get to know how they speak as well and how they think. And that's going to help you in the long run. So yeah. But when it comes down to that, that's the foundations. It's fairly simple. Now, I actually want to kind of walk you guys through a case study as well. This is for my own agency. Which is ridiculous. This is a little bit of an older client, but within a month and a half, this is actually ridiculous. And these are the results you guys can actually get for your clients. Like, this is realistic. Okay, and this is a car detailer. These are coating leads, like straight up ceramic coating leads. $3 a pop on a $5 a day, like daily ad spend. That's crazy. Well, it's $10 total, $5 per ad set. 404 leads generated. 33 ceramic coatings closed. Nearly 50 grand in revenue generated. That's a 32x ROAS. For every dollar they spent, they made $32. This was within a month and a half. This is stupid. This is like, I'm telling you guys, once you get someone these types of results, they stay with you forever. And you know what's really interesting about this guy is he started working with me like way back, like right when I scaled in Dubai. Like, it's kind of crazy. And now he's opening up 2 more locations. And guess who gets to run ads for those? Me. You guys think he doesn't get fucking called and texts and emailed all the fucking time? Yeah, he does. But guess what he does? He tells them to fuck off. Plain and simple. Okay? Now, please, take this information with a grain of salt. Okay? My results are pretty crazy in regards to this. You guys might get a $8 CPL with your detailing and coding leads, okay? But when it comes down to it, this is actually achievable. Like, seriously. I've watched Marco set up an ad campaign for a client and get them jobs within the first week. Like, and I'm not talking little jobs. I've seen him get clients like jobs that they go upwards of, 20 to 30,000 per job. Especially in the contracting space, this shit can get pretty fucking crazy. So this took me hours and hours and hours on end to actually learn in a very condensed period of time. And on top of that, think about it like this. I signed so many clients that first month. Everyone was spending on ads. So I was able to actually figure out what was working fairly quickly. Like, really working. Like, if you have 10 clients and they all set up, like, you set up fucking 10 ad campaigns, right? You run all 10 at the same time and you already have kind of an idea of what's working. You're going to really find out what's really working really quickly because you have so much data in front of you. And I wouldn't say I wasted thousands on ads, but at the end of the day, there was a lot of money spent in regards to figuring out what worked, right? It wasn't like I just magically knew what was working. I had to test. I had to figure it out. I had a client of mine who he actually didn't get results for the first 2 months. And the third month, he fucking exploded and popped. And he's a G, genuinely. And like, when it comes down to it, it's like sometimes that's going to happen as well. And sometimes you're going to waste a little bit of money, of their money on the ad campaign. But at the end of the day, don't get scared. Don't freak out. Understand that you're under a 90-day contract and you're going to figure it out. Even if you're not getting them results for the first 2 weeks, the only thing you can do is keep doing market research. Keep looking for things that are working and keep signing on more clients so you can get more data on what's actually working. Okay? You can only split test so much with a certain amount of budget. Okay? This is why you guys need to sign on multiple clients. I don't want you guys signing on one fucking client and taking your foot off the gas and be like, oh my God, I need to do service delivery. And then you're fried. And then you have one client and you're running ads for that one guy and you're spending all your time on that one guy and you're worrying all about that one guy when you could have signed on 4 or 5 more people, ran 4 or 5 more campaigns and figured out what was working way quicker. And on top of that, I'm also going to give you guys resources on how to figure out what's already working. But it's like, even on top of that, if you just do what I just said, you're going to be fine. So it's like, look, if you're an agency owner and you're watching this video and you have like 2 clients right now and they're struggling, I'm going to give you a resource later in this video and I'm going to give you methodology on how to find something that's going to work a little bit better for these guys. But it's also going to help you get better results? Getting more fucking clients. Getting more clients. Okay? And look, when it comes down to it, I have a very specific structure that I use. I'm going to be giving you guys a structure that works really well in this video to help you actually get your clients good results. But I have a very, very, very tailored structure that I use for all of my active clients, right? Especially, oh my God, especially because of the whole Andromeda thing that happened. I've had to make a little bit of some updates. And when it comes down to that, obviously I'm sharing that with the guys that are here working with me either in person or online. But look, at the end of the day, this video isn't really about that. This video is here to actually help you guys. So let's get into how to source these leads. Because look, when it comes down to this is going to be extremely important in regards to, okay, outreach. How do I actually find the people that I need to do outbound to, right? How do we get in contact with these people? Kokiwa, you told me you were looking up car detailers near me on Google. Can I just do that? No, don't do that. Don't do that. I did that for months. Don't do that. This video is not about you fucking looking up car detailer near me, remodeler near me, landscaper near me. Nope. Nope. I'm giving you guys sauce. Okay? And I want you guys to listen up. Google Maps is going to be the best, but we're not going to call off Google Maps. Better Business Bureau is good. They're decent. But at the end of the day, it's too tedious to go through there every fucking day and try to scrape leads. And then there are also other, like Yellow Pages where you can just go and you can get leads that are slightly shared, but at the end of the day, it's just like, I wouldn't even do that because it's like everyone else is hitting those leads. Everyone is calling those leads. Those numbers are outdated, oversaturated, and have been slammed already, right? Better Business Bureau, you're going to get higher quality leads, right? But when it comes down to it, it's so tedious to go through every single person. And on top of that, some of these leads are going to be outdated. Like you could get a VA on this, but at the end of the day, it's like, I wouldn't even think about doing that, especially if you have no money. Don't do fucking D7 Lead Finder. That shit's terrible. What I need you guys to do, actionable step right now, you guys need to get some fucking leads. You have a niche, you have an offer, you have leads, okay? At every point in this video that I'm talking about shit, you guys should have paused. You guys should have sat down with a pen and paper and written shit out. Okay, well, I have my niche. I have my offer. Okay, now how do I get my leads? Google Maps is incredible, right? I need you guys to go and look up Bolt's Google Maps Scraper, okay, or Data Miner. And I want you guys to start scraping lists of leads. Now you're going to get a ton of lists. All right, you're going to get a ton of leads. Are these leads ready for outreach? Are you ready to start calling these people? No, not at all. Not whatsoever. Do not call them. Because if you do, guess who you're also going to call? Landlines, secretaries, bullshit VoIP numbers. You don't need to be doing that shit, okay? Because we have a software that basically makes this a lot easier. So you're going to get this lead list and you're going to put it into a software called Clear Out Phone, okay? Clear Out Phone. You know what's interesting? If you guys are in the UK or in Australia, you don't even need to use Clear Out Phone. You can actually use ChatGPT and it can actually sort all the mobile numbers for you, which is interesting. But Clear Out Phone is for the US guys, all right? What this is going to do is it's going to sort all the leads for you in a spreadsheet. You're going to see them all, okay? And then you're going to see ones with a little column that says landline. Then you're going to see the ones that say mobile. Then you're going to see the ones that say VoIP. You are going to sort them all then, and then you're going to delete the landlines, delete the VoIP numbers, okay? And what will you be left with? Mobile phone numbers. Mobile raw phone numbers, okay? Now, you're not just going to call these numbers yourself, okay? You're not going to just do it yourself because that would be low leverage, right? It's only one keyword. Imagine if there were 10. Well, that's what I'm going to be getting to here in a second, okay? And remember, this is to get you to 15 to 20 in a month. You guys can actually hit these numbers by utilizing the system I'm going to give you, but you guys need to fucking listen up and take my advice seriously, okay? This isn't some shit where you're just going to watch and you're going to willy-nilly this shit. I want you guys to go and scrape like 10K in leads. Like straight up. I want you guys to go scrape 10,000 leads and then get ready. Because I'm about to break down everything for you in this section in regards to outreach, okay? And I don't think you guys understand yet what we're going to be getting into, but this section of the video is the most important section by far, in my opinion. Obviously, sales is important. Obviously, show up rate is important. Outreach and getting 10 meetings on your calendar is more important than everything. Because if you guys don't even have 10 meetings on your calendar, don't worry about your show rate. Don't worry about your sales conversion rate. Don't worry about anything until you have 10 meetings on your calendar. Even if none of them are showing, it doesn't matter. Get 10 meetings on your fucking calendar and then worry about other shit. Okay? So that's what we're going to get to here is I'm going to be showing you guys how to get 10 consistent meetings on your calendar every single day. And if you guys can just listen to this, please, this part of the video is extremely important. You'll win. You will fucking win. So yeah, besides that, boys, let's get right into this. So boys, this is going to be one of the most important sections in the video when it comes down to it, because guess what? Sales is important, service delivery is also important, but none of that is important if you guys don't have any calls in your calendar, okay? This is the most important part. You guys need to establish that you need to have 10 calls a day on your calendar, okay? And this is exactly my methodology for booking these people in. So look, when it comes down to it, I don't establish myself like most people do on a cold call, right? When it comes down to it, you guys are going to see the way that I speak to these people is a lot different than most people would. I'm very direct. I establish who I am within the first 5 to 10 seconds of the call, which makes sure that these guys just don't hang up on me immediately, right? So this is going to be the exact methodology that we still use in regards to booking these people in. Now, you guys most likely know that me and Marco, in regards to everything, we're obviously dealing with warm leads. In this video is going to be basically breaking down a system that you guys could start right here, right now. And I actually want you guys to pause the video, like straight up, after I walk you guys through this section. And I want you to start calling people, okay? I want you to call 10 people while you're watching this video. Yep, that's it. There's action steps here, boys. You guys aren't going to get out of this one. I want you guys to call these people with this methodology, and then I want you to go to the comment section and I want you to type out in the comments what exactly happened in regards to calling these 10 prospects, okay? At this point in the video, you guys should have leads, you guys should have them actively cleared out, you guys should have mobile numbers, and you guys should be ready to fucking dial, okay? So let's get right into it. Now, when you are calling these people, you need to be direct, okay? And on top of that, you are also not directly selling them something on this call. You are selling a conversation, okay? That is the biggest thing. And on top of that, also one of the biggest things you guys need to do, especially on these calls, is just be as confident as you can, okay? I hear so many people try to dial people up, and I'm like, holy shit, you sound like a pussy. Like, I'm sorry. At the end of the day, you have to grab these guys by the balls a little bit. You cannot be fucking scared of these prospects, okay? Why are you scared of someone who is miles and miles and miles away from you? Why are you scared of talking to them? Are you scared of rejection? Are you scared of failure? Because guess what? In my eyes, every no is getting you closer to a yes. That's the first thing. The second thing is, guess what? People are going to tell you to fuck off. People are going to tell you to suck their dicks. It's going to happen, okay? At the end of the day, that's a part of the game. And there's no such thing as failure, okay? A lot of people think that all because they're not winning immediately means that they're losing. That does not mean shit. It means you're learning, okay? So this is it, okay? Like I said, you guys need to be confident. You guys need to be really direct. And on top of that, you guys need to really understand that you're not just selling them anything on this setting call. You are selling them on a conversation. So we call these guys, right? They pick up the phone. Hey, what's good, man? Yeah, it's Daniel here. I just wanted to give you a quick call because I know you're kind of in the Milwaukee area, and I just wanted to let you know that we're already actively working with a landscaper in the same area, and I'm just trying to see if we could potentially get you some extra work as well. We already booked this guy out until Easter. Now, I know you guys are probably thinking, whoa, holy shit. You already booked out somebody in their area. You already booked them out till Easter. What if they ask for this person? What if they ask for this business? What if they ask for their number? You are going to say a number. It could be a fake number. It could be a number of one of your boys, one of your friends. It does not matter. You need to say a number, and you need to say it with confidence if they ask. But I can guarantee you, if you can deliver this with enough confidence, they're not going to ask shit. They're not going to ask for shit. Now, if you guys are watching right now and you're doubting my ability to even fucking pick up the phone and dial somebody and book them in, I'm literally going to show you a live recording me doing this. Like, no joke. Now, obviously, it's nighttime right now, so I'll be doing this in the daytime, but I'm going to throw this clip in here to show you guys exactly how to book these people in, because it is so simple, all right? I'm going to have the full structure. I'm going to have everything from me picking up the phone, from me actively explaining to them that I've already booked out somebody in their area up until Easter, and that I'm just trying to see if I could potentially work with somebody else in the area to see if they could potentially take on some extra work, right? And when you say it with that type of tonality, with that amount of directiveness, right, they are gonna listen. They're not gonna fucking just hang up the phone on you. They're gonna be like, oh, okay, whoa, you're already working with somebody in my area? Oh, you already booked them out with work? Well, I don't want, and subconsciously, they're going to be like, well, I don't want him to reach out to anybody else in the area and send them work that I could be doing. So yeah, I'd entertain a conversation later. That's going to be in their mind's eye immediately when you establish this, right? So what I really like to do is obviously establish who I am, how we're different, right? And why it even matters to them. Right? And it's extremely important that you find your own unique approach. But in regards to everything, look, you guys need to do everything that I'm telling you to do, but guess what? You guys are going to speak in a different way than me, and you guys are different than me in regards to your personality and whatnot. So guess what? These principles will apply to everyone, but the way that you say it is going to be, I know it's going to be a little bit different. So just find your little own spin onto things, but at the end of the day, please follow this frame. Please follow this frame, because if you guys follow this frame, you're going to win. Yeah, hi. So, look, man, I'm not trying to bullshit you. I'm not trying to waste your time. I'm currently already working with somebody in your area, like in San Francisco. We already booked him out, though, till Easter. I'm just honestly calling guys in the area just to see if we could potentially, get you some more work as well.
Yeah, you guys selling leads?
We don't sell leads, man. we don't sell leads whatsoever. So we basically we generate these leads, and then we qualify them and book them into your calendar for you. We're not one of these dudes. We're not Angie's leads, man. But yeah.
So how you guys work?
Yeah, so I'm honestly pretty much free here tomorrow to hop on a call and kind of break everything down for you. Nothing crazy, just 15, 20 minutes if you're free.
Tomorrow? No, I can't do it tomorrow. The good day for me would be Wednesday.
Wednesday. Perfect.
Yeah.
What's a good phone number to shoot a text to?
This is my phone number.
Personal? Amazing. And then what's a good email? I also want to shoot you some information just before the call, kind of just about who we are and what we've done.
It's serviceconstruction21@yahoo.com.
Perfect, man. And then also I want to ask you, man, how's this year in business been?
How many years?
Oh, how's this year been in business? How's it been the past year?
Well, pretty good. Yeah, we've been busy all year long.
It's amazing, man.
Yeah.
And in regards to active roof replacements, how many would you say you're doing on a month-to-month basis currently?
Well, actually, I'm a general beast, so if it's only roof, I gotta go with my sub.
Of course. No, I get you, man. And in regards to everything, just before the call, do you guys have any other business partners or decision makers that should be present?
No. And you guys are doing only roofs or something else?
So we mainly work with roofs, yeah.
Mainly roofs?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Perfect. So you said Wednesday sounds good?
Yeah, Wednesday sounds good.
Perfect. What's a good time for you on Wednesday?
Probably in the morning.
In the morning time. Okay, perfect. What time?
Yeah. 8, 9 o'clock.
8 o'clock in the morning, and that would be California time, yeah?
Yep.
Perfect. Alrighty, I'm going to book you in here. And then, super excited to talk to you on Wednesday. I'm going to shoot you that information right here, right now. So if you want to check your email, that'd be perfect. And yeah, we'll talk soon.
All right.
Okay. You have a good one, man.
Sure, bye.
So if you can do that 10 times a day, every day, it's going to start compounding. And then you're going to have 10 bookings every day. Okay? Now, yes, this is like, for it's like 2 days out. And you don't want to book past 2 days out, so he's right on the line. But at the end of the day, if you guys can do this every single day and just get 10 bookings every day, you're going to win. That's how fucking easy it was. Seriously. That did not take me that much time at all. I think I called 5 people max. And guess what? It's because it's mobile numbers and not just fucking secretaries and landlines. So, yeah, boys, back to the video. So something I really like to do is, especially when a lot of these guys are like, oh, well, dude, I'm tired of all these fucking lead companies calling me. You can immediately cut them off and be like, look, when it comes down to it, we're not going to just be sending you leads. We're not sending you a name and a number, okay? At the end of the day, my job is to put cash in your pocket, okay? We're only going to be actively sending you people who are already interested in your service. Okay? When you can establish that, it immediately differentiates you in the marketplace from being a lead gen company to now a potential growth partner. Okay? Because at the end of the day, a lot of these guys, they get called all the fucking time. Okay? They get called by so many different companies that just want to sell them leads. Right? And I can guarantee you guys, a lot of these companies are actual fucking scams. Right? So you need to differentiate yourself immediately. Right? And when it comes down to it, look, when you can actually do this correctly, I'm telling you, in their mind's eye, they're going to be like, okay, for one, this is an important person talking to me. This isn't just a cold caller. For two, this isn't a marketing agency trying to just sell me on some fucking names and numbers. And three, this guy is already working or already has worked with somebody in my area, and he's just trying to see if he could potentially get me some extra work. And if I don't speak to him later, he might actively just start working with somebody else in the area. And that's going to take jobs that could potentially, go to me, right? So it's like a bias in their mind. It's a jealousy bias at the end of the day. And it's like you're really pulling on it when you say this, right? So when it comes down to it, look, you really need to establish that they're only going to be dealing with highly qualified prospects, okay? That don't waste their time, because they've dealt with the tire kickers. They've dealt with the shitty people. They've dealt with the fucking leads that don't convert, and they're tired of it, right? They want real people that are already interested in their service. And if you can establish that on that initial call, they're going to be interested. So after you establish this, after you actively establish this and break this down, right, you are going to immediately ask for the booking. Now, I know you guys are going to be like, well, whoa, you haven't even qualified them yet. You don't even know if they're really a good fit. It doesn't matter. You need to get a yes to a conversation for like later in the day, okay? Or for the next day. And also, this is really important. Please do not book out for like more than 3 to 4 days. Like, please. Your show rate will be so shit if you guys book out like 4 days max. Like 4 days out. Like, you guys are gonna be cooked. I'm telling you. Same day bookings will show. Next day bookings will show. If you start booking more than 3 to 4 days out, you're kind of cooked, okay? So if they obviously are a little bit busy or they're on the phone and you can't even ask them questions that you would have already been wanting to ask them in regards to qualification, you get the booking immediately. In my opinion, I still even like to get the booking immediately as well, because after we get that initial yes, I'm down to talk at 5 p.m., we can transition into a mini intro and some qualification, okay? And when it comes down to it, it's so fucking simple, right? It is very, very, very easy to understand this. But I can guarantee you the biggest thing that you guys are going to struggle with isn't even going to be understanding this frame that I'm explaining to you. It's going to be picking up the phone and dialing. Okay? Look, I'm going to explain this frame to you, and I want you to pick up the phone and I want you to dial. Seriously do. At the end of the day. Remember, I just told you guys, I want you guys to pause the video after I go through this entire section, and I want you to literally pick up the phone and dial 10 people and go to the comment section. Because boys, remember, I really want you guys to go after I fucking go through this entire section and dial 10 people, go to the comment section, and then give me your feedback on what actively happened. And I can guarantee you, if you guys follow everything I'm telling you, you will book people in. You will book people in, okay? So remember, when it comes down to this is so simple, but at the end of the day, the biggest thing that, a lot of people struggle with is just picking up the phone and dialing, right? So what I like to do is I like to just get into kind of a flow, right? I listen to music. I have like my headphones plugged into one ear and I have my phone dialing on like in my headphones off on the other ear, right? And I'm just going. I'm listening to the music. It gets me into a flow, and I don't even have to think about actively, picking up the phone and dialing when I'm in complete silence. Music is one of the biggest things that really taps me into this flow state. So please, boys, if you are struggling with picking up the phone and dialing, I want a headphone in one ear playing no like rap, no bullshit, no fucking shame-in music, okay? I want you guys actually listening to something that maybe gets you a little bit energized, okay? I have a full playlist for this. Like, seriously. And it's fucking ridiculous for when I was actively dialing. At the end of the day, obviously, you guys most likely know this, I have a full-blown setting team now. But when it comes down to it, when I was initially getting myself off the ground, the biggest thing that really helped me pick up the phone and dial was a frequency that allowed me to fucking, feel like I was going faster and faster and faster and getting into a rhythm, right? So when it comes down to the qualification, right? You guys need to kind of create a gap, right? You need to ask them where they want to be, what's prevented them from achieving their goals in their past, right? And what their current situation is. You don't have to go too deep into everything, right? At the end of the day, these are the main questions you need to be asking them in regards to everything, okay? And I'm telling you guys, it is that simple. okay? It is that simple to call people up and to book them in. But and this is really interesting, it's more about how you sound than what you even say. I could give you guys the best fucking script of all time. The best script. I could literally give you guys a script right now on the screen. And I could guarantee a majority of you guys would just fail. Just because of the way that you're speaking to your prospects. So please, the biggest thing that can also help you with your tonality, if you guys do actively sound like shit and you understand that, is going to be recording your calls and listening back to them, okay? No matter how bad you sound, you guys need to watch these call recordings over and over and over and over again, no matter how uncomfortable it is, no matter how embarrassing it is, no matter how many times you fuck up, no matter how badly you're choking on that call, you need to sit down and you need to listen to yourself so then you can actively fix this. Because at the end of the day, I don't think you guys know this, but I was terrible at speaking at a very, very, very specific point in my life, right? And the only way I got myself out of that was by doing the volume and by sitting down and psychoanalyzing myself, okay? Now, obviously, once we book them in, we're going to be, obviously getting them right through Calendly. So in regards to our show rate, it's fairly simple, right? I use Calendly to schedule everybody in. It's fairly simple, right? Now, Calendly is amazing because guess what? The emails always deliver, the texts always deliver, and at the end of the day, it doesn't require that much mental real estate to set up, especially in the beginning, okay? And this is extremely important. A lot of agency owners can get some calls booked on the calendar. Like once you guys kind of get into the flow and you can establish this frame, you're gonna book people in. But the biggest thing is making sure they show up, right? Because at the end of the day, if you guys are booking 10 meetings on your calendar every single day and they're not showing, then you're fried, right? So this is why we set up a VSL, right? Now, if you guys don't know what a VSL is, it's a virtual sales letter. It's very simple, right? It's a one-page website, right? With a video on it that explains who you are, what you do, your offer, and who this is for. And who this isn't for, okay? Now, when this is sent to the prospect, it will establish a lot of authority and trust with them, okay? If done correctly. Now, a lot of people are gonna be like, well, okay, I made a VSL, but I don't know if people are watching it and showing and, it's working, or people are watching it and they're not showing because of the VSL, because of how terrible it is. So something I really like to use for data, for analytical purposes, and this is extremely important, is Wistia, okay? This is sauce. Boys, Wistia allows you to literally track all of your data in regards to your VSL. You can see how many plays you have, you can see the play rate, you can see the average engagement rate, you can see when people are actively, watching, or when most people are dropping off, right, within the video. So then you can actually see if your VSL is one, being watched, because if people aren't showing and they're not even seeing your VSL, that means you're not really reiterating that they need to actively watch it before they hop on a call with you. And then two, if people are watching your VSL and they're still not showing, you'll be able to figure out why fairly quickly, okay? And it's fairly simple. The structure of your VSL is very, 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 very simple, okay? It does not need to be a 30-minute long video. It can be 5 to 10 minutes long. You can even film it on an iPhone, right? Some people like to do an active presentation. Some people like to do a very simple, just like you're doing like a selfie video and you're just talking to the camera, right? Now, obviously, in the beginning, I used a full-blown presentation, right? But as the market started to change, I started to see something very interesting. A lot of people just started whipping out their phone and started just basically just talking to the camera with just a lot of authenticity, right? And it's fairly simple. At the end of the day, it really comes down to the hook, the intro, understanding their problem, understanding a failed solution that they may have had to go through in the past. When it comes down to the pitch, you're not fully pitching them the service, but you're basically explaining what you do and how this is going to actively work for them. And also you're really reiterating those qualified appointments, right? Remember, you do not want to say leads, Facebook ads, any of these marketing keywords at all, one in the setting call or two in the VSL whatsoever. You also want to be talking about the potential features that also people get access to when they do start working with you, but at the end of the day, you do want to be fairly vague, right? You need to leave them a little bit curious so they actively want to hop on the call and they don't have all of that information presented right there, right in front of them, because if they do, they might not even want to hop on a call with you whatsoever. If you can leave them curious and wondering, well, this seems interesting, this seems intriguing, this seems like it does help people, this seems like it actually can, potentially get me some more work, let's check it out. That's going to get them to, actually hop on the call. right? Obviously, you really want to also talk about the benefits and the desired end result. But at the end of the day, this is very important. Very, 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 very important. You do not need to sell the plane flight, okay? You need to sell the vacation. When people are going to fucking Hawaii, do you think they're thinking about the plane, all the bullshit they got to deal with, the airport, the fucking security? No, they're thinking about Hawaii. How amazing Hawaii is going to be. How amazing the vacation is going to be. So when it comes down to it, please don't talk about the plane flight. Don't talk about the process. Talk about the end result. And remember, like I said, this VSL does not need to be long. Okay, it can be 5 to 10 minutes long. It can be fairly simple. And at the end of the day, that means you're also going to be able to test it fairly quickly. This shit should be done like quickly. Okay, like this is the biggest thing I also see with a lot of people. Speed. You guys need to go quicker. Okay, it's like I'm explaining this shit on this video, and I'm really expecting people to watch this and then to go to the comments and then to give me feedback on their calls and how they went in regards to them booking people and while they were watching this video. Like, I want you to fucking pause the video straight up, and I want you to do it. And if you guys start feeling mental resistance towards doing it, I want you to put on a song that makes you feel energized and happy. And again, I said no shame music, no bullshit, no fucking King Von. Okay? Nothing that makes you feel low and slow and angry and lethargic and sad. None of that bullshit. Okay? You need upbeat music that makes you feel vibrationally, fucking fast, like quick, like you're going, you're moving. I like listening to music that makes me feel like I'm in motion. Okay? And when it comes down to it, a really good example of this would be like the Interstellar theme song. Any music from a movie, like Christopher Nolan's fucking amazing, that is going to make you feel like you're fucking running, like you're sprinting, like you're going, okay? And at the end of the day, that really helped me get off the ground. So, obviously, when it comes down to it, look, a lot of you guys are probably like, well, okay, now I have a VSL, I've booked in people. Now, where's my social proof? How do I actually leverage social proof if I don't have any? So when it comes down to it, right, having good social proof, like testimonials, news articles, case studies, it's going to do the heavy lifting for you. If you guys have the VSL and then you have like 10 videos of client testimonials under you, that is going to obviously help, people show up to the call because they're going to be like, wow, this guy's actually working with people. So obviously I have come up with a solution in regards to the show rate as well. But at the end of the day, it's like, look, this is something that I can only do with people that I'm actively working with. And look, if you don't have social proof, as long as you establish your VSL correctly and you film it in a way that makes these people a little bit curious, a little bit excited, and understand that, maybe this is actually for me and this guy isn't just going to sell me fucking leads, then guess what? People are going to show to the call. Now, when it comes down to reminders, right? Because obviously, look, this VSL is going to be shot out to them before the call. These are the exact reminders that I would want you guys to utilize within Calendly, okay? It's fairly simple. 24 hours before, they get a reminder text plus an email, right? 6 hours before, they get a text and an email plus the VSL plus a free case study if you guys actively have them, right? An hour before the call, right? They're going to get a text and an email as well. And then 30 minutes before the call as well, they're going to get the VSL, okay? Now, obviously 5 minutes before, this is the biggest thing. You want to shoot them a text and then also give them a call, right? Shoot them a text, wait like 1 or 2 minutes. If they don't reply, you're going to call them up and then you're just going to confirm that they're actively going to show. And then the biggest thing, like immediately when they do actually book in as well, and text and email has to actually go out to them immediately, because when it comes down to it, look, they need to understand that like right when you're hanging up the phone with them, that you're actively going to be sending them information via email and text so they can understand a little bit more of who you are, what you do, and how you've been able to help people in the past, including the person that you've booked out in their area, okay? Now, I came up for a solution for the people that I currently work with in regards to obviously 10xing this process, right? Now, obviously, when it comes down to, appointment setting, right? There's only one of you, and if you cap yourself out, I can guarantee, and you really go fucking crazy, you could book like 10 people a day. Like, no joke, you can. Like, seriously, it's so possible. Holy shit, there's like countless videos of me doing this, like myself. Now, obviously, to scale to the point that I have scaled to, like especially like when I am like, like around like a year and a half ago, when I went from like 2K in my bank to fucking, 60 grand in cash in my bank, guess what? I wasn't setting myself, okay? We had setters hired on. And when it comes down to it, hiring appointment setters doesn't come down to hiring 1 or 2 people. Remember, I'm telling you guys to do volume, like serious volume. And when it comes down to outreach, I'm going to give you guys numbers as well that you guys need to be hitting on the day. Okay. Now, seriously, you guys don't need to be calling 10, 20 people a day. You guys need to be calling at a bare minimum, if it's just you, 100 people a day, especially if you're not good at setting. Okay, you guys need to get into the rhythm, okay, and learn the skill. Now, once you can set 5 to 10 meetings a day consistently, you need to start hiring setters, but not just 1 or 2. I'm talking like 10 within the first week, okay? So, actionable step. You're watching this video. Let's just say you're already setting appointments. Let's just say you're already booking people in, but you don't have setters. You're gonna hire 10 setters this week. They're gonna do it. You're gonna test all 10. You're gonna test 10 with just cold calls, just straight cold calls, right? You're gonna just see if they can actively do the work, okay? Because the biggest thing you're gonna notice, and this is the reason why I tell you guys to hire 10 people, is holy shit. There's so many people out there that they don't have it within them. They just can't fucking sit down and do the work that's necessary. And that's why you really need to test these people. And that's why I'm telling you guys, hire 10 people in the first week. How many people do you guys feel like I hired that first month I ripped? It wasn't 10. It wasn't 20. It wasn't even 30. I hired around 50 people, 50 setters. I fired most of them. And if you guys don't believe me, you don't fucking have to. You seriously don't have to. Like, genuinely, I don't care at the end of the day. You guys can believe me. You guys don't have to believe me. I can show you all the social proof in the world. I can even fucking I can even ask my boy, who actually was a setter of mine, to go into the comment section and just reply to all you guys that, 1, you guys need to actually fucking do the work, and 2, he literally watched me hire all of these people. And guess what? He was my top setter, and he got compensated well for it as well. And you know what's really interesting? My top setter was Indian. Straight Indian. And guess what? He didn't have an Indian accent because he learned how to speak English, and he worked harder than everyone else I knew. And it was really interesting. When I first met this guy, when I first hired him on, because I was mass hiring these people, he had done 4,000 cold calls for an agency, and they didn't pay him out a single commission. They definitely lied to him too, because they definitely closed deals, but they didn't pay him out anything. So you know what I did immediately when I heard this? I was like, holy shit, okay, if you do $4,000 for me, we're fucking closing deals. So I'm going to send you, like, you know, some schmeckles, a little bit of money up front. And I wouldn't recommend anybody else do that, but at the end of the day, I had a really good feeling about this guy, and he's now taking care of a lot more shit for me in regards to everything. He does not set for me anymore, and I pay him a lot more than most people would ever think. So when it comes down to it, boys, I'm telling you, okay? It is a volume game with the setters, but once you do find like 1 or 2 or 3 good quality people, that's all you really need. But to find those people, you guys need to do the volume. Now, my boy Max Hastings, okay, utilized this system to sign his first 10 clients, okay? He wasn't setting himself. He had setters, and he was going. Okay? He's making around 30K a month now in personal profit, which is incredible. And yeah, this guy is a fucking G. I even did an interview with him in Dubai as well when he actively hit his first 20K a month. But this is fucking ridiculous. This is fucking stupid. But it also is because he put in the work, okay? And I gotta give him so much props too, because I will tell you guys to do this shit. And there are going to be people that will watch this video and will just be like, I'll think about it. I'll maybe do it later. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not gonna call now, man. I'll call later. Okay, have fun being fucking poor. Like, straight up. You want to be broke if you're doing that. At the end of the day, Max did the fucking work, okay? That's why he's in the position that he's in. That's why he's fucking winning. That's why he made $5,000 within the first week of working with me. It's because guess what he did? He did the shit that was required. He picked up the tools that I gave him, and he did this shit, okay? And you guys can too. You guys just have to listen to everything I'm saying and take it to an actual extreme, okay? Like, look, at the end of the day, if someone's watching this video and they're like, holy shit, okay, dial 10 people. He just told me to dial 10. I'm going to dial 100. I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to dial 100. You're going to win. You're going to win. It's stupid. You will literally win. Okay? That's it. If you can take it to the next level, you're going to win. Okay? Take the shit that I'm giving you and take it to the next level. Take it to an extreme that no one else would take it to, because that's what I did. Okay? And that's why I'm in the position that I'm in right now. And that's why Max is as well. So yeah, when it comes down to it, it's fairly simple. okay? It is fairly simple to do outreach. It is fairly simple to get people to show up on your calendar. But most people just don't have the fucking work ethic to make it work, okay? It is usually a mindset block that prevents anyone from even getting 10 appointments a day, okay? But when it comes down to it, it is so simple, but sometimes simple doesn't mean easy. It's simple to do 1,000 push-ups, right? All you gotta do is push-ups. But is it easy? And if you guys are thinking, oh, well, Kiwa, you're fucking talking about push-ups, bro. This is cold calls. It's different. No, it isn't. It's inputs and outputs. It's inputs and outputs. And if you guys think I'm talking out of my ass, I've done 1,000 push-ups. And if you don't believe me, time lapse right here. Boom, 1,000 push-ups right now. It's going up multiple times, by the way. Yeah. Now you guys might just think I'm crazy. Now you guys might just think I lost my mind. Well, guess what? Maybe I have, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because I take shit to the next level, okay? And that's why I'm at the next level. And if you guys are wondering, well, shit, bro, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I have the mental capacity to fucking pick up the phone and just go, then you're fucked. You're fried, okay? You have to be a type of man to be able to do this. You have to be and no diddy shit, a predator in society. You know what I mean? You have to be a fucking dog. You have to be ready to rip through this shit, okay? At the end of the day, you guys think when I joined Eric's program, that I joined that program and I looked around at all the other members and I thought, oh, okay, all these guys, you know, they're running their agencies, like they're doing okay. No, I didn't think like that. When I joined that program, I looked at everybody and I was like, okay, I'm sorry. You guys are all doing this in a way that isn't, you're not taking it to the next extent. You're not taking it to the next level. And I'd been through so much in my life up to that point where I was just like, I'm going to break this shit. I'm going to break this shit. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to go. I'm going to drink coffee. I'm going to smoke cigarettes all day. I'm going to go. And I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, there are going to be people that are going to watch this video and they're going to just not take this advice. They're just going to sit. They're just going to watch. And that's fine. Have fun watching. But at the end of the day, remember, this video is designed for people who actually take action. If you guys can really just take action on everything I just told you, if you guys can follow the frame, if you guys can watch that setting call recording, which I am including in this video, and you can actually memorize the way that I'm speaking and what I am saying, then you will win, okay? That's it. If you guys can take things to the next level, to the next extreme in regards to outreach, you will win, okay? It's linear. It's linear. That's it. 10 meetings on the calendar. Focus on that. Okay, now I'm getting this every day. 10 meetings. No one's showing. Okay, doesn't matter. 10 meetings every day. Now all of my mental real estate, I can actually remove it from that because now I have setters that are booking me in 10 meetings. Now my mental real estate can focus on what? Show rate. Oh, now people are starting to show. Well, guess what? A lot of you guys might not know this, but you all have a sales conversion rate. It's just you don't know what it is yet because you're not getting enough opportunities on your calendar to fucking figure it out, okay? Once you can get the volume on your calendar, then you can figure out, okay, this is my show rate, this is my appointment booking rate, and even if you guys don't think you have a sales conversion rate, you'll see that you do. Once you get 5 to 10 people to show on your fucking calendar day, it's nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible for you guys not to close someone within at least a 3 to 2 week time span. Even if you're fucking terrible. Even if you're watching this and you have like a stutter or something, or you think that maybe you're not smart enough for something like this, or maybe you think that you're not capable, right? At the end of the day, I can guarantee that you guys don't even understand what you are capable of actually doing, okay? Once you can realize that within yourself, there's nothing that can fucking stop you, boys. So yeah, at the end of the day, outreach is one of the most important things, if not the most important thing that you need to be focusing on. But what's even more important is automating outreach, okay? So when it comes down to this, I'm gonna be showing you the exact structure that we use to automate this entire outreach system to make sure that it's so fucking smooth and seamless to the point where, guess what? You're waking up every day, you got 10 meetings on your calendar, you got a full roster of fucking sales calls to hit, and you're ready to go. And you don't even have to associate any sort of mental real estate towards outreach. And on top of this as well, I'm also going to be including a snippet from my coaching community on how to even delegate and what order to hire these people in as well. So in regards to that, let's get right into the section immediately. So now, boys, we're talking about automating outreach, okay? Because when it comes down to it, remember, like the system that I just broke down for you guys, we need to be doing at scale, okay? Obviously, you know, calling up 10 people, calling up 20 people, that's cool. Hiring appointment setters, that's amazing as well. But we need to figure out how to actively make this a system that operates on its own. So like I said earlier, I'm going to be actively adding in a little snippet here in regards to how to delegate, which you guys shall see in a second. But in regards to everything, I'm just going to break everything down for you here. Okay, so it costs me around $50 to $100 to acquire a new client with the system that we currently use. Okay, now in regards to everything, I'm just going to break this down for you. My scraper, my lead scraper, literally charges me $10 for 10,000 leads. Okay. Now, obviously, this is basically what it's going to look like. It's fairly simple. I mean, this is like just a regular spreadsheet. Obviously, you get name, phone number, state, if they're valid, and obviously what they are. If they're a landline and mobile number, obviously, I've just cleared out all these leads, so they're only mobile numbers. And then in regards to everything, it's fairly simple. So I'm going to break down the numbers for you guys. First things first, right? It's so easy, like I said, to scale this up once you have two good, like quality, hardworking appointment setters on your team. If you are able to book 10 meetings a day yourself and do the work that I basically just broke down for you in the last section, right? Consistently. And then you can triple that output by finding two other people that are as competent and hardworking as you will win. Okay? Now still, even if you have people that are working well, you still need to keep hiring. Because at the end of the day, things can happen. Someone can get sick. Someone can, you know, maybe just leave for some reason. Maybe, I mean, at the end of the day, what if an agency comes and just takes your setter from you? You don't know, okay? At the end of the day, you always want to be prepared. So this is why I always say keep hiring. Never stop hiring. Always hire, especially on the sales side, okay? Now, in other sections of the company, obviously you don't need to be doing that. But in regards to setting, you always need to be looking for new people that can potentially prove themselves to be better than the ones that you currently have. Now, obviously, remember, if you have two good guys on the team and they're doing well, you don't really need to worry about hiring a volume of people, but I would still recommend that you keep hiring a good amount of people every single week, okay? Obviously, no base pay. You're paying these guys a percentage. I like to pay out my setters around 5%, so that's fair. Tracking. Every single time a setter books an appointment, they send a message into a Telegram group chat, okay? And you guys will see this in the how to delegate video that's gonna pop up here in a second, where I kind of break down how this chat actively works, but it's fairly simple, right? And obviously still, me and Marco still handle a majority of the closing ourselves, like straight up. We've given up every other part of the company except for this to a certain extent. Now, obviously I have a closer on standby, but at the end of the day, like, seriously, in regards to just how I do things, and look, by no means am I making multiple six figures a month with my agency yet. Now, when it comes down to it, when I do need to push past that breaking point, when I have around 25 consistent sales calls a day between me and my business partner, then it's like, okay, we can obviously start delegating that out. And at the end of the day, like I said, I have someone on standby, but it hasn't been really that much of a priority for me to actively outsource, because guess what? I like to keep my sales skills sharp, because at the end of the day, I could outsource this to a closer, but then I'm not going to have as much market experience for the people that I also work with in regards to coaching. This is why I like still closing my own deals, because then I can close these deals consistently, and even if the market starts to shift, starts to change, I can give that data reliably to my coaching clients that I'm currently working with. So yeah, in regards to closers, obviously I've had closers come in, I've had closers leave, I have had closers come in, close a couple deals, and then they kind of, you know, maybe fizzled out. And like I said, I still have somebody on standby. I will pay closers 15%, which sounds like a decent amount. Sounds like a good amount. Some people pay them 10%. I like overpaying a little bit just because these guys are fucking worth it at the end of the day. Think about it like this. You have a setter calling up people, booking them in for you, and then you have a closer closing them for you, and all you have to do is onboard them. You don't have to think about any of the front end except for making sure that the system is just working properly, and you are still collecting 80% of the cash. I think that's fair. in my opinion. And it also keeps these closers hungry as fuck. So yeah, besides that, that's basically kind of how the structure of everything goes for just me in regards to everything. But yeah, no, let's break down these numbers. So obviously $10 for 10,000 leads, right? If I'm collecting just 10,000 leads per month, it's going to be $10, obviously. And let's be pessimistic and let's just say I get 10,000 leads. When I put them through Clear Phone, which you guys can see right here, $32 to clear them out. Let's just say I clear out 10K leads and I only get 5K of them at actual like mobile numbers, okay? Now, we have 5,000 numbers that are mobile, and let's just say we're hitting 166 calls and pieces of outreach per day. When it comes down to it, all right? Like seriously, that's not that hard to do, okay? You could do 100 yourself and you could have 2 setters doing the rest at the end of the day. But when it comes down to it, you could also do, you know, all 166, all 200 dials per day yourself, right? And I actually know a guy, he's a G, this guy's from fucking Singapore. And for the first month of us working together, he did 200 dials every single day consistently. Now, obviously he had warm inbound leads, so his booking rate was a lot higher than 5%. He signed 6 clients in his first month. Now, at the end of the day, like I said before in the other section, if you guys aren't willing to do that much volume, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, you have to be willing to do that amount of volume. And if you can't do it and you can't figure out how to break through that mental resistance, obviously you can just shoot a text to me and I could potentially help you out with that, because rewiring your subconscious mind is one of the biggest things that I did to myself to actively make the work a lot easier. But when it comes down to it, some people they just don't do it. They just don't do it whatsoever. So seriously, you guys need to be able to do the volume. Let's just say we do 166 calls per day. All right, at a 5% booking rate, that's 250 calls booked for the entire month out of 5,000 people, okay? Out of 5,000 dials for the entire month, which is 166 per day, you are going to get 250 calls booked at a 5% booking rate, okay? Now, when it comes down to that, let's just say half of them show, which is mandatory. We need around 50% of the people that you book in to actively show up. Okay, that's 125 shows. Great. Let's just say you have a 20% sales conversion rate, which is just standard. That's 25 new clients within that month-long period. Now, let's just be even more pessimistic. 10% close rate. You're still fucking printing. And remember, boys, I'm being fairly pessimistic with these numbers. I'll be honest with you. We're always striving for a 10% booking rate, a 50% show rate, that's just standard, and a 25 to 30% sales conversion rate. Okay? If you guys can hit those numbers, you're going to be fine. You will literally win. You will be completely fine. But when it comes down to it, it's like, I'm telling you, look, if I wanted to really scale this, there would be no way for me to do, 10,000, 20,000 calls a month myself and handle the fulfillment and handle the onboarding and everything, right? If I really wanted to push past this number. So this is why I like to build out a team, right? This is why I love having setters on my team. Look, doing 166 pieces of outreach per day individually, like you can do it, you can, but like why not just hire out setters as well? Why not have extra manpower that is going with you every single day? And look, I could continue this process of me just, going and signing on new clients and, actively scaling this up. I could build out my own team. I could bring on a bunch more clients. I could keep this growing, but then I'm going to have a ton of overhead and I'm going to be paying a ton of salaries, right? So when it comes down to it, I could also just open up my own program and create killer agency owners, and we run up clients together, right? So like I said, look, when it comes down to this, I'm obviously looking for more people to potentially partner up with me so we can scale together, so we can literally partner up. This is what I've done. This is what I've been talking about in the past in regards to working with Max and all these other guys, right? So what we're doing now is we literally will help you scale your agency from the ground up, okay? And when it comes down to that, like the biggest thing about this is we're gonna put our outreach systems into place for you, right? And then the best thing about this, I will literally allow you to leverage my client results. That's insane. That's fucking ridiculous. What active agency owner would allow you to leverage their own results and their own social proof? No one, right? But that's what we will do for you just until you sign that first client, okay? After you sign that first client, you guys gotta, you gotta get it together a little bit. But when it comes down to it, look, I'm willing to do that for you if you potentially do want to work with us, which is ridiculous. That is insane. Like, especially if you're in the detailing, remodeling, landscaping niche, it's like we work with all these different types of people. And it's like if you're allowed to leverage our results to get to the next level, just to get that first client in the door, that is gonna allow you to have so much social proof with this business model. You're gonna feel like, okay, wow, I actually just did it. I actually just signed a client. All I had to do was basically just put systems in place that were already working and leverage someone else's results. That's fucking easy. So it's like, that's why you see a lot of people scale with us in regards to working with us. Now look, remember, this video isn't about me trying to fucking pitch you on anything, okay? I'm just basically explaining what I do and what I've done for people in the past and what I'm willing to do in the future as well for anybody who wants to potentially partner up with us. Now remember, boys, like I said, I can't guarantee anything because it's going to be up to you to actively put in the work. And like I said, a lot of people, sometimes they'll see the work in front of them and they just won't do it. They just won't do it. And it happens. People come and go. There are people that are going to, mop the floors, and there are going to be people that are going to fucking scale their agencies to 20, 30, 40K a month and just be free. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm almost making it impossible for you guys not to win. Like, especially with this video and me breaking down everything for you, I've given you guys so many actionable steps and so many resources already. It's like if you haven't already taken action on a majority of the shit that I've told you to do, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, seriously, if I had this much of a resource in front of me when I was sleeping on the floor, I would have been winning, like, way quicker than how I did. Now, obviously, everything exploded for me in like 1 month. It was insane, right? But here's the thing. Like 5-6 months before that, I was just doing the stupidest shit of all time. If I had this plan in front of me and these actionable steps to do right in front of me, in regards to how to hire these people, how to do this type of outreach, how to book these people in, how to make sure that they show, and how to close them, I would have, it would have been fucked, okay? I probably would have made an M liquid in the first year of me actually pushing my agency. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, I'm actually so grateful for the way that I actually did learn this and that I did figure it out all myself as well, because it's like that amount of experience I would never trade for anything. Like, seriously. But yeah, when it comes down to it, look, obviously we work in person with a majority of our clients as well. Now we do have stipulations for that. We used to just allow people just to pull up in person and whatnot, but the results got really crazy. And it's like now we need to really vet people in regards to in-person coaching. But when it comes down to it, it's pretty fucking stupid. Obviously, you guys might know this as well. We do 7 coaching calls a week, which is fucking insane. And it's not just me that's obviously doing this as well. It's me, it's Marco, and it's Kevin, which is incredible. And then on top of that, all of the systems and SOPs that we are currently using, we literally give to you. We give you fucking go high level snapshots with all of the automations that we're currently using as well. Okay, I'm talking everything that you could think of. But like I said, when it comes down to it, this is something that is a choice. If you guys want to go and actively hit me up on Instagram and potentially work with me, you can. If not, it is completely fine. Use this video to sign your first fucking client. Use this shit to sign your first client, seriously. And if you guys watch this video all the way through from front to back and take action on everything that I've told you consistently for a 30-day period and you don't sign your first client, shoot me a text on Instagram, show me the evidence of you actively doing everything I told you to do in this video, and I'll coach you for free for a week. That's how confident I am in the system. Like, seriously, if you guys do everything I'm telling you within this one fucking YouTube video, you'll sign a client. I'm not telling you guys got to go to us to immediately sign your first client. I'm just saying it's going to be a lot easier because we can literally just give you the social proof. We can allow you, we're literally allowing you to leverage our own social proof to sign on new deals, to collect cash. That's fucking ridiculous, right? We even give you sales call recordings. I'm talking everything you could even think of. But yeah, and also at the end of the day, it's like when it comes down to the whole coaching thing, it's like the only reason I even do this as well is because, one, I just love partnering up with people who, you know, were potentially in a very similar position to, you know, how I was kind of, you know, like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And when it comes down to it, it's like, I've been scammed. I've bought the bullshit courses before. I've paid the mentors that weren't actively running their agencies before. I've done everything you guys could fucking think of in regards to paying for info that completely fried me. You know, it's really crazy. I still don't have a mentor. There's only been one person online that I paid that actually, in my true opinion, really gave me good advice. And it was funny because I didn't even pay him that much. I paid him like $500. And it was like some of the best advice I've ever fucking received in regards to just getting myself off the ground and thinking in a way that actually was beneficial for me. It wasn't even SMMA advice either. Like, I've never paid someone for SMMA advice that actually helped me. Ever. It's never fucking happened. It's honestly retarded. Like, seriously. And you guys will see that in the space. There's so many different types of fucking grifters. There is one agency owner, an actual agency owner, who still runs his agency that I respect in the space, that I know personally. Obviously besides, you know, fucking Marco and Kevin, but like someone else, like a completely separate entity. But when it comes down to it, to work with us, you do need to be a fucking competent individual. You need to be really committed. There's a reason why we don't work with everyone, and there's a reason why if you do want to potentially work with us, you have to apply, right? Either by DMing me on Instagram and being vetted by me personally or by a team member of mine, or by submitting a active form, which should be in the description below. If for some reason we do not have a form up in the description below, you can obviously just shoot me a text on Instagram, but when it comes down to it, the vetting process is fucking strict. So like I said, you guys can go down in the description below and apply if you do want to, but at the end of the day, I'm not guaranteeing that you're gonna get into this whatsoever, because look, I wanna work with people that are fucking competent. Every single one of these people that I'm about to show you, right? I scaled from the ground up. Every single one of these people. And when it comes down to it, it's very interesting how every single one of these people have something in common. And that's it's genuinely that they're competent, and they understand that when I tell them something, they just do it. One of my, like, I wouldn't say favorite client, I don't want to be like that, but like seriously, I really respect this guy. One of the guys that I really respect, like, just because he came from, you know, a country that he didn't have the resources that a lot of you fuckers have, okay? This interview we did in Dubai. In 45 days, he made $17,000. His name is Yakub, okay? This guy was eating hot dogs on a fucking couch, and he was able to make it out. And at the end of the day, it's like, there's no fucking excuses for any single person watching this video, seriously. So it's like, when it comes down to it, you guys just lock the fuck in, okay? Seriously. But yeah, when it comes down to it, let's go on to the how to delegate section. And yeah, I kind of want to wrap this up here just so you guys can actively understand how to hire these people and what specific order you guys need to hire people in as well. So yeah, I'm going to throw this up right here, right now. What's good, y'all? So in this video, I'm basically going to be talking about how to delegate everything in this business, where to start when it comes down to actually hiring people, who you should hire first, who you should hire last, how to hire them, where to hire them from, and also why you're stuck at a certain monthly revenue because you haven't fucking hired. So yeah, let's basically get right into this. I first want to talk about why some of you guys are maybe stuck at 20, 10, 5K a month, even 0K per month, right? And that's because, well, if you're stuck at 0, you just haven't put any work in, like real work in. Like, you can get from 0 to 5 with literally just cold calls itself, like genuinely, if you really put the work in over there. But obviously, we don't want to do low leverage slave activities. We want to actually create leverage, right? So the more people you close and you acquire, the more people you're obviously going to have to fulfill. There is a ceiling that you will hit if you do not have the fulfillment completely systemized. And do this like as you go. You never want to slow down outreach, right? You never want to stop acquiring clients unless you have like 100 clients, right? You want to keep growing constantly. If you guys sign 5 clients in a month, don't stop outreach and just go all fulfillment. No, you need to keep getting clients. And obviously, it depends on how many clients you get. Like if you get 2 clients and they both pay you 10K, that's still 20K a month, right? And the fulfillment's going to be a lot less of a headache than 10 clients at 2K a month. So you guys obviously need to just think about like how much you want to charge per person and what is the headache that comes with that said person. You guys also need to create a systematized process with your service delivery that is very lean. Remember guys, we want a lean business here. We don't want a bunch of moving parts everywhere, right? You want one service, one way to deliver it, one way of onboarding, one client avatar that you're going towards, one offer, one guarantee. That's it, right? Very lean company. Okay, you don't want 1,000 different moving parts because that's where everything gets fucked up, right? And obviously the price that you're going to charge these people as well, like the 2 clients for 10K, is always in direct correlation to the value that you are going to provide those people. You guys also got to keep yourself safe here. Like I'll make a whole video on how to actually, design a contract for your own agency, which is really important. But you guys need to understand that if you're charging a lot more, you need to be able to provide a really good seamless service. You can't charge someone 20K and just have issues with their Facebook ads for 2 to 3 weeks. Like, you got to fucking get moving. Like their shit needs to be up in 3 days, seamless, smooth. The onboarding process took 20 minutes, So yeah. And this is literally the only reason why you guys are stuck is because your fulfillment can't handle the amount of people that you're acquiring. And while you've kept hitting ceilings and kept bouncing back down and going up and down and up and down, you keep hitting this and then going down and losing clients and then having to acquire more clients and start acquisition back up and then get a bunch and then not be able to fulfill them. It's just because your back end isn't fully set. You guys have not made any SOPs. You haven't recorded any SOPs for the back end, which needs to be completely set. So then you can just rip the front end and push right through here, right? You just want to push this down, push this up, lever goes crazy, right? Bang, right there. And then once you go past this line, this is going to change to fucking 40K a month, 30K a month, 50K a month. So this is the reason why you guys are stuck. Now, how do we get past this point? Well, I'm going to start at the very beginning of where, and who you should hire in the start of this entire process to even get to 50K a month, right? Because most of the guys that are watching this are not obviously at 50K a month. You guys are trying to get to 50K a month. So let's get you guys there. So the first thing you want to delegate is show up rate in appointment setting. That's the first thing you want automated. You want 10 meetings a day. That's it. You want 10 meetings a day. I guarantee most of you guys don't have 20 to 30 clients. You yourself as an individual can handle up to, I would say, around 30 clients mentally before you definitely need to start delegating the back end completely, right? And a little bit of the front end sales wise, right? You guys could definitely handle 30 clients yourself before giving it to a VA. But we want to not be slaves to our clients. So let's get this done quick, right? So how do we hire appointment setters? Obviously, I think I've talked about this before. Digital Launchpad, posting on your story, posting on Snapchat, posting in every single free Discord community that you are in that you're hiring appointment setters and you are paying high commission, right? So let's start with appointment setting. What you want to do when I say delegate appointment setting is first you want to hire just appointment setters, right? You obviously have to be the top appointment setter as well. You got to be the best guy on the team. So you can coach them every single day. You want to hop on calls with these guys every single day and actually teach them how to handle objections, run them through mock calls, hype them up. But it's very simple. When you hire a guy, you go into Go High Level, you go to Settings, you go to the Staff section, you add a staff member, and that's it. So I'll show you that actually right now. So as you can see here, we go into the business profile, we click on My Staff right here in Settings, in the sub account. You click on Add Employee, put the first name, last name, email, done. It shoots them a login portal. It's as easy as that. So obviously, I already talked about hyping them up, mock calls, objection handling, all of that, right? Eventually, you want to actually hire your top appointment setter to take all of those end of day calls. So you don't actually have to take them. That's low leverage eventually. That's what I do, right? And you always want to have your top setter, same guy who's taking these calls, send out all the daily SMS for all the rest of your setters, right? You don't want to be getting up and uploading a list every day. You want the top guy to actually learn how to do this. This is very simple, right? Obviously, you just record on Loom how to shoot out SMS, and then that's it, right? This is going to tie into show up rate a little bit, but you also want to tell all of your setters when they book someone in with you, they want to also ask, hey, by the way, do you have an Instagram by any chance? I'd love to connect you to the owner of the company on there. And then they would literally give that person a follow. Obviously, they have to be following you as well, and add you guys to a group chat on Instagram with your official agency Instagram page, right? So they can see all the testimonials. They can get re-warmed up as well. Obviously, you're going to have the backend VSL being shot out, right? But yeah, you want that as well because it's another touch point, but it's amazing, right? And then the process of hiring these dudes should be very, very, very simple, right? Most people overcomplicate it and have 1,000 meetings every single day with each appointment setter to get them hired and set up. Don't do any of that shit. One meeting every day to hire them, all of them, right? You put a story post on your story, you get a bunch of inquiries, you ask them, can you speak English, and what is your previous experience when it comes down to appointment setting? What motivates you to become an appointment setter? All you got to do is just send me a voice message back, and I'll see if you're a good fit. Send them a message like that, right? They'll send you a message back, and if they sound competent, you send them this. So I want basically all of you guys to be making this. Very simple. It's a group chat on Telegram that has a bunch of different channels, right? That you can see here. And basically, you're going to have an assets channel, a bookings channel, a general channel, a closed appointments channel, an announcements channel, right? So obviously announcements is very simple. You just announce, hey, I'm taking the week off, or hey, I'm going to be flying this day, so it's not set appointments or something, right? It's Thanksgiving, whatever, right? End of day call recordings. I had this as well. Every time we'd have an end of day call, it would just be sent into there. So anybody who missed it could go and watch it, right? Appointment outcomes. This is another good one. What happened to the appointment? Did they flake out? Did they not show? Did you close them? Did you get a deposit? Just so the setters are up to date on everything that's happening, right? No shows. Put in if your appointment didn't show, so then your setters can rebook them in. Assets. This is the thing you're going to tell everyone you're hiring to go into first. You want cold call recordings of yourself in the assets tab, along with everything else they need to know before you hop on the call to start to train them. Hey, we're going to be using Go High Level. I'd highly recommend you watch this video to get, familiar with the power dialer and, how to actually call up the leads when they come in. And this is where you're going to be looking for the conversations tab. If you could provide your phone number as well, so we can link that up to the internal notifications. So every time someone texts back, you get notified so you can call them up. Everything should be in this assets channel. And when you're hiring someone, you send them the voice message and they send you one back. You want to tell them, I'm going to send you a link to this Telegram group, right? I want you to join it. And I want you to literally go to the assets tab, read through everything. We're going to have a call tomorrow with everybody else who needs to be hired at 12 Eastern. That's it, right? That's literally it. Throw that in your calendar, send them all an invite at 12, hire them all at the same time. Do not hire them one by one. It's low leverage as fuck. Bookings, obviously, they're going to be putting in, every time they book someone in, they'll just take a screenshot of maybe them putting in all the information into Calendly, and they'll just send that. That's what they would do with me, and obviously just a general chat. This is very, very, very high leverage. Very high leverage way of hiring people as well. And it's so easy because you just send voice memos, That's literally it. I just popped my neck. You guys probably heard that shit. It was loud as fuck. But yeah, this is how you hire all the setters. So, show up rate. Show up rate needs to be completely chilling, right? Immediately. That's also the first thing you need to delegate. So tell all of your setters to book max 3 days out and to always go for same day bookings, right? Have an incentive towards getting these guys to show up, right? You can tell all your setters, hey, there's a bonus for whoever gets me the most shows in a week. If you give me 15 shows in a week, I'll give you a $200 bonus at the end of the month. Incentivize these guys to call them up an hour before and 5 minutes before. Multiple touch points, right? This is what I'm talking about, the Instagram method. Having your setter call them an hour before and 5 minutes before, right? Even a day before if they book them out 2 days in a row or in the future. Having, like I said, the Instagram method, having the VSL being sent out with all the automations These are extremely important things because you never have ever bought from someone you just met and you never saw them before, right? You need to make sure that they're going to see you a good amount before they hop on this call with you, right? Because then they're going to trust you a lot more and they're going to think you're an actual individual, not just some weird company that called them up to hop on a call and sell them, right? There are going to be multiple touch points. They're going to see your Instagram, be like, oh, okay. They're going to see the VSL, be like, okay, that's nice, and get called multiple times beforehand as well. So obviously, show up rate can be easily just set up, right? It's like a one-time setup process, and once that's done, you're chilling. Then you just got to check in with your appointment setters and make sure that they're doing their jobs right, to get these guys to show. Very, very simple. So, second thing to delegate, and I'd say after you get your first 5 clients, you want to start delegating this. And you can easily get your first 5 clients by ripping this SMS and appointment setting method that we have. Easily. You can close, like, if you send out 10,000 texts, 20,000 texts, you're going to get 5 people. It's impossible, right? If you send out 30,000 texts, there is zero way you are not going to sign 5 clients. You have to be mentally disabled to not actually sign 5 clients, genuinely. Obviously, service delivery, it's a little different. You need a good quality VA and you need a contract as well for these guys. Now, I'll actually link one in the description as well. I'm also going to link this whole Miro board in the description and also this doc as well. I always put them in here, but I'll just link them in the description. But you need a good quality VA on a contract and you need a photo of their ID. Like, you want to be safe about this shit, right? These guys are messing with your clients' ad accounts, you know? And you maybe have found them overseas. I wouldn't hire just a random, like, I'm not being racist, but just like Indian dude, you know, like, or Pakistani guy, unless they're like really qualified. I won't just hire some random dude who just slides up on your story. Just make sure the person that you're hiring is just, like, you can trust them. You know, you just have a good feeling about them. And just make sure they're competent too. And they actually are willing to do this job for not that much pay. Because I pay usually my media buyers like $40 to $50 a month per ad account that they manage, right? So they manage 2 ad accounts, they make $100 a month. But it's very, very simple once you show them how to, right? You can literally record a Loom, making a campaign and the creatives, and also Loom you using the tracking sheet, which I'll actually go over here. It's very, very simple to use. There's a lot more things you can even use in this tracking sheet that are amazing, but it's so, so simple. Actually, I'll click on it right now. So you guys can see here, very, 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 very simple. And this tracking sheet is crazy too. But you can literally just see who's in the green light, yellow light, red light, just based on their CPL. The person will literally just put their business name, total days that you've been managing them, and what phase they're in with the campaign, you know? Very, very cool. It'll even show you business name, time right now, client information for each business that you're running, service delivery checklist. If you want to even create more things in here, it's super simple. Client ad spend, and that's if you're using your own card for the client. Facebook client information. Because some people do straight just use their own like Amex for their client ads and then just bill their clients, which is smart because obviously the points are fucking stupid. It's literal cheat code right there. But yeah, no, this entire sheet is cracked. Once you guys get someone on this and you actually just show them how to use it, it is so simple to use. It's ridiculous. And obviously it's very simple. Red light, above $10. Yellow light, $5. Green light, under $5. That's literally it, right? Obviously, your guys' metrics are a little different, right? My average CPL for my agency, for my niche, is under $5. And that's a great CPL, right? Yours might be under $50, under $30 for the niche that you're in, right? For me personally, it's under $5. That means they're doing good. Above $5, they're doing all right. I need to go check on something. But they're still profitable, for sure. Above $10, they're getting fucked. That's way too high of a cost per lead, especially with the guys that I'm working with. And that means maybe like 1 lead a day, right? Because some of the dudes that I'm working with are only spending around like, what, $15 a day, $20 a day on their ads. So nothing crazy. So yeah, very simple tracking sheet. And let's go back to the Miro. So like I said, good quality VA, get a photo of their ID, get them to sign the contract that'll link in the description. So the contract I'm actually going to be giving you guys as well literally says that like they can't fuck with you or else they'll get fined $100K. They can't do anything crazy with the ad account. They can't steal your client's credit card, anything weird. And they'll read that in the contract too. And if you are hiring someone and they look at the contract and they see that and they're like, I don't know about moving forward with this, don't hire them. It's a red flag. It's a really big red flag. But yeah, once you guys get your first 5 clients, completely systematize this entire thing. Because once you have a good quality VA that's able just to build the campaign, build out the ad, and then also just manage the ads, then you could probably handle a lot more clients, right? Let's just say you get 5 clients and they're doing all well, but you all want them managed. You get all 5 of them, $50 a month to a media buyer. You give them all to a media buyer. You pay them $50 a month to manage all 5 of them. Let's just say all 5 of them are paying you $2K a month. You're making $10K per month. You got to pay the media buyer like what? $250 a month to keep that running. And now you're pretty much freed up for just sales calls because hopefully you have the whole appointment setting and show up rate stuff completely automated. And then you can definitely take on another 5 clients, another 10, another 20. Let's just say you rack up 30 clients yourself. You're working like a slave every single day, managing them, texting them. Hire a good quality VA to take care of all 30. You start paying them out really well, $1,500 a month. That's crazy. Even if you paid them $100 a month, that's so worth it, right? Per client that you manage, especially if it's on a recurring basis, it's amazing. So yeah, that is basically the second person you actually want to delegate. And the third one to delegate is sales. Now, this is actually one of the most difficult ones to delegate for, in my opinion. It's pretty easy to get service delivery delegated as long as you're not retarded, right? If you're retarded, this is not going to happen. If you're scared of giving away your service delivery, this is not going to happen, right? If you're scared of taking risks and handing one of your clients' ad campaigns to someone else because you don't know 100% if it's going to work, you're going to be cooked, all right? The biggest thing that I've learned in this whole entire business game is sometimes you just need to let go. And it's scary to do that. It's scary to give majority of your sales calls to a sales rep that you really hope is good, right? Obviously, you got to make sure they're good beforehand, but you never know until you do it, right? And sometimes you just got to do it. That's the best fucking way to go about anything, right? You're never going to know if the media buyer is going to handle your clients if you don't ever give them any clients to handle, So yeah, third one to delegate, sales, hardest one in my opinion to actually delegate for. I actually ended up hiring my own clients to be sales reps for me. Now, I got some younger guys that are clients of mine and they love detailing, but they also wanting to make money online. So I'm like, yo, take some calls from me. You guys have amazing results for my system and you guys can showcase the entire system and try to sell it. And I will pay you a good commission. So also, I'm going to talk about pay real quick as well for these dudes. Appointment setters, you want $250 per appointment they set for you that you close on. All commission, no base pay, unless for the bonuses, all right? Obviously, if you want to just do base pay, you can, but that's how I structured mine. Show up rate bonuses, sales, right? This is also something you guys can do. If you guys have a really cracked appointment setter, he's going crazy and he wants to make more and more money, tell him, look, I'll hire you as a closer. Every appointment that you set yourself and that you close on, I will give you 15 to 20% commission. Because think about it like this. If they set their own appointment and they close on that own appointment, that's free money from the sky that just comes to you. And all you got to do is service the client and you give them a 20%. That's such a good deal. And that's going to really push these guys to close a lot more. Obviously, with just a regular sales rep who's not setting and closing his own appointments, you can start him at 10% commission and then up it to 15 if he gets really good. But you should definitely reward the guys who are setting and closing their own appointments if they're doing that. But I ended up just hiring my own clients because I was like, shit, where do I even look? I tried hiring other people and they just weren't that good. And my own clients actually were fucking smoking these dudes. So it was good. But obviously there are agencies you can go to that provide high ticket sales reps. You can, like I said, ask your clients. I would honestly possibly just go for other agencies, especially if you're working in roofing, you're working with a bunch of old guys, right? Maybe a couple young dudes who would love to do high ticket sales for you. But in my opinion, it is really good just to go to maybe I know Luke Alexander, I think that's his name. I may have just cooked it. He has a whole thing for finding closers. I've heard it's good. I haven't tried it personally, so if you guys get burned or something, I have nothing to say here. But I have a good feeling about that guy, so I think that he actually is doing something amazing over there with that. And then I have another guy. I'm not sure if he's setting sales reps into companies, into agencies specifically. I know he's doing something with it. His name is Nabil. I'll actually talk to him about this before I even plug him or anything like that. If you guys need sales reps, I can maybe help you out with that. But besides that, you also could just hit up any other agency and you'll be able to find sales reps. But you need to basically train them on every single step of the way. So obviously, like I've talked about before, the intro of the call, the qualification process, talking about their current situation and their desired situation, the pitch, and the close. You need to go through everything with these closers, and I would even hop on sales calls with them, right? And basically have the dynamic be like, this is my business partner. He's on the call with me. He's actually a detailer. He's one of my good friends. I helped him scale, or a roofer or a landscaper, just something along the lines of that to get everything started, right? But this is how you guys make fuck you money from the sky and don't have to work anymore. If you do this, if you delegate, you can literally make money from the sky and not work. Now, obviously, that's not the goal. We always want to be fucking working. We always want to be moving, right? But this is going to make it so you're not a slave, right? You don't want to be working like how you were at McDonald's working every day, all day, just for some extra pay, just for 10K a month. You want to be hitting 50K a month easily, and every month you're growing month after month after month, and it's getting easier and easier and easier, right? Obviously, shit's going to get hard sometimes, but it's only going to be hard if you view it hard, or if you view it as being hard. But yeah, that is basically how to delegate, how to actually set up your agency for success and for basically just being almost fully automated. The only thing you would have to remove yourself from eventually is taking calls with setters and closers. Because remember, once service delivery is set, and every time you get a new client, they're automatically onboarded, and then VA just makes the campaign because they're notified with all their info. Once that's done, then these two are done. Right? Appointment setting and show up rate, and you have a closer, right? This is ripping 10 meetings a day. Your closer's taking 10, right? And he's closing at a really good rate. He's closing at the same percentage you were. You have a guy in service delivery. He's onboarding the guys. He's possibly onboarding them. You could onboard them. I think that's really good. Always just be the guy who onboards, because it establishes a really good connection with your clients and the company. But you could also just outsource that. Guy onboards them. This guy makes the ads, creatives, launches the campaign, and all you do every week is have to check this spreadsheet, make sure everyone's doing good, and hop on a call with this guy maybe like once every 2-3 days, an hour every week. Then it's just looking at the numbers and seeing what you need to improve. That's literally it. Oh, we're hitting a bottleneck this month. Why is that? Do we need to just push down on more volume, or is the back end starting to crack? Okay, well, we have clients that aren't getting the best results. Let's check this out. Let's fix this issue. Go in, fix the issue, fix service delivery, make sure it doesn't happen again, push down on acquisition more. You have this entire fucking cycle. It's going perfectly, right? The best thing you always want to do is every time you're acquiring people, you're putting money into this sector of the business to improve this sector of the business. So then when you get more people, they stay longer, make more money, business is growing every single month. That's going to conclude this entire video on how to delegate, how to hire, anything. Any questions, you want something added to this, you want me to make a tutorial on anything specific on this, let me know. I got you guys. But besides that, I will see you guys in the next video, and yeah. Boom. Okay, now that we're done talking about automating outreach, let's go on to the next section, sales. So yeah, in regards to sales, because this section is fairly important, we're going to be breaking down everything, okay? I'm even going to be giving you guys a sales call recording. It's fairly simple. I want you guys to watch the whole thing through, okay? And understand my frame, especially with working with these contractors, okay? And these auto detailers. It's actually fairly similar as long as you are basically explaining everything properly and actually walking them through a frame. And you actually understand how these people think, speak, and also you really understand their vocabulary as well. I don't even think a lot of you guys even really understand that. Like, doing niche research is actually extremely important. If you guys can understand all those things, the deal will be closed, okay? But the most important thing that you guys really got to understand is how to make this prospect feel understood and how to diagnose the problem correctly as well. Let's get right into the sales section. So for most agency owners, genuinely, this part is the most difficult. Look, I was talking about like obviously doing the volume, getting people on your calendar. Once you have that rhythm, this part is usually the thing that is like the last leg. You know what I mean? The last thing you just got to crack. And once you crack this, it's over. You can scale. You have the numbers in front of you. All you need to do is increase them. And how do we increase the numbers? We need to increase the volume, okay? Now, even though a lot of people think that this last leg of the agency is like fairly difficult, in my opinion, especially for me and how I even scaled my company, it was fairly easy. You guys will see this on the sales call. It was fairly fucking easy, like no joke. So when it comes down to it, remember, if these guys watch the VSL and you've structured the, show up rate sequence correctly, they're pre-sold. Basically, at the end of the day, if they actually watch through the full thing, you follow up with them, They understand what they're kind of getting into and they're okay with it. They're basically pre-sold. We basically do have two options here, like in regards to actively closing the deal. The first one is a one call close, which I'd say 90% of your calls should be. And then the second is going to be a two call close, which is a lot rare, but if it has to happen, it has to happen. Okay. And it's going to happen sometimes. Okay. Now, at the end of the day, we always are trying to go for a one call close. That's why I'm actually going to show you guys a full sales call of me closing a guy in one call for $4,500 in full. Yeah, in full. So when it comes down to it, like I said, most agency owners are a complete fucking mess on this part, right? They don't understand how to diagnose a problem correctly and make their client feel understood. And most people, they're so focused on like the money aspect of everything, when it's like you need to be presenting this in a way where the prospect is almost selling themselves into the idea. And you're just providing so much value in regards to the insight that you're giving that you're not focusing your intention on receiving the money, right? And something I always like to think about is this principle. Because when you let go of the intention to receive and replace it with the intention to give, you will receive the very thing you let go of, okay? When you let go of the intention to take the fucking money from them and you focus on the intention to give and to diagnose their problem correctly and to make them feel understood and allow them to basically sell themselves into the program, you will receive the very thing you let go of, which was value, right? Which was you focusing on them and their diagnosis. And guess what? When you provide value to someone, when you solve a problem in their mind, that is value. And you know what you will receive in return? A different form of value, aka the cash. Okay? And I'm telling you guys, if you guys are selling a rev share deal, this should be fucking stupidly easy. Okay? And like I said, you guys shouldn't be starting off with like a 3K, 4K PIF immediately. Just $500 rev share, get them in. And then, you know, you can easily get someone in for like, you know, 2 to 3K right after that, after you sign like maybe the first 2 or 3 clients on a rev share split. Now, when it comes down to it, I typically always aim for a PIF now because I have the social proof, right? And you never want to make like a custom offer for everybody. Like in my true opinion, that is not the way you need to actively be going. So yeah, but I'm going to break down the frame. It's fairly simple. And you know what's really, really, really cool is I got to give credit where it's due. All right. Like I said, I've never paid for any sort of info that has helped me ever. But I have found info that has helped me. And I'm going to give credit where it's due. Alex Ramosi talks about the closer framework. You are clarifying why they're there in the intro. You are labeling them or finding their problem, right, in the discovery, okay? Then you are going to overview their past pain in the discovery, right? Current situation, past methods of acquisition, how it failed, maybe how it maybe worked for a little bit and then kind of fizzled out, right? What is their desired outcome? What is their motivation? How committed are they, right? These are all things you need to find in the discovery. But the biggest thing you really do need to do is overview their past pain, CLO, right? And then you are going to pitch / pre-pitch, right? Selling the vacation and not the plane ticket, not the plane flight, not the shitty airport. You're selling Hawaii, okay? And then E is going to be objection handling, okay? It's going to actively tie into objection handling because you are explaining away their concerns, because you are literally explaining away their concerns, right? Then we can go into pricing and logistics. And then a very interesting thing, and this is a little hack I'm going to tell you guys. When you say the price, you don't want to say the breakdown of the price. You don't want to say the financing options of the price. You want to say the full price of what it is, okay? And then you need to shut the fuck up. You are going to say the price and you are going to shut the fuck up and you are going to sit there and you are going to let them lament in that price. You are going to let them sit and contemplate and think. It does not matter how long the awkward silence is. Sometimes it can be 1, 2, even 3 minutes long of you just sitting there after announcing the price. And that's it, okay? Then you can wait for maybe another objection to potentially pop up. But if you've done everything else in the call perfectly, they're going to just pay. And you're going to see that here with a guy who pays me $4,500 on the first fucking call, okay, of me ever speaking to him whatsoever. Hell yeah, man. And so where also are you located as well, like doing detailing?
In Alabama, Auburn.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, yeah. So we're not working with anybody over there. That's actually perfect.
That's
We
even
only work
better.
with one person per location. We have like just, it's honestly just morals too. It's like, that'd be kind of fucked if we had like two people working in the same area, you know?
You're in the same area.
Yeah. So also, do you provide ceramic coatings as well?
Yeah, I actually did one.
Today?
No, 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay. And what type of coatings do you offer as well?
It was I did an Adams graphene coating on that one,
Okay, perfect. And is it like a 5 year,
and I'm trying to get
10 year?
that's a 9+ year.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah, it
And
lasts forever.
how much do you charge for that as well?
That was 750,
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah.
but it was a
Um,
friend, so he bought the products and everything, and then I charged him like $300, whatever,
yeah, no. Okay, that's perfect.
for the
And
just for labor. But
how much would you just charge like an average customer for a 9? Because a 9 year, that's like a good, that's a
that's
high
a really good
tier
coating.
coating. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best coating you can get. Yeah, for a whole truck, 800, I think is fair because I'm still starting out and learning. Or I've done 3 vehicles already, so
Yeah. Okay. Do you
and they've
do you
all
feel
came
like
out
very
perfectly.
confident like in your coding process as well?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Bro, I definitely think you could charge like 1500 right off
I,
of the
I
rip.
definitely could do. I can definitely try more, but it's just hard to get like trying to get like clients to pay that much.
Well, I mean that's our job, you know. So
Yeah,
yeah, we
right.
would
Actually,
yeah we would basically want to get only high quality guys for you. We do zip code targeting as well, just to target the
yeah, it's
wealthy
even better.
areas. You would also in the onboarding form just put any zip codes you don't want us to target, and we will exclude those because everyone has shitty locations
Be in the
everywhere. So
area.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
makes sense.
kind of like that. But besides that, is this kind of like a full time thing for you as well?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Well, I'm right now part time school and then just seeing what I can do after.
Okay,
But I'll be done with school soon, so I'll be done December. So next year is a fresh start.
yeah.
Try to do whatever I want.
I mean, we got guys that are literally doing school and detailing at the same time. Like we have a
Yeah,
literal
exactly. So
kid
that's
in
what I'm
high
probably gonna do
school.
is like college,
Yeah.
college. Well, I start college soon maybe. So I think it's like I might do like I think it's 2 or 3 times a week, and then 4 days I'm open. Four or
Okay.
5 days I'm open, do whatever. So
Okay.
that'll
And
work out even better.
like, what is kind of your plan like a year down the road? Do you want to be doing college, or if you could do detailing full time, would you do that as well?
Detailing full time, 100%,
Yeah.
because I just like it so much. I just find it more interesting. College is just like to
Yeah.
have something just in case, right?
And how much per month would you have to be making to just drop out?
To drop. Well, I only have 9 weeks left of school, so I don't
Yeah.
think that's realistic.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Well,
Like,
it's like 8 weeks now, so it's really just 2 more months and I'm done. So I might as well finish the whole run.
yeah. Oh, and then you're like graduated. You're like done. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm done.
Oh hell yeah. What degree did you get, bro?
Oh no, I'm in high school.
Oh shit, dude, my bad.
Yeah,
You
no,
look
high
way
school.
older than in high school. Damn.
No, just I finished high school in December and then start college maybe
Okay.
in January, February.
Okay. So how much would you have to make to not go to college? That's a better question.
Dude, 100 grand a year, and I'm to start with at least.
Bro,
That's like that's like 9K a month. That's not even that much. That's definitely achievable.
dude, you're gonna love our program. I'm gonna show you every single because we got a couple 18-year-olds. We have an 18-year-old in here who made 22K last month. His name is Vincent Caruso. You can look him up on
Oh yeah,
Instagram as well.
I saw your videos and shit on there. It was crazy.
Dude, no, Vincent is a fucking G. We're actually gonna have him as a coach as well in the program. So he'll
That's
be hopping
crazy.
on
Yeah.
calls with everybody starting this Saturday, I believe. We're still just trying to
Oh
get
wow.
everybody into our school community, which we're also starting for everyone as well.
Yeah, that's
But
crazy.
he's gonna be like doing coaching for everybody because he actually has employees, knows all the top products, knows how to actually build like an organic Instagram funnel as well and TikTok
Hmm.
funnel, which is really good. But besides that, I'm just gonna share everything with you. Um, Also, bro, I have so much confidence in this. You could call our clients. You could just
Yeah.
straight call them. They'll everyone is making more than 15K per month, so that's a positive. But I'm gonna actually show you some ads right now as well. I'm already on Aesthetics account, so I'll just show you this guy. This dude, we just launched his ads last month. We got him 197 Facebook leads. Yeah.
197.
197 ceramic coating leads. Actually, he converted some of these
That's
into PPF
insane.
jobs as well, like 4K, 3K PPF jobs, which is insane,
Oh wow, no, I've never done PPF, but I have a guy that does it for me in my
bro. I mean,
tent.
if you can sell someone for it, I mean, you could definitely collect some cash
And
as well.
I know he's willing to like definitely help me too to
Oh, bro, hell yeah.
learn the PPF would be badass because you need to do like a paint correction before you do PPF most times too.
Yeah, no,
Because if not, it'll enhance your swirls too.
that's
Like
what.
it'll like almost magnify it
Damn.
to
Yeah, no,
make it happen.
that is cooked, bro. But yeah, no, we literally started with a budget $7.50 per day. That's actually what we do for every single client we start with, which is insane. $1.97 or 93 per lead, which is even crazier. $380 spent. He literally told us to turn off the campaign because he can't
Wow.
handle the volume. And this is Annette. He owns Aesthetic Auto EC in Quebec, Canada.
Oh yeah, I
And
saw that. I saw that on. Oh, I just visited that too.
oh, you saw
Quebec.
the video?
I visited that place 2 months ago, or not
Oh,
3 weeks ago.
dude, damn, fuck yeah, dude. I'm actually, you know what's crazy? I'm in Dubai right now, traveling right now.
What the hell?
Yeah, no, it's literally like 3 a.m. currently. Like, I don't know if you can see. I mean, the windows are so cooked, bro. Like, they need to clean
I
them.
know. Yeah, it's pitch black up there.
Oh yeah, no, it's yeah, but no, yeah, I'm out here right now, just traveling with my business partner. We're just doing some work out here. We're actually gonna. So that Vincent Caruso guy, you know what's crazy? We literally booked an Airbnb in Dubai with him for next year, and we're actually gonna fly him out here, and we're gonna have like a
Next
client
year?
interview. Yeah, in I believe February of next year because he just wants to get the
Wow, that's
detailing
badass.
fully automated. Like, um, we have another client who is basically fully automated his detailing business. His name is Pristine Automotive. He's in Hawaii. He's
hmm
actually our top client. That guy does 70,000 a month currently. Um,
Holy hell,
yeah,
that's a
insane, bro.
different level.
Cook,
That's
bro.
crazy.
He does PPF and vinyl wraps though as well. So it's not like we're just
That's
like running
expensive. Yeah, high ticket prices.
ceramic coating ads. But I'll even show you like Josh and John Hampton. First month of us working together. Also, we're working with around 33 dudes, by the way, currently.
Oh wow.
But yeah, I'll show you Josh and John Hampton. First month we worked with him, and this was in a low population area, Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'll actually show you this because this is crazy, and they're also both 18 as well. They're just two brothers. I actually like they signed on to the program in person. I met them actually in person when I was there, which is even
That's
crazier.
cool.
But 1 second, just waiting for this to load. But basically, it kind of goes like this. So someone will see the ad. I'll actually show you the ad that we're running for them to get them that much
Yeah.
volume as well. They click on Get Quote, and then they'd just be redirected to this software. So while that's loading, I'll just show you the software. So basically, when someone submits their info, it's going to shoot them this text. So it'll be like, hey, Mike, this is Vincent with Caruso's Mobile Detailing. Just saw you applied for our promotional ceramic coating special. When would be the best time to call you? And then you would actually get a text as well saying you have a new lead, call them right now. And you can also, if you want to make any changes to these automations, we have them right here in the automations tab. So you can literally just click
You
on
can
there.
just
Yeah. And I don't know, are you familiar with Go High Level by any chance?
no, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so basically it's like a CRM for local businesses. We've just catered ours from like car detailing guys. So ours comes
hmm
with these snapshots, also a website template, just a bunch of crazy stuff as well. But here's kind of the automation that we do. It's a Facebook form submitted, shoots you a text with their name, their email, their phone number, and also their make and model of their vehicle right there, all the
hmm
contact information, and then just shoots them the text as well. So that is actually perfect. So all you have to do is once you get this inbound lead is just call them up and book them in immediately. I would honestly try to call them up within the first 10 minutes of the lead coming through because then they're just super warm. But even to help you out with booking these people in, we also have sales resources as well that this one our top client actually made. Pristine Automotive helped us make this, and this is an objection handling vault because that guy is a sales demon. Like he's just insane, bro.
Yeah.
He can literally. I've heard this guy on the phone. Like you can just tell. You know what I mean with certain people, like just their sales
hmm
ability is just crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
But this guy helped us make this objection handling sheet. It has all bunch of rebuttals for objections that most people get. Like, can have some time to think about it. I've had a bad experience with the detailer code. I want to talk to other people
Oh
first.
yeah, that's like a whole cheat code of like how to respond perfectly. Wow, that's
Yeah,
amazing.
bro, it's insane. So we have that. We have a pricing like a pro document, which talks about the psychology of price and business. We'd always just recommend it for people to read through. We actually made this as well. And then on top of that, we also have a sales framework. It is the closer framework, if you've heard of that, but we just curated it more for car detailers, and it works like a charm. We actually have a couple clients using this as well. But mostly everyone uses this Vault because it's just cracked. Like, you can just read the Vault on the phone.
Yeah, literally.
To them.
Yeah, that's badass.
So, yeah, no, it's insane. So, also with the software, this comes with a mobile app as well you would download, and you can see all of your leads. You can text them all from the mobile app, and you can even select all of them, shoot them all a Google review request whenever you want as well. And you can also log into Instagram and Facebook through this app and reply to people through there as well. So you can basically reply to people all through this.
All in one app. Yeah, that's
all
cool.
in one app. So, yeah. There's a sites tab where it's integrated with WordPress, so you can build websites, build funnels if you want to, or if you ever want to make like an inbound Instagram funnel, you totally can as well. A reputation tab is where you can just change up the review script that shoots out to people, the Google review script as well. And the reportings tab, you can just see all of your analytics for your ads just without having to go into the the Meta suite. But I'll actually show you. First month we worked with these dudes was July 1st to the 31st.
Yeah.
We got them 100 and I believe it was 103 or 107 leads. It's just loading real quick. I'll also show you the ad as well. And this isn't 103 leads. Cost per lead was $2.73. We didn't run it at $17.50 a day. We actually ran it at $15 a day. So we just upped that. But yeah, it used to be running at $15 a day. They spent a total of $281 a month. So yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, and they got 103.
Yeah, which is insane.
Literally a single lead pays itself.
No, literally, like if you just close one lead for like 1,500, you're chilling.
You pay, yeah.
You're literally chilling. So I'm gonna actually share my screen real quick in a smaller tab just so I can actually show you the ad itself. But also, these are not just Facebook; they're Facebook and Instagram ads. So we connected to your Instagram account as well, so you'd be able to show up on Instagram stories, Instagram feeds. We do all the targeting and everything. We take care of the creative. We actually made them this creative specifically because they didn't actually have any content to share with us. So this is all content that we actually just made for them. So.
Oh wow.
Just 1 second. I'm just gonna wait for it to load. Computer's geeking out. Dubai Wi-Fi is not the best. 1 second.
Yeah, mine neither.
Yeah, I don't know. This Airbnb Wi-Fi has been like mid the whole time, but that's fine. I usually just work in like cafes or hookah lounges down here.
Yeah.
Dude, I would 100% recommend coming here as well. It's so nice. Like
Dubai.
Dude, yeah, the wealth is insane. Like I'll just go out and just see Rolls Royces everywhere, and Lambos.
Yeah,
everywhere.
and what's more valuable is the damn the tag, the plate on the car than the car itself.
Yeah, I saw an SVJ with the license plate of 22.
Yeah, and that's like millions of dollars. And then like a single digit is like tens of millions.
Oh yeah, no. I saw a guy today with a Richard Mille on as well. Like just crazy.
That's crazy. That's just different level of like
wealth, bro.
Life almost.
Yeah, no, it's insane. If it doesn't load, I actually might just pull up another ad that we had loaded in for Niagara Details as well.
And actually, I'm actually trying to get verified with Suncoat too. Suncoat USA, something like that. It's like another ceramic coating company.
Oh damn, I have not heard of them. Suncoat.
Yeah, they're pretty badass. They're pretty legit. It's like a 10-year coating.
Oh damn. Okay, yeah, that's actually fucking.
Yeah, 10-year coating, and you can do like a yearly maintenance on it. It does like a top coat. It'll last like even longer than that.
The lifetime coating from System X.
System X. Oh, you have to get approved for that. Like that's hard to get though, isn't it?
I believe so. Our top client, that Pristine Automotive guy, just sells that shit like crazy. He also sells it for $3,500, which is insane.
Yeah, that's
like crazy amounts. But
that's the level I want to get to.
Yeah, no,
like that.
And you'll get to there. It's just, I honestly think that like when you charge more money for something, people like associate it with a lot more value and also just care for it a lot more as well. It's like Louis Vuitton,
right?
It's just a price discrepancy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm gonna try to show you this ad. Hopefully, it doesn't lag out all crazy. but it should load. If not, I'll just show you another one.
It's
we're cooking up.
us Hampton Auto Detailing. If you are living in Albuquerque or
Is it lagging out?
any of the surrounding areas like
Little bit,
High
but-
Desert or Rio Rancho, you've been living under a rock if you haven't heard of us.
Yeah, I might just download this ad and just show people because I was just
Take
That's
your car
funny.
back to its showroom state with
It's the
24
same,
hours.
like,
We'll spill our
TikTok sound
magic
everywhere.
Yeah, that TikTok sound.
Yeah, the dude talking.
and protect your car with our ceramic coating package. We've proved again and again.
So basically, that voice is an 11 Labs voice, but all the editing, we actually have an in-house editor that does all the editing.
And again, that you don't need to spend a crazy
99?
amount to get
Isn't that,
crazy
like, way too
results.
cheap?
Just the right
So that's for a 1-year coding that he has. So he has the 1-year coding on the ad.
Oh, yeah.
He just upsells them with a 5-year. But I can show you other ads as well that we've also split tested that get the same amount of leads that just say call now for a free quote. And also, if you don't want that voice on the ad, you can also just use your own voice. That's what Vincent Caruso is doing right now. And he's actually getting a decent cost per lead with his voice. I think he's getting like a $3 to $4 cost per lead. And it's the same script just with his voice. So we just send you that. It just be
The
like,
script and you read it yourself.
yeah, basically. But yeah, no, I can even show you another ad as well that does not have the $2.99. That got some insane metrics as well. But by the way, do you have any questions for me right now?
Not so far. Just I do have a question. How does it work? Like how will I get into it? Like with you and that whatever.
So basically, onboarding is so easy, bro. Like, we just hop on a call just like this. We'd honestly want to probably onboard you either tonight, if that works, or tomorrow as well. And you would just hop on a call with us.
Whatever's earlier. The earlier the better, honestly.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we would just hop on a call. You would share your screen on your Facebook account. You would go into your settings, and then you just send us admin access to your ad account and your Facebook account.
Oh yeah.
And then we just set up the campaign. Then we'll shoot you a onboarding form on WhatsApp. I have everyone, as you can see, on WhatsApp. Every single.
Yeah, I mean my whole Hispanic family uses WhatsApp. That's all they use.
Yeah, no. So we got like every single client on WhatsApp. Vincent, Redline, let me see here. OptiShine Detailing, GR Mobile Detailing, Sam's Auto, Hampton Auto Detailing, Crocs Mobile Detailing, Agent Frogs Detailing, Stratton Auto Detailing. I could just keep going. There's just so many details. Fine Finish, Clear Coat, Algos, just everyone. But basically, yeah, we just send you an onboarding form. You would just fill it out, and then after that, you would just, the actual sub account, like in Go High Level, will just automatically be created for you, and then we just shoot you a login. It's like that easy. So.
Dude, that's crazy. I'm down to do it.
Bet, bro, bet. Besides that, do you have any questions about like possibly pricing, anything of that sort? Guarantee?
Yeah, how do you get paid and how do I get paid?
Yeah, no, of course. So basically, I mean, you're gonna get just paid just by just calling up those people, booking them in, and just doing the job.
Yeah, exactly.
And then what's it called? So for us, we actually don't do things on a month-to-month basis. It's just a one-time setup fee. And that one-time setup fee is actually different off the call than it is on the call, just because every single guy I just showcased to you actually paid on the call. They just jumped in, took action, and we just really value that as well. So I like to give like a crazy discount just because, you know, these guys just fucking send
Yeah, it makes more sense.
And yeah, we also just want to hit the ground running as well, like get everything set up either tonight or tomorrow. So the price on average is usually $6K for the 90-day period of working with us. But we like to get that discount, take like $1,500 off the price, just make it $4,500 right now for the next 90 days. And that does come with a guarantee that I can show you on contract that you would sign, I would sign, that says you have to get 15 ceramic coatings in those 90 days, or we have to give you a full refund on that $4,500. And then on top of that, we'd actually have to send you $1,500. It literally says we have to send you $1,500 in either like a Wire, Zelle, it's Cash App if you want me to put that in there, any sort of way.
15
$1,500 we would have to actually give you if we don't get you 15 ceramic coatings and a full refund.
and no money back.
So I'm losing money if you don't win. So
Man, that's a lot though. Holy shit.
yeah. I mean, yeah, no, it is a lot of cash, but it also like it really pushes all of our clients. Like every time a lead comes in, they're just like calling them up, booking them in, calling them up, booking them in.
Yeah, because they want to make the money back, of course.
Yeah, and also for me to even learn how to do all of this, bro, I paid my mentor $9K up front.
Yeah.
Fucking cooked me, bro. But I paid him that much up front. He literally taught me how to run ads, how to have like a bunch of systems going to actually like, you know, attract clients and how to actually build a program that is worth building, you know, not actually just like set up a campaign and just let it run, like actually optimize a campaign, actually make, you know, video creatives. He even like connected me with my video editor as well. So sick dude, but yeah.
Well, I can do it though. I know I can, but damn.
Yeah.
I might as well do it, right? I mean, it's just sitting there in the bank, not doing anything.
I mean, fuck it, bro. Why not? Let's just send it. Would you be down to get onboarded tonight as well?
Let's see what time it is. 6:20. How long did that take?
30 minutes, max.
I had the Sunco thing in at 7 o'clock.
Damn. Okay, we could
So
probably
in
do it
40
tomorrow.
minutes.
Or like later after that as well.
Or can we start now? I think we got time. If anything, I just cancel the call.
Bro.
That's the coding is whatever.
Just be like, my grandpa, like, you know, fell down the stairs. I gotta, like, you know.
Yeah, let's
move
just
forward.
start, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you're down, let's do it. I'll send you the payment link right now. I'm gonna stay on the call with you, and then what's it called? Keenan's probably just gonna hop in this chair with me, and you can just share your screen for your Facebook account. Also, are you on your computer as well? Bet. And then also, what's a good number to text you on WhatsApp as well? I'm gonna add you to a group chat.
Got you 678. Got you 678.
Yo, I just shot you a text. Gonna make the contact right now. Boom.
Yeah, I got it. Let me try to sign into Facebook too, real quick.
Perfect. I'm gonna add you to a group chat right now. Let me know if you got that text as well.
Yeah, I got both.
What's your official company name as well?
I got it. I'll text it to you. TFT or the final touch.
Perfect. I'm gonna just sent you the payment link.
Yeah, the final touch.
And then I'm also just gonna send you also all of those resources right now as well into that group chat. Just give me 1 second.
But don't I have to sign something before I pay?
Yeah, if you want, you could totally do that as well. I can send you the.
Yeah, I'd rather sign before.
No, of course. Let me send you.
It's just smarter.
As well. Let me send
I'm
you.
gonna transfer money from the bank too.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm gonna send you all these resources real quick, just while you're doing that. Copy paste all the resources, drop them in here. PandaDoc just loaded up, so I'm just getting that contract uploaded. Send it to your email. Let me know if you got that contract.
Got it. And then go back to the link. Why is it on WhatsApp and not?
Oh, the payment link?
Mm-hmm.
I can send it via email if you want as well.
No, this is fine.
All good, yeah. Sometimes Apple Pay likes to bug out with Stripe, but recently it's been working. So just let me know if you.
I'm just gonna put my account. Let's just do Apple Pay.
I mean, either way works. We just seen it like kind of bug out sometimes, but yeah.
Nope, it worked.
Oh,
It worked.
okay. Let me just check that on my end, and then Keenan is gonna hop on.
Cool. Let's see. Oh, it said declined.
Oh,
Might have been too much. No, I think it's fraud. That's why.
oh yeah, you're probably just gonna get one of those texts here in a second. Then, if it's like Chase,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, I recognize it. I have to try in a minute again.
All good.
No. All right, been about a minute now. I'm just impatient.
No, you're good. Yeah, I did the same thing. I was buying my girl some like crazy ass shoes, bro. Chase declined, and I just like kept like swiping.
That worked.
Shit. Okay, bet. Let me see.
Yep.
Just checking Stripe. Okay, succeeded. Let me just check. Boom. Yes, it came through. Alrighty, bro. Let's get you onboarded right now. Here is Kanan. This is my guy. Or do you want me to just put the computer over? And then after you close, there's one more part to the closer framework that a lot of people overlook. And it actually can bite them in the ass if they forget about it. And it's reinforcing the decision. Okay? After someone pays you a couple grand or even $500, right? A lot of the time they're a little bit nervous. Maybe they've never done this before. Maybe they have and they got fucked over in the past. You want to reinforce their decision. You want to make them feel comfortable. Something I like to do in regards to it is literally onboard them on that call if need be, right? If you can onboard them on that call and you can make sure that they feel like, okay, this guy's actually taking care of me and he actually cares about me and my situation. He's not just going to hop off this call and run away with my money. It's like going to reinforce the decision a lot more. Now, obviously, if you can't onboard them directly right then and there on that call, that's completely fine, but you still need to figure out a way to reinforce the decision. May that be a very nice text after the call. May that be, a free little PDF on how to, maybe improve their sales frame. It could be anything that you could give them that would provide them a little bit extra value in regards to reinforcing the decision. What I did with a lot of my detailers is I gave them a full-blown script in regards to how they're actively supposed to be speaking to the leads that I generate for them. And I also gave them a full-blown objection handling script just in case, they got a little pushback from some of the people that they were trying to book in, because it's going to happen once in a while, right? And especially for the detailing market, these guys really loved that. And it really reinforced the decision after I actively got them to jump in. So also guys, I'm just going to jump in here real quick as we're going through the sales section because I want to include something extra for you. Now, this is a video from my high ticket community on how to actively handle objections in regards to working with local service-based business owners. Because guess what? This type of sales is a lot different than the majority of sales that you guys kind of see online. Okay, I'm telling you guys this. So I'm going to be including this video in for you guys here. This is something that I've never shared online except for, obviously with the people that are working with me either in person or online. So I'm going to drop this here in this video. And yeah, I hope you guys derive a good amount of value from it. So yeah. What's good, boys? So in this video, I'm basically going to be going over the objection handling rebuttal vault. So I know a lot of you guys are getting, some pretty weird objections currently. So yeah, basically I'll be kind of showing you how to handle every single one of these objections and how to understand that the only reason they're not fucking paying you is because of trust and price, right? And I'm going to say this right now to everyone that is in this community. Every single person, right, who's watching this, you guys should all be fucking taking deposits no matter what it is, right? No matter what their fucking excuse is. I don't have my card on me. You guys can use Zelle. You guys could use Cash App. You guys could use Apple Pay. And just say, look, it's a simple $50 refundable deposit just to see if you actually want to do this. Because I have guys say that all the time, and then they never, ever talk to me again. So that's why I just got to ask you for a $50 refundable deposit. If not, I completely understand, bro, but it does show that you aren't seriously committed about doing this. And then you just sit in silence and wait and see what they say. Be very direct with these guys as well when you're handling these objections. And yeah, that's basically it. So I'm going to be kind of reading through these in a little bit. So let's just start at the top. So basically, I'm going to tell you this right now. With all of these objections, right here, you guys need to reword these into your own words, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is I need to talk to my wife/business partner about this. Always, this is a lie. I guarantee that they really don't have a wife or business partner. And if they do have a wife that they do need to speak to beforehand, then my God, they're a little bitch made. But that's all I'm going to say. If they genuinely do have a wife or a business partner that they need to talk to before making that decision of putting down that much cash, literally just say, I need a deposit. And that we can schedule a call later this week. It's very simple. Just ask for a deposit and be like, I totally understand. You got to talk to your wife about this. You got to talk to your business partner about this. And look, if I was making this decision as well, I wouldn't, want to do that without talking to my guy as well. But I do have to have some sort of commitment from you to even see if you are serious about doing this. Because I have a lot of guys say that and they hop off and they never speak to me again, you know? And also, you guys can see the tonality that I'm having here. It's kind of like I'm joking about, you know? I don't really give a fuck, you know? And that's the type of tonality you want to have, right? You don't want to... Some of these things I'm going to be kind of talking about in this video, if you say them the wrong way, you're going to get a little pissed. So, yeah. But, basically... just ask for a refundable deposit and say, look, I will completely refund. And it doesn't have to be $250. It could be $50, literally, on the premise that we have a follow-up call on Wednesday with your wife. And let's just say your wife is like, I don't want to do this. I'll send you back the money. Easy peasy. And I've done this with multiple guys. I even did this with Ace. You can even, another thing that I would actually recommend everyone to do, and like that's watching this, is I'm about to basically just have a little more social proof. So you could even say, look, I've even given given the deposit back to someone before. I can even show you if you don't believe me. You could say that. And even if you don't, guys, bluff. Remember, fucking bluff on these sales calls, all right? But if they're like, I don't know, I just met you online, you know, it's $50. You could literally just be like, do you think I'm going to scam you for $50, bro? Just like that. Like, dude, I could show you my ID on the call if you really want. These calls are actually recorded as well, so I could even shoot you the recording of the call if you really don't trust me. But if you don't want to shoot over the $50, I completely understand. I totally get it. You just met me, but it does show you don't really want to do this as well, which is completely understandable, but it just means we're not the right fit to work together. Pull back a little. Pull back a little, you know? Sometimes you just got to pull back, and then they're like, fuck. I do want to do this. This sounds amazing. It's just... I mean, if they're actually scared about sending you $50, they actually might not be the right fit too. So yeah, keep that in mind, boys. But the whole, I need to talk to my wife/business partner about this. It is 90%, I'd say, a fucking lie. You know what I mean? Maybe sometimes they do have a wife and a business partner, but you know, either way, just get the deposit from them, right? Can I speak to some of your clients/references? Now, some of you guys don't have clients, which is fine. Bluff. You can bluff and you could be like, no, of course. Like, you can totally call up some of our clients. But I do got to ask you this. Just that, like, you could literally just deflect it completely. That's what I've done a good amount of time. Another thing that you could do is send the testimonials pre-call. If you have fake ones, do that so they understand that you have social proof. And then another thing is if they're saying, can I see some of your ads that you're running? And let's just say you guys don't have clients. Showcase the fake Go High Level account that Aleem has kind of showed you how to make. And then on top of that, say, I can't show you the actual specific ads we're running for our clients right now because if our competitors knew where to look, we'd be a little screwed, right? But something I can show you is the type of style of advertising we're going to be using. And you could just pull up a mock ad that you made on Submagic and boom, show them that. You know what I mean? And you can also say these as well. These are very good, but in my opinion, you can just really, like, you can deflect the entire thing very easily. But you could literally say, awesome question. I'm glad you asked that. I want you to be as confident as possible coming into this, right? Like, bro, as you know, we do like 30 calls a week, right? And I get that request a lot. And as you imagine, I don't really want to like bother all of my clients and just have them getting calls left and right because, you know, I hop on a lot of calls every week, right? But something I can do is I can actually shoot you over our website, which actually has all of our client testimonials on it as well. So you can just take a look through that if that sounds cool. And yeah, so basically it's very simple. You know, you just shoot over the VSL and you have blind confidence. And you can also just bluff and be like, of course you can talk to one of my clients. You can just call one up right after this call. But yeah, what else? What are some other questions you got for me, man? Like, you just deflect it like that. Sometimes they won't call your clients. And if they do, boys, we're a community here. All right. If someone wants to help someone out and, you know, pretend to be a client, that could also work as well. But yeah. Now, what's your guarantee? This is not an objection, in my opinion. It's a secret weapon that you just need to hold. So what I do when I pitch is I'll talk about the service. I'll show them the results. I'll show them the social proof. I won't say there's a guarantee until they're saying, well, what happens if I don't get 15 codings? What happens if I don't get any results? What do you do with someone who you don't get results for? I'm like, look, well, we have a guarantee that keeps everyone safe. Now, I've actually never had to go back on this guarantee because the service is so fucking good. And if you don't believe it, like I said, call my clients. That's how I'm actually acting on my sales calls, no joke. And then basically just state the guarantee. You know, use it as a secret weapon. And something else you can also say is, look, I'm so goddamn confident in this service that I'm even willing to put this guarantee on contract, send it to you. You can sign it before we even do any sort of payment. And if you see anything on that contract that you don't like, I will change it. That's how confident I am in this service. Like, you could just say it like that as well. And like, really emphasize the confidence you have, right? Every single objection, overcome the objection, and then add a little possible social proof, and then also layer your guarantee on top of it. Like any other objection they have, even after what's your guarantee, or I don't want to make decisions on the spot, or can I have some time to think about it, handle the objection and layer it with the actual guarantee and be like, just remind them, you're on contract, you're going to win, like the rest of my clients, as long as you pick up the phone when a lead comes. That's it. And just say it like that, right? Another thing I'm going to tell you guys, silence after you handle the objection and sit in it, right? Remember, after you pitch, you have that awkward silence of, kind of the conversation switching and them asking you questions. Basically, we want to have some silence after you handle the objection so they can kind of sit and think on it, right? It's just pretty simple. And just let them sink and sit and feel and just exist, literally. And for some odd reason, it works amazing. So I don't make decisions on the spot. I don't want to do this right now. Right now isn't the right time. All smoke screen, right? Remember, every objection they're giving you, unless it's a price objection, is just trust. You just didn't get them to trust you enough. You can handle every single objection you're going to see here if they trust you. When you basically ask, or basically if you don't ask and you're just silent, and they basically ask, what's the price? And that's it. And that's the only question they have after the sales call. You did everything else perfectly. You've explained every other part of your system perfectly, and they believe that you are getting people results, and they are just wondering about the price, right? So I don't make decisions on the spot. Basically, the way you handle this objection is by using the incentive-based pricing, which I've told you to use, and fucking really mean it. I'm talking like, yeah, on the call, it's $4,500, and off of it, it's $6,000. Really fucking mean your incentive-based pricing, And then basically you can also say, look, I'm with you all the way. And in my experience, the only reason someone even just... And then you can also say this. So, look, I'm with you all the way, man. And in my expertise, the only reason someone doesn't buy on these calls is because of trust or the actual price of the program. Which one was it for you? And don't say it like a pussy. Don't say it like a wimp. All right? Don't be like, well, I'm with you all the way, man. But in my experience, the only reason someone doesn't really want to buy from us is because of trust. Like, you guys can see, like, I'm giving you guys a really fucking good framework. If you have the wrong tonality, they're going to fucking shit on you. You can't let them control the situation and the actual conversation. You need to fucking control it. You need to be like, look, I'm with you all the way, man. And in my experience, the only reason that someone doesn't even want to jump in on the program today is because of trust or just price. So which one was it for you, man? And that's it. You could just say it like that. Don't say any of this shit kind of low energy, right? You need to have high energy when you're saying this shit, right? And then the time. Can I have some time to think about it? Of course, man. So let me ask you, man, what specifically are you having doubts about right now? Because the only reason someone doesn't really want to jump in today and do this is because, they have some doubts in the program. So, yeah. So, time. Can I have some actual time to think about it? I don't want to really do this right now on the call. I just need to have like at least a couple days or just a night to kind of sleep on it, man. No, of course. I totally understand why you've asked me that, man. I do got to ask you just straight up, what specifically are you having doubts about, man? And if they're like, no, I'm not having doubts, bro. I got to think about it, bro. I got to sleep on it. This is a big decision. Be like, oh, no, bro, of course, I get you. But I'm going to be honest, bro, in my experience, the only reason why people don't really take action on these calls is because of trust or price. So which one was it for you, man? And then just re-loop it back, right? You're basically... Think of like your prospect like a fucking onion, right? You're peeling through these layers to get to trust or price, and that's it, all right? Now, I can't afford it. I don't have the money. Of course. then I got to ask you, man, why did you hop on this call with me? That's one I use a lot. And they're like, oh, I thought it was pay per result. Like, no, I can't do that. Like, my program's the shit, bro. Like, look at these results. Like, you know this. I'll say that too. You know? And if they're like genuinely like, I can't afford it. You know, I really don't have the money. I hopped on this call. I thought it was going to be pay per result. I didn't know there was going to be upfront fee of anything. I'm like, okay, well, do you actually want to do this? Do you really want to do this program or no? And if they're like, yes, I do. Like, it's just, I don't have the money, man. Like right now, it's like, I would want to do it, but it's not the right time, bro. I'll be like, no, of course. Well, would you be opposed towards financing this? You know, what could I do to make this a little easier for you? And just get them on a financing program. And if they really are broke, obviously we have fan basis. For anybody who's using fan basis, you know, they could finance it and you'd get the whole payment in full sometimes. But yeah, sometimes like the main reason you can't close them is just because they're too broke. And it's happened to me multiple times. I've hopped on calls with guys in debt before. Like, I hopped on a call with a guy and he was literally in $100K worth of debt. You know, sometimes they're just not a right fit. And that's another thing. If they're not a good fit to work with, don't work with them. If they're being an asshole to you on the call, but they want to pay and, you know, it seems like they're just going to be a fucking dick to you the whole time, don't work with them. I've worked with a lot of people and I've worked with some pretty shitty clients and sometimes they're just not qualified. And when I say qualified, I mean like they just are going to be nitpicking about everything. They're going to be fucking bugging you about everything. They're just going to be assholes to you the whole time. And sometimes they like, you wouldn't want to onboard someone, right? And sell them and they pay you like $1,000 up front and then they have no money for ad spend. Because then like, what do you do then? You're just going to have someone bugging you for a refund the whole time. So sometimes it's good to just let them go and to just not work with them, right? But something I love to say on these calls as well, and this is actually like one of my favorite rebuttals, but I say this a lot actually, and this rebuttal works so well. It's literally just being like, look, do you want to actually do this? Of course, perfect. It's literally just saying like, look, is this something you actually want to do? When they say yes, you could be like, look, of course, I'm with you all the way, but the last thing I would want is for money to be the thing that gets in between you and your goals, right? But it takes money to make money, man. You know, it's like the chicken and the egg thing. So would you be possibly open towards a financing option? Like saying it like that as well is just so fucking perfect. And I'm telling you guys, these rebuttals are fucking gas. All right? It's just about how you say them, right? And you guys, it's also just about how you understand your prospect. Like you could, like now I could look at someone and I could talk to them and I could understand they don't trust me. Or they're being a pussy and they're having doubts because they're scared of change. Or they're broke. And those are the basic reasons, right? You might have someone who has money, all right? And they might have doubts, but those doubts aren't in you, they're in them, right? So sometimes you'll come across someone, I'll actually scroll down here because I used this on someone and it worked fucking amazingly, right? Sometimes you come across people who just simply are scared to just take that next step. And you can be like, look, man, so I understand that the only reason you don't really want to do this is because you're just kind of scared of jumping into something like this and you just have some doubts, bro. And they're like, yeah, I mean, this is just a big decision. And I'm like, okay, I totally understand, man. And that's entirely natural. If you weren't having some doubts, I'd probably think, you know, you're a little crazy. So it's a good sign, bro. But do you ask if I just ask you a couple questions just to kind of understand that a little more? Perfect. So first of all, do you think this program will actually work for you? Okay, perfect. So, and if everything, you know, I've said today is actually true and I'm not a complete liar, do you think it will work for you or no? Perfect. So I can assure you right now, bro, I'm speaking the truth. I'm not just fucking capping. I'm not one of these course resellers online, and that we can actually help you. I'm really confident that this will work out. So can we try to just work through this real quick? Perfect. So look, in my experience, your doubt that you are experiencing right now isn't really doubt. It's your brain actually tricking you because it doesn't want you to face the growing pains associated with growth, right? So your brain knows your current situation. It knows it's bearable and it's very, very, very familiar. You know, you've been doing the same thing almost every single day and it's kind of scared of change because when you have a drastic change in your life, it's very unfamiliar, It's really new. And when someone says that they can help you change with an insane amount of confidence because they've done it for multiple other people before, you start having doubts because deep down, you're not afraid of it not working. You're afraid of what might happen if it does, right? So I don't want to get all fucking weird and psychological on you, man, but do you kind of understand what I mean, or have I been misunderstood? Okay, perfect. So look, I'm not asking you to just fucking jump in and pay in full. I'm just asking for some sort of commitment. Would you be down to do that today? Perfect. And then boom, you could ask for a deposit, you could ask for a financing option, and then you basically overcome the doubt, right? This is cracked. And this doesn't happen a lot, all right? It's very rare that you kind of run across this, But it happens sometimes, and the way I've used it just now and speaking to you guys is the same way you guys need to use it. Same exact tonality. Friendly, joking, like trustworthy, They want to see you as a friend. They want to see you as not a threat in their mind, not something hostile, as something friendly. It's like, you're joking around, So yeah, very, very, very important. I'm going to scroll up here again. Back to here. So let me build up some cash and come back to work with you. Okay, perfect. Tell me how that would work. Or when do you think you'd have the cash and the capital to possibly work with me? There's two different ways you can handle this. One way is by saying, okay, so when do you think you would have the capital to possibly jump into this? Friday? Perfect. Well, as you know, I said that the price of the program is around $6,000. But like I said, if you do want to do, take action today, I'd be totally down to discount that $1,500. Now, that would make the price $4,500 only today, and I wouldn't want you to pay the whole $6,000 on Friday. So would you be opposed towards putting down nothing crazy, bro? $50 refundable deposit. We have a call on Friday, and let's just say in between now and Friday you're iffy about it and you don't really want to do it. I'll send you the money back, man. Like, you could say that, or you could go a little more crazy. Now, this you have to say in a very specific way. So you could be like, look, let me see if I've got this right. So what you're saying is you're going to keep doing what you've already been doing, which isn't really, making you a lot more cash and isn't even paying you enough to live like, the way you want. And you're going to keep doing that until someday you build up a surplus of cash to invest in what will really work. Is that kind of an accurate statement, man? Or, and then just let it sit. And they're like, well, I don't know. It doesn't really make much sense. Like, I know I'm kind of doing the same thing. And you could just be like, of course, man. Well, nothing changes if nothing changes. And I understand that, like, money is a little tight right now, and I wouldn't want to make this, a financial burden. But I do have to have some sort of commitment from you today to kind of hold you to that price. So would you be down to possibly finance this? Because obviously, dude, I don't want to break the bank with you, man. Just say it like that, And also another big thing is match their tonality. I've handled objections where I'm screaming at them and I'm handling the objection. I've handled objections where I'm also talking like this, right? And this isn't low energy, like, it's like just talking about it in a very calm and concerning way. I don't want to hurt you. I want to make sure that you're going to be fine. So that's why I'm totally down to do the financing option. You guys see how I'm kind of talking, right? The tonality that I'm using is more important than this entire fucking rebuttal vault that I'm giving you guys. No joke. It's all tonality. There's a reason why people buy from me a lot, all right? And it's because of the way I speak, okay? Another big exercise I'm going to tell everybody who's watching this right now. If you are having trouble with speaking comfortably, with even speaking in general, maybe you stutter a lot, everyone in here needs to fucking read books out loud in English. If you're doing your agency in English, if you're doing your agency in Spanish, fucking read Spanish out loud. That is actually how I got my articulate ability to the point of where it is now, right? Reading out loud. Fuck, my computer keeps just going crazy, but you guys need to read out loud, speak out loud, and in my opinion, some of you guys should just be making content like this. Like, look at a camera and just start yapping. The first time you do it, you're going to suck dick. First time you read out loud, you might be terrible at it. You might stutter a ton, but it's a repetitive action that you need to do. It's like going to the gym. You're just building up the reps. You're just putting in the reps and you're getting better at it. So yeah, remember that, boys. But now isn't the right time. When will it be? I don't know, man. It's a pretty big decision. Well, look, man, I can promise you, man. working with us is synonymous with you getting what you want out of this business. Are you saying that right now isn't really the right time to get what we talked about on this call? Just say it like that. You don't have to be a dick about it. You can be like, you don't have to be like, look, bro, I can promise you, and you know, if you do this, you will get what you want. Are you saying right now isn't the right time to get what we even talked about, bro? Like, if you say it like that, they're going to be a little pissed, you know? But if you're like, no, dude, of course, I totally understand, but I'm going to be honest with you, man. I am so fucking confident that if you work with us, it is synonymous with you getting what you want out of your company, right? Like literally getting what you've wanted for the last couple months, you know? Are you saying right now isn't the right time to hit that goal and get what we kind of talked about on this call? You could say it like that. Smile, look at I'm pointing at you guys right now. I'm fucking tapping the camera. Look at that thing. All right, I see some of you guys on sales calls just looking around, looking down. Look at the camera, smile at the camera, say it with enthusiasm and confidence, and it will fucking perform. I want to talk to other agencies first, or I have multiple guys lined up I got to speak to this week. I just want to see which guy's going to be the best option. Of course, I'm with you, man. It's good to keep your options open, bro. It's always amazing to explore into different things, but it's better to hop on the one that's literally the perfect fit for you. Now, look, I know you want to check out these other dudes, but as I said on this call, the price of the program does go up by a lot after this call. So would you be down just to show a little bit of commitment to put down maybe a $50 refundable deposit? You could hit that, right? Always try to go for that, right? Now, and if they're like, no, I don't want to do any sort of commitment, I want to check out these other guys, be like, okay, well then we're possibly not the best fit to work together. And that's it. Push away. Sometimes pushing away will get them closer to you. And they'll be like, no, I do want to work, but I just want to check out these other guys, you know, and then you can loop them back in, right? But you can also say, look, I'm with you. It's good to keep your options open. It's even better to close the one that's right for you, man. But I can tell you from my position and from kind of going over everything in this call and even talking to you about you and your business and your goals, that I'm very certain that this is the right fit. So let me ask you, man, when did you kind of plan on just weighing up, you know, the different options you have and making your decision? Perfect. So next week, bro, next week you could already have your ads live, leads coming in through the door. Let me ask you this, man. Why delay getting what you want for a week only to find out that this was the best option for you? Now, remember, this is very important. Repeat it kind of like it's ludicrous, you know? Kind of like it's like, oh, wow, next week? Bro, next week we could already have your ads live with new guys running in through the doors, bro. Why delay getting what you want only for a week? Just to find out that, you know, we were the best guy for you. And then you have to pay more in the end. Like, no one wants to do that, bro. So if you do want, we could put down maybe a refundable deposit today just to show that you're actually committed towards taking this next step. And look, let's just say next week you find a guy that is better than me, which I doubt you will. I will throw you back the $50. And on top of that, I'll throw you back another 50. You could say some shit like that. That would get them in. Now, obviously, I'm not telling you guys to throw your own money on the line, but if you do that, you're most likely going to get this guy in. And he'll probably be like, damn, this guy's confident as fuck. And that's something probably I would do. But most of you guys aren't in the position to do that, so don't do it. But I'd probably do that shit. Jesus Christ. Now, if the conversation is going around in circles, you know, and they're like, it's just, I don't know, it's just not going to work. I don't really think it's going to work. You know, I don't really know. I've worked with guys in the past and it hasn't worked. And you're just going around in circles and circles and circles. Look, Henry, here's the thing. Let me in on you some. Literally just do this. Look, John, here's the thing. Let me in. Literally just do something like this. Look, John, here's the thing. Literally just do something like this. Look, John, here's the thing. Let me let you in on something. You're not really making a decision on us or anyone else really just kind of running your ads or anything like that, right? The real decision that you're actually making is whether or not you're committed to getting your business to 10K per month and the freedom that comes with that, right? Or whether or not you want to stay exactly where you're stuck at, 5K, and being not able to, do really the things that you want to do and scale. So the real decision you're making here, bro, isn't, the whole ads thing, right? It's you actually growing and you actually scaling, and you're going to be faced with that every single day until you're ready to change. Like, literally. Remember, they're not making a decision to invest in Facebook ads, a new funnel, sales training, your service. They're making a decision on whether or not they want to stay jammed in their current situation or move forward and grow and get what they really want out of life, right? This question rarely really pops up. All right, I usually just try to go for the trust or price. And it's not really a question, it's not really an objection, it's just something that you kind of have to say if it's going around and around and around and you're on the sales call for an hour and a half, 2 hours. You got to really just fucking break it down. You got to be like, look, bro, the decision isn't about ads and paying us. It's about if you really want to grow. So do you or do you not? Because our clients do. And it depends on if you say that in the wrong way, oh my God, you're going to get fucking shit on. But if you say it in the right way with the right tonality and the right fucking smile and you're looking at that camera, whoo, they're going to be like, yeah, you're right. I do need to make a decision on this. I've been stuck in this current situation for so long, but I don't want to fully commit. And then you can do the financing or you can do the half split payment or whatever the fuck, right? We've already covered doubt. And after doubt, it is just reframing questions. So let's just say someone's just like, Facebook ads don't work in my area. I've tried it before in the past. I thought this was going to be something different. You'd be like, why not? Like Alex Hormozi talks about it like childlike curiosity. It's perfect. You'd be like, why not? Why not? Okay. So it just didn't work in the past. Did you try it with anybody else or was it just you? Okay. And I gotta ask you, so the types of people who want to ceramic coating, right? Do you think that they're on Facebook? Okay. And let's just say the average person who wants a coating is just like a new car owner. Do you think you could go and find them yourself if you just went on Facebook and scrolled around for a little bit? Perfect. So your clients are on Facebook, right? And you just couldn't really get them last time. I'm guaranteeing that you're going to get them with working with us. We have it on contract. Literally just confidence, violent confidence. I never worked in the past. I worked with 6 other agencies. Okay, well, what type of ads did they run? Okay, well, it didn't work because of X, Y, and Z. And we do, A, B, and C. You just basically just differentiate yourself from them in a very big way. They're like, okay, so I know you tried Facebook ads in the past. How much did you spend on ads? Okay. And what type of ads were you running? Wow, okay. And I gotta also ask you, how long did you run these ads for? Wow, okay. So I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna show you the type of ads that we run and why we are completely different than what you were kind of doing in the past. Is that cool? Perfect. You just do that. Very, very simple. You could even ask, what copy have you tested? Is there a desire for your product? Do you think people want a ceramic coating? Perfect. Okay. And who are those types of people? Okay. And can you find them on Facebook? So, look, if you got people who want a ceramic coating and they're on Facebook, do you think you could find them? Perfect. So what's the issue? Because if you can go and manually find all these people, and we have a proven system that gets all these people in, and I've shown you it, and you could even call my clients to confirm it, what is the main issue that's stopping you from believing that this would work for you? Is it just the past experience? Just saying that, it's fucking perfect. Holiday. Objection. This is not on the sheet. I should probably put it on the sheet. It's too cold right now. And it's wintry. Roofing doesn't work in the winter. Detailing, I gotta slow down. I closed down my detail shop for the winter. Okay. Do you think you would make more money or less money if you closed down? That's it. Okay, I understand, no one wants to, do roof replacements in the snow, but I do gotta ask you, do you think your competitors are doing the same thing? Okay. Probably are. Everyone's probably, slowing down for the winter. Do you think if you had your ads on or off during the winter, let's just say you had their ads on during the winter, right? Do you think you would make more money or less money? Why? Okay. Well, I think you're going to make more money. And this is why. All of your competitors are thinking like you. They're all turning their ads off and they're all slowing down for the winter. If you keep yours on, you're going to have no competition in the marketplace. Your cost per lead is going to be so fucking low, and you will not be leaving money on the table. You'll be going and getting it actively. And then just leave it there. Super simple. Besides that, boys, that goes for the whole objection handling video. It's pretty simple. Trust or price. Always go for a deposit. If you're not going for deposit on the call, they don't pay you on the call, you lost. All right? Every call. I don't care if you feel in your mind, oh, it's not the right time to ask for deposit. Oh, it's salesy to ask for. I don't give a fuck what thoughts you have in your brain. You ask for deposit every single goddamn time. If they don't give you one, you either asked for it in the wrong way, right? Or they're lying and they just never wanted to work with you and you just didn't present them the right process in the right way. And that's it. That's literally the only reason they won't pay you a deposit if they have money is because they just don't trust you and you just presented the sales process wrong. And what you should be doing is you should be watching the sales call recording and seeing where you fucked up, where you lost their trust, where you kind of lost them in the call and just never doing it again. But besides that, that goes for the whole objection handling video. I'll have this up in a second. And yeah. Now, when it comes down to a one call close, pitching your services, it should be easy as long as you've set your VSL up properly, okay? And the biggest thing about a pitch is it should have this sort of structure in regards to everything, right? And this is the biggest thing you guys need to keep in mind. Show, don't tell, all right? You need to show them social proof. You need to show them ad accounts. You need to show them go high level sub accounts with active clients, with conversations between your clients and their customers, with a fully booked out calendar filled with appointments. If you can actively show them this, these guys are a lot more visual than they are mental. A lot of these contracting guys, a lot of these detailing guys, okay? If you can show them all of this instead of just explaining everything away, it's going to fucking work. It's going to really reinforce in their mind what is actively going to happen for them. Because if you can get someone to visualize the process of them winning and them succeeding, it can make them feel emotions that they would not have felt if they didn't have that visualization process right there in front of them. So remember, high level promise of what you do. You need to relay one of the problems they have and propose a solution. You need to explain what the solution is, how it's different, why it works, back it up with social proof, and then show them the desired end result. You guys got to do this 3 to 4 times. You got to really reinforce in their minds on how you're actively going to solve the problem for them. Because if you can do this correctly and you're not fucking just focused on money, they're just going to pay you. They're literally just going to fucking pay you. It is stupid, boys. It is ridiculous. Now, in regards to everything else, cross-selling and down-selling strategies that you can use if people aren't biting on the first call. Now, this is, look, if you already have clients and you want to potentially, sign in some more deals, right? You want to actually collect some more cash on some calls where people maybe aren't paying the full PIF right then and there, right? Something that I like to do if someone isn't willing to pay me a couple grand right then and there is we can do half up front and half when they generate their first lead, generate their first appointment. That makes people feel a lot more comfortable to actively, jumping into something like this. Something else you can do is half now, half after the first month. I personally don't like that because I know what I can do in terms of active advertising, and I know I can definitely get them their first appointment or their first lead within the first week easily. And also you could just offer a return on investment guarantee. But when it comes down to it, I'm telling you guys, putting half down now and then half when you actively generate your first appointment, that makes it a lot better and a lot easier for people to actively, process in their minds. But also, boys, you guys got to understand this. Keep in mind that you aren't going to be able to help everyone. Like, seriously. Like, sometimes there will be people that will just fizzle out. they'll just be okay with staying in the same position and staying in the same mental cycle forever and ever and ever and ever. You also will potentially hop on calls with people that just also are just not qualified. Either personality speaking, like they're just fucking assholes and they just want to fucking boss you around and just be a dick. Or they actually are just not financially qualified. Sometimes it's just going to happen. There will be deals that will slip through the cracks occasionally. And guess what? That's okay. Every no is getting you closer to a yes. Because remember, boys, look, at the end of the day, even sometimes I get rejected. But I never take it personally, and I understand that it's a part of the fucking game. But like I said, for most people, the sales aspect of everything is fairly difficult. But as long as you can actively understand the frame that I'm speaking about and actually apply it correctly, you're gonna win. In regards to everything, these guys are fucking winning. And there's no difference between you and them. Like, it's just inputs, it's outputs. It's the fact that, obviously they have access to systems, sales call recordings in regards to what we're currently doing right here and right now. But yeah, in regards to everything, let's go on to logistics, right? Because when it comes down to it, obviously, when you do sign a client, the first thing you need to do is you need to get them to fucking sign that contract on that call, okay? And also, if they don't pay you on that call, they're not a client. You just lost the sale. Like, straight up. You have lost the sale until they've actively paid, all right? Even if they just sign the contract on the call and they leave, they're not a client. You guys need to understand that. You have to collect cash on that first call. Even a deposit is one step closer than just a signed contract and I'll get back to you in a day. No, you need to collect cash on the first call. And I'm telling you, if they don't put down any cash and they don't sign that contract, they could just back out last minute. And at the end of the day, I've seen it happen. It's happened to my fucking self before. You guys trust me. I've taken enough sales calls to see almost every scenario play out. And I'm telling you guys, if they do not fucking pay on that call and they do not sign that contract on that call, they are not a fucking client. Now, remember, realistically, no one's gonna fucking sue you ever in regards to this, unless you do something crazy to them, like insane. But the contract side of things is just so people can understand the terms, the pricing, and that also you don't get randomly disputed by someone who just wants to basically just get free work from you and just not have to pay you. Because you guys, trust me, you would be very surprised. I've actively worked for a detailer. I remember this was like way early on. I was working for him. I got him so many fucking jobs, and bro just disputed me and then won the dispute. And then all my time, all my energy that I put into it, gone. Everything gone. He ran away with all the fucking money too. Like all the money that he generated, gone. I couldn't charge his card. I couldn't text him. I couldn't send him the contract and be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Nothing. And it's like when they sign the contract, it's just an agreement, right? It just really states the fucking agreement of what you guys are actively going to be doing. Now, when it comes down to making a contract or me giving you a contract template, I can't do that legally, but what I can do is I can just advise you guys to please just get a lawyer to help you build out a contract. That's what I've done. For all of my clients, for all of my coaching clients, I have everything legally bound by a fucking lawyer now, okay? But what I did in the beginning was just use ChatGPT, and that's what you guys can also use as well until you actively stack up, a couple bands, and then you can, start working with a lawyer. And remember, when you are building out this contract, just tell ChatGPT to include the deliverables, the guarantees, the upfront costs, the monthly costs, the cancellation, the confidentiality, and then also just, any other basic contract legalities, okay? Including, a clause that allows you to not be fucking disputed. But yeah, in regards to contract signing softwares, we personally use DocuSign for a majority of our agency clients. But I'm telling you guys could use PandaDoc. You guys could even use Go High Level as well. There are so many different contract signing softwares out there that are really, really, really simple. And then in regards to payment processing as well, the best payment processor that we've actively been using that has given us barely any sort of issues whatsoever, and actually really good support. Like I'm telling you, I text them, they're like that, always helping me out. Amazing fees in regards to everything is WAP, okay? WAP is fucking incredible. So yeah, I'll be linking all of this stuff, by the way, in the description. DocuSign, WAP, Go High Level as well, so you guys can all take a look at that. But in regards to that, we are now done with the first section of this video, okay? And now, after you've closed the fucking deal, after you've got the contract signed, after the money's fucking hit your bank, now it's time to get on an onboarding call. Now it's time to set these guys up, right? So let's get into the AI service delivery section. Now look, I'm not using fucking AI like some spicy little keyword, okay? We have actively been using AI with our service delivery for around I'd say around like 6 months, 8 months so far. I'm not going to say the funny quote unquote number because a lot of you guys are just like retarded and are going to leave like a bunch of fucking weird comments in the description. But when it comes down to it, no funny bullshit. Like seriously, like AI has fucking revolutionized our fucking business, especially when it comes down to service delivery and getting our clients the results that they need. So when it comes down to it, I want to go right into this section right here, right now, in regards to onboarding a client. So let's get right into it. So boys, we've closed the client, right? We now need to get them onboarded in regards to everything. So let's go right into everything. So obviously this is basically where everything kind of begins in regards to the process of getting these guys set up, okay? Now, onboarding is always going to consist of 3 steps. So obviously we're going to start with the onboarding form, then we go to the onboarding call, and then we have an active kickoff call with them right before we actually launch the ads. Now, in regards to the onboarding form, it's fairly simple, all right? I use Google Forms. It's super simple to build out. If you guys want to see kind of what mine looks like, it's fairly simple. Obviously, I'm going to blur out my email because I don't want you guys to spam the shit out of me. But in regards to it, it's like right as they're on the sales call, after they've made the payment, after they've signed the contract, we just basically send them this on the call as well, so they actively can just fill out the onboarding form. In regards to everything, I mean, the basic questions to ask are obviously just name, email, phone number, business name, daily ad spend that they've chosen, services that they actually provide, zip codes that they want to exclude, because obviously there are going to be some parts of, you know, wherever they're at that maybe aren't the best in regards to, you know, actively having to go and drive to and even do work in. Guarantees and warranties that come with their service. And on top of that, obviously, the Google Drive so they can upload all of their content for you. And also on top of that, their tax ID. So in regards to everything, it's super simple. We basically have a Zap that sends them an onboarding email right after they fill out this form that basically just, you know, kind of reinforces that decision, right? Because obviously, remember, we want to reinforce this decision. They, you know, they just paid a good amount of money. So at the end of the day, it's like we really want them to, you know, understand that they're getting taken care of here. Right? And as long as we can obviously show them that, even with like a small email, it's really going to reinforce the fact that they just paid you a couple grand and everything is actually getting taken care of. In regards to notifying the team after they filled out the form, this is the basic Zap that we have. I actively have it go from Google Forms and then I have it sent to a Discord channel. Okay. Now this is where basically all my media buyers kind of lay. All right. Obviously I have my appointment setters on Telegram and I have my media buyers on Discord. I just keep it separate just because it's nice for my mental real estate. Now, obviously it's going to send the channel a message with all of their info saying that a new client was signed. This is all their info. We need to start setting them up. Right now, obviously, if you guys don't have media buyers, this is completely different. You guys obviously are just going to be setting this up yourself if you are really new to this. But at the end of the day, this is a really good way to just basically get this over to the team. Now, obviously, we're going to also send a direct message to the media buyer that has been assigned with this task. And on top of that, it's also going to create a task within Asana so we can actually make sure that this is getting done accordingly, right? So boys, this is how you make a automation to onboard your clients fairly easily, fairly simply. So it's pretty simple. Onboarding forms, Google form setup is right here. Then it goes to a Discord channel. Obviously you need to connect your Discord account to Zapier. Send channel message is going to be the event. And then to configure it, you can just copy and paste everything that I have here. Obviously change it for your niche, but this is just the questions in the Google form. Very simple. Send direct message, Discord, send direct message, new client, info on media buying channel. This is send a direct message to my media buyer. And then I don't use Asana, but you can to create a task in Asana for all of your media buyers to kind of complete. I don't really ever use this. I just have them. I actually just get the direct message through Discord, and they usually just send me a confirmation text when they're done with everything. So besides that, that's pretty simple. That's how you're going to get the information over to your buyers without having to send it manually to them or do anything fucking annoying. So yeah. Asana is a really good software in regards to getting projects done, including just, obviously setting up a campaign and making sure that, everything is being done accordingly. Now, this is basically what the software actively looks like. It's super, super, super simple. You can basically have like a full to-do list, and it'll basically just create tasks based off of all of the info that is coming in from the new client that you guys have signed on. Super, super, super simple. I would recommend every single person that's watching this video to actively implement this system, especially if you guys are signing on clients, pretty rapidly. And then basically when it comes down to it, obviously after we've collected all of this information, especially on the sales call as well, you also want to book that onboarding call. If you guys can onboard them on the sales call, that's amazing. But at the end of the day, sometimes they're going to be maybe, in a bit of a rush. You might actually have a call right after that as well. So it's really good to obviously just get the booking in. Okay, if you can't onboard them on the sales call, at least just book them in, okay, at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, remember, if you have time, you can do it. It's going to really reinforce the decision if you actually onboard them on the sales call. But at the end of the day, if something happens, if you guys kind of run out of time, just book them in. Just book them in same day always. So depending on your actual service as well, you are going to be needing to get access to different softwares. But in regards to our agency and how we actively run things, it's fairly simple. All we're doing is we're basically going to business.facebook.com. We go to the settings within their business portfolio, and then we go to people. Then we're going to add ourselves as a person. It's fairly simple to do. All right. Now, if you guys don't like, walking them through this entire process, which can, take a while because some of these guys, they're maybe not as, versed with the whole Facebook ad side of things, something you can do is you can actively onboard them via Zoom, and then you can just take control of their screen and basically just onboard yourself. It takes around maybe 15 to 20 minutes to actively get this done. Once you've actively done it the first time, it's going to get a little quicker as well. But at the end of the day, it's like just doing it through Zoom and controlling their screen and doing it for them it's going to be a lot quicker. So please, at the end of the day, especially if you guys are working with an older audience, I really would recommend that you don't just sit there and tell them, yeah, bro, go to settings, go to people. Don't do that shit. It's literally going to take way too long. Just go on Zoom, control the screen, and get it done. It's going to be way easier. Now, after we get connected, right? After we've set everything up, after we've onboarded them and we've built out the campaign, right before we launch, we always want to do a kickoff call, right? We're basically going to be setting a lot of expectations here as well in regards to how everything is going to flow. And you also want the client to understand what is going to be, advertised, what is going to be marketed. And on top of that, before you obviously start running these ads, they need to honestly resonate with the ads that you are actually running, right? And they don't want to have any sort of weird confusion about anything that is actually happening. So it's really good to clarify this on the kickoff call. And remember, kickoff calls are short, okay? An onboarding call should maybe take at maximum 30 minutes long, as long as you're setting expectations and you're getting it done, you're getting yourself connected. A kickoff call could be like 15 to 20 minutes max, okay? All you're doing is hopping on a call, making sure that they have mental clarity before you're actually launching the ads, and then you're just going into it. That's it, okay? And in regards to this kickoff call, right? You don't want to overpromise anything. Under-promise, over-deliver, right? Say that, it might take a couple days for it to warm up, but at the end of the day, if you know how good your system is, it might not. They might start getting appointments in immediately. And remember, on top of that, let's just say you are showing them the ads, you are showing them what is going to be actively promoted for them, and they don't really like it. They kind of have a little bit, some opinions about what is being shown. Remember, you're the advertising expert. You need to explain to them that, look, we're not advertising to guys like you. We're advertising to your customers. We know what your customers like. In regards to it, if it came down to it, if we were running ads to attract you into working with us, it'd be a lot different. We'd have a lot different type of messaging here. But when it comes down to it, obviously we're targeting your customers and we know exactly what they like to see. Because remember, it's a completely different demographic, right? And I know my system is a fucking banger, right? And I basically want to kind of, trigger kind of a wow effect right, in my client's brand. So that's why I kind of showcase the whole A to Z process on how everything is going to be flowing for them. So right from where the lead is, actively applying all the way down to them, actively booking in this person for an appointment, or the lead booking themselves in for an appointment as well. And obviously this is basically a little screenshot from me actually doing an onboarding call with Heights Detailing. And if your client approves everything, he's all good to go, you just launch. That's it. You just get it up, you get it going, and that is it. It is simple to onboard a client, okay? You guys don't need to overcomplicate this process. A lot of people, they get into SMMA and they start worrying, okay, well, what happens once I sign the client? I have to onboard them, I have to do all these things, I have to set up the ad campaign. It is not that complicated. Seriously, just follow this structure. It's super, super, super simple, okay? The biggest thing that a lot of people do is they just get stuck in analysis paralysis. I knew people that would research how to onboard a client when they don't even have one yet. Get the fucking client and then onboard them. It is not that hard. You now have a full step-by-step process in front of you, right? So at the end of the day, you guys should have done a lot of action steps already within this entire video. And by now, let's just say you've already booked in people, you already have sales calls on your calendar, you're actively trying to close these guys. Okay, cool. I want you guys to close someone and then come back to this video and watch this section right before you onboard them, okay? Right before you onboard them, just so you can kind of refresh your brain on how simple this shit is, and then just walk them through the process. Get them to fill out the form, get them to actively book an onboarding call, and then actually do a kickoff call with them so you can set expectations beforehand. But in regards to that, that's onboarding. It's super, super, super simple. So yeah, I kind of want to go high level next. Now, look, if you guys are already running your agency, you're already making good money, you already understand high level, you can honestly skip this part of the video. And this is the only part in the video you will be allowed to skip, okay? Now, this is obviously, I'm speaking to people that are already doing this, okay? Now, if this is fairly new to you, I want you to watch this video so you can understand a little more on how high level works and what is high level, right? So Go High Level is a CRM. It's a customer relationship management software, right? And instead of you having to use 15 different softwares, guess what? You can replace them all with one. This thing literally takes care of everything. And when I mean everything, I mean everything. You can now send contracts with this. We might even replace fucking DocuSign with Go High Level because of how simple it is to actively use now. And guess what? It's all in one platform. You don't have to pay for all of these different subscriptions. Instead, you can just pay for one, which isn't even that much. I believe it's $297 on the dot in regards to the plan that you actually need. Especially for this, you guys don't need to be paying for the highest plan. It's funny. I was actually doing that for a while, and then I was like, why the fuck am I doing that? Why am I paying $497 when I don't need to? So when it comes down to it, $297, all of you guys, right? And the coolest thing about High Level as well is you can even get a percentage off for the next few months, depending on your financial situation. Seriously, you can get like 30 to 40% off if you actually just negotiate with the high level reps, which is incredible. And on top of that, you also get a 30-day free trial. So obviously in the description, you guys are gonna see that we have a link to High Level. If you guys wanna go to it and you go through the whole process of signing up and everything, it's gonna say you have a 14-day free trial. But the cool thing is that you can actually call them up on day 13 and actively ask them to extend the trial, and you'll extend it for another 15 to 14 days, which is amazing, right? And then in regards to that, you can also hop on a call with them after that and even negotiate a little bit in regards to, how much you guys want to be paying per month for this software. Because at the end of the day, obviously they're not going to give you a percentage forever, but they might for the next few months if you can actively negotiate with them well. And remember, most beginners, and this is why this part is for, a lot of you guys that are beginners, they make that mistake. They have 10, 20, 30 different fucking softwares all running at the same time, all charging them monthly, when in reality, if you guys use High Level, you're gonna be fine. Now look, I'm talking, this thing has everything, right? There is a tab for literally everything in here. And there are some things that you need to know and some things that aren't even that really important, right? So in my opinion, Conversations tab, Calendars tab, Contacts tab, extremely important. Payments tab, not that relevant, okay? Not that relevant. You guys are using WAP. AI agents, it's good to know. We're doing active research into that right now. High levels AI agents aren't as competent as I would want them to be as of now, so that's why I'm not really fucking experimenting with them so much. But at the end of the day, it's good to know. It's good to check up on to see if they're actually doing well. The marketing tab is, it's good to know about, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be really utilized for what we're doing here. Automations tab is extremely important. It's literally Zapier in High Level. That's it. It's stupid. In regards to the sites tab, extremely important. You guys can build full-blown websites, funnels, surveys, everything through the sites tab. It's incredible. Memberships, media storage, not as relevant. Okay? Not as relevant at all. There's a lot of things that you guys are going to be, when you open up high level for the first time, you're going to be like, holy shit, there's a lot. I don't want you guys to get stuck in that mindset, right? There are things that are important and there are things that are not as important. And you guys need to save your mental real estate and not learn everything in high level immediately. Remember, this video is about signing your first client, setting them up, getting them good results, not about learning every single fucking nook and cranny of high level, okay? In regards to everything, reputation, good to know. Reporting, good to know. App marketplace, not as relevant. And the mobile app, extremely important. Obviously, if you guys know about the mobile app that High Level has, it's called Lead Connector. It's really cool. It basically is, just High Level's mobile app. I always have all my clients actively have Lead Connector as well, just so they don't have to be on their computer to, basically kind of access the software in a sense. Lead Connector doesn't give you all of the options, but it gives you options to the most important parts that will be utilized, like conversations, contacts, opportunities, and whatnot. But yeah, besides that, obviously, in High Level, which you guys can see here, it's fairly simple. When you are dialing these leads, when your setters are dialing these leads, you can literally buy a phone number in High Level, and they don't have to call off their own phone, which is really fucking easy. So they literally can just go here, just copy the number, they can just click here, they can just call it. At the end of the day, if they just go to the Conversations tab and they're seeing people, maybe they're having conversations with people, they can just literally just call on the Conversations tab and immediately just dials them up, okay? And look, I know you guys are probably thinking this is going to be a lot to learn, a lot to set up. You're right in a sense, but at the end of the day, it's, look, a lot of people literally just have the wrong mindset about this, just in general. Remember, most people just overcomplicate and overthink things when they get into this business model, and that's what really keeps them stuck. But I understand, configuring a calendar, building in a form, writing automation sequences, setting up pipelines correctly, and even struggling to get A2P verified are all issues that people have, right? To even send texts on High Level, you need a number that is A2P verified, and they're constantly changing that process day in and day out. So that's why we show all of our students the exact systems and processes that are up to date in regards to A2P verification and also all of the updates in regards to High Level. And also, if you guys don't know what a Go High Level snapshot is, we also give them access to that as well, which basically imports everything that we're currently using for our agency into their High Level. Every automation, every funnel, every pipeline, everything that you guys would potentially need to get started with High Level, especially in regards to an agency, we literally can just import into your account. It's pretty crazy. But at the end of the day, remember, we've spent a lot of time basically perfecting the system because, look, if you can have High Level set up correctly, you can really, really, really utilize it to make your clients a lot more money than they would even think. And I'm not even talking about just ads. I'm actually going to explain this to you guys a little bit as well, because I don't know if you guys know what a database reactivation is, but this is something else that you can actively do through High Level, and this is something that I love to do for my clients every few months. Remember, boys, that's mainly because obviously we've built out a lot of stuff in the past few years in regards to High Level. So again, if you guys do want access to our exact Go High Level snapshots that we are currently using, you can just go into the description below, apply to obviously work with us, or just DM me on Instagram and I'll reach out. But besides that, like I said, we don't need to be talking about that too much. Let's go on to the ads library, because guess what? When it comes down to it, a lot of you guys are going to most likely be confused on, okay, how do I actually find out what's working in the marketplace, and how do I actually know what is going to work and what is not going to work? Because the biggest mistake I see a lot of beginners make as well in the agency space is they try to reinvent the wheel with advertising. You don't need to do that. There are things that are currently working that you can take and make better, okay? And that's our job. Our job is not to reinvent the entire wheel. Our job is to find things that are working and make them better than what they are, okay? So besides that, let's get right into this, because this is gonna be extremely important. So in regards to everything with the Facebook ads library, if you guys don't know what the Facebook ads library is, you guys need to go to the Facebook ads library, okay? Seriously, if you guys have never, ever fucking heard of this, I just assume that you are kind of new to the agency space. If not, it's completely fine as well, because, like I said, most people, they're trying to just reinvent the wheel, when in reality, all you need to really do is just Just find something that's working and make it better. So most people will just run random ads without any sort of strategy or any sort of active thinking behind it, right? They'll just throw fucking shit at a wall and see if it sticks, right? In my opinion, that's not optimal at all, right? Because I'm telling you guys, there are things that have been working and all you have to do is find them, and you can do that here. So the ads library, it's a tool that launched back in like 2019, and you can see every single active and inactive ad that has been ran on the platform, right? And it's really good to one, spy on competitors, and then two, also just find what's been working, right? Now, obviously, when you are doing research and you are finding ads that are winning, it is extremely important not to just copy, right? You need to find something that is working, but you're gonna see a lot of similarities on what has been working within the past few months, right? So a really good tool that you guys can use is foreplay.com. Super, super, super cool. Allows you to basically save ads that are on the ads library, and also you can just see all the analytics in regards to how long they've been running, and also just a lot more data in regards to everything as well. So when it comes down to it, it's super, super, super simple to use. And I'm gonna basically just kind of walk you through this real quick. So basically, you'll know if an ad has been working and is working in the marketplace if it's been running for a while. There is no reason someone wouldn't have an ad up and running for 3 months if it's not working, okay? Seriously, like that would just make no sense. So obviously, you guys can see when the ad started running, and then you guys can just do your own mental calculation on how long it's been and your own critical thinking, and then just basically look at all of these ads within your niche and then find what is actively similar about them. Okay, is it the frame? Is it the hook? Is it the way it is being presented, right? Has there been a change in the marketplace in the past few months? Are people switching things up now? And then honestly, one of the biggest things you guys can do is just place yourself in the shoes of someone who would actively click on this ad and actively go through with, getting this service, Would they actually do it, and would you if you needed this service? You need to really put yourself in their shoes and see the world how they would as well. Because at the end of the day, just honestly, it's super simple, but some people, again, overthink it, okay? They really just overthink it. Find things that have been working for a while, find similarities between them, including ad copy, hooks, how everything is structured, and then use your own critical thinking to actively design an ad for your clients that fits this frame, okay? And if you can do that, then I can guarantee that when you do launch the ads that you are running for your clients, you're more than likely gonna get something that is gonna actively start sticking. But obviously, we don't want to just put all of our eggs in one basket. This is why we always want to split test different ads as well. But at the end of the day, you always want to be using a frame that has been working in the past, especially for the past few months. Because at the end of the day, instead of spending all of your own money to do your own research and test a bunch of different ads, you can now spot other ads that have been running and have been performing fairly well and spot trends, okay? And then you don't have to just fucking reinvent the full wheel. There's always a rule of thumb when it comes down to ads that just are not going to be performing. And even if they have been kind of running for a while, it's just like, they're definitely just not, generating the best kind of results. Obviously, full-blown lies, full-blown scams on Facebook. You'll be able to basically just do your critical thinking and look at that and be like, okay, wow, this is not real. There's no free government roof program, and 138,000 people have definitely not applied. Okay, there's no such thing as free roofs in the U.S. And then in regards to everything, discounts. Okay, look, discounts. At the end of the day, they're always just gonna attract just lower quality people. If you need a discount on your ad to get people in the door, then it's just like you're cooked. In my true opinion, you don't know how to market correctly. Think about the type of person who needs a discount to buy something. Always. They're cheap, they're annoying as fuck to work with, and at the end of the day, they're just looking for the cheapest option on the market, right? They're just fishing around. So you don't want to be attracting those types of people. You want to be attracting serious people that already are interested in the service and are basically ready to go. But yeah, in regards to that, the ads library, super simple, an amazing tool that I would recommend every single one of you guys to actively use if you're not already using it. But it's simple, okay? It's really simple to use. And it's something that saved us a lot of time and a lot of money as well in regards to testing. But now let's get into the campaign structure, okay? And this is going to be extremely important, so I want you guys to really lock in on this part, because obviously this is going to be one of the most important parts in the whole service delivery section. So let's get into it. So long story short, Facebook is always going to value new unique creatives over everything now, okay? Andromeda kind of cooked, you know, the old way of, you know, having to test and run ads. So at the end of the day, it's like Facebook's old ad targeting system, you know, it used to be a lot different, right? Now, Facebook genuinely cares more about creative diversity more than precise targeting, right? Because now there are so many different creatives out there on Facebook, they're really just looking for things that are gonna resonate with the audience more. And the only way you're gonna do that is by testing different types of messaging. Messaging is going to be one of the most important parts of actively running your ads. Now, what we used to be able to do is we were able to split test ads that were very similar but had one slight small deviation to them. Now we can't do that. Now we actively have to do research, find things that have been working in the past, have a very similar frame but different imagery and different messaging. This basically just means that what used to work just doesn't really anymore, but that also is a good thing at the same time, because it's like anybody who's not innovating and anybody who's not changing for the marketplace is basically going to get cooked. And because I already understand this shit, you know, we're going to be fine. Like at the end of the day, when me and Marco just figured this out, we're like, okay, well, we can't really, you know, utilize the scientific method to the extent that we want to. But at the end of the day, guess what? We still know that we're going to be able to adapt to this, and we have been. So your ad needs to be fucking eye-grabbing, okay? It does not need to be some bullshit like this. Look at this. Would you click on that? Would you? Be real. Look at these. Why would you click that? You can barely even see the logo in the corner. Okay? How about this? It looks like he's shooting a fucking fire extinguisher into the car. Like, these are like 2018, like old, like, you know, photographed fucking ads that are, in my opinion, so outdated. These are just not gonna work, in my opinion. I don't know if they are working. I don't see the data in front of me, but I can just look at that and I can just tell that this shit is not going to work. So in regards to everything, I'm actually going to throw up 2 different ads that are working amazingly. Now these ads are cracked. Okay. Now you guys are going to see them in a sense. Now you guys are going to see them in a second. Okay. I'm literally going to throw them up on the screen for you guys to check out. Okay. These ads are perfect examples of what your ads should look like. Okay. And you almost want to like just disguise them as like a normal reel on your feed. So like obviously they're scrolling, and then boom, holy shit, Lamborghini. Okay, yeah. I mean, I have a decently nice car, but this guy's doing Lambos, this guy's doing Rolls Royces. Okay, yeah, of course I'd want to get a detail from him. You know, he's high quality, right? And also on top of this, it's like if you want to attract these types of clients as well, having these types of cars on the ads are going to be a little better instead of this. Like, what the fuck is this? You know? But when it comes down to it, this we're going to pop these up on the screen so you guys can kind of get a good understanding of what good ad creatives look like. But this is something that is extremely important. These things need to hook you in, they need to catch your attention, and they need to not look like something from the fucking 90s, okay? Like seriously, we're not running some fucking 90s infomercial here. So remember, you guys need to avoid salesy looking ads. Your ads need to be like slightly disguised into the feed, so people are just scrolling, they see it, they kind of get hooked in, and then they're like, oh, okay, never mind, this is an ad, but yeah, I'm actually down to get a detail. Yeah, I'm actually down to get a roof replacement, you know? Because at the end of the day, it's like, if you can't hook people in with attention, then you're basically chopped. And like I said, I want you guys to study the ads that I'm gonna throw up on the screen here in a second, because these are a perfect example of what good advertising should look like. And then the most important thing as well is you guys really need to show the process. We always show the process within all of our ads. You guys will see that here in a second as well. This is the campaign level. Obviously, it's a lead campaign. Advantage campaign budget is off for this one. Yeah, it's a little different with our actual ads. So I'm gonna actually show you the broad and interest ad set. And yeah, $1.55 cost per lead is so crazy. And on average, I would have a $2 cost per lead for the agency that I was running. Static auto AC. Oh, I gotta bleep that out. So this is the broad ad set. Instant forms. $7.50 daily budget, which is wild. And I'd only do it that low, especially that's Canadian currency, which is even crazier, but only do it that low if you actually know what you're doing. But I'm going to show you guys how we kind of did this as well. 23 to 65 plus, because the customers, you know, they're not really that young. We don't honestly want little older guys to be doing it. And it's also gender is men, just from my niche. Obviously, this is niche specific. Advantage detailed targeting is off on the broad ad set. And the location is very, very broad. All languages. Advantage plus placements is on again. We'll go to the interest ad set as well. Now the interest ad sets are very different. So it's interest forms, or it's, it's instant forms. $7.50, so total of $15 per day. Now you guys are going to see here something a little different here. Advantage detailed targeting is on for the interest ad set. And along with that, the interests are almost every single car brand you could think of. Just for my niche specifically, it works incredibly well. But the same age, same location, same gender. And Advantage plus placements is on as well. And I'll actually be able to even show you the ad that we ran. So we just split test one ad between both ad sets. You guys can see that here. One ad, both ad sets. Same ad, just testing the different ad sets. Whatever ad set was working better, that's the one we're going to use. And then if that ad set's working really well, then all we do is just we keep using that ad set. So let's just say broad's working better than interest. We turn off interest, keep working with broad, keep broad on, and then start testing the different creatives that we'll make, down the road in the broad ad set. But sometimes you don't have to, especially if you set things up perfectly. You can literally let things run for like 2 to 3 months and you'll be set. So I'll show you everything here. Now, the copy is in French. Obviously, you guys can translate this if you really want to. But copy is in French. Headlines in French because this guy's in Quebec. Enhancements, relative comments is turned on. Everything else is turned off. It's an instant form. In regards to the destination page, this is going to be different depending on the niche, right? And also depending on the location. There are some locations where you'll try to run ads directly to a landing page and it just will not work, okay? And you guys actively do need to switch to a lead form. And then there is vice versa. There are some areas in the US where you can just immediately where you can just run ads or straight to a landing page and it will work. Now, obviously, like I said, this is dependent on location and also on your niche, okay? For auto detailing, no landing page. No landing page, lead forms, that's it. For general contracting, landing page can work. Some areas though, it might not. So then you might have to switch to a lead form for a little bit so you can collect more data, so you can actively get more people through the door. And then guess what you can do? After you've collected that data, right, you can then launch a landing page, right? Because then at the end of the day, Facebook is going to understand what type of people it needs to be looking for, right? And sometimes you just need to get a volume of data in, so then Facebook can kind of understand what it needs to be starting to do in regards to their algorithm, right? Because Facebook's algorithm cannot go and find your target audience if it has no fucking data to actively pick up on. Like, seriously, it can't. But like I said, it's not binary here unless you're just in detailing. If you're in detailing, you guys just need to use like a fucking landing page. But if you guys are in general contracting, then it's, you could use both, but it's dependent on the situation. So remember, lead forms are good for large amounts of volume, but less qualified leads. And look, I like to use lead forms in smaller areas as well, especially in the contracting niche, because at the end of the day, it's like the population size is not going to be that dense. So it's all about just lowering friction and getting data. That's really it. So remember, lead forms, huge volume, less quality, right? And it's always going to be for detailing. Landing pages are going to be a lot more qualified. You're going to get a lot more qualified people, coming through the door, a lot more serious people, but there's going to be more friction there, but you're going to get better quality people in the door. And this is a perfect example of what a landing page should look like, which we just found on, guess what? The Facebook ads library. So this isn't even one of our clients whatsoever. But remember, landing pages are better for attracting high quality, high intent leads. Okay, serious people, because they're obviously going through the entire landing page. They are going through all the friction. They're getting to the end because they're, guess what? They're fucking serious, right? A lead form, it's fairly simple. They could fill out their info within like a 30-second time frame. And it layers friction by asking longer questions and an external landing page on purpose, right? Because at the end of the day, it's going to weed out all of the, tire kickers and just bullshitters that don't want to actively get, let's just say, a roof replacement or any other active service. And since the qualification is way deeper here, your client's also going to really appreciate that, because then they don't have to deal with bullshit people. So for a majority of the time, especially in the contracting niche, you guys want to be using landing pages, and you're rarely going to have to switch to lead forms. But when it comes down to detailing, like I said, lead forms are always going to be killer. Okay. Now, when it comes down to scheduling, right? This goes back to helping your client's life be so fucking easy, right? So you should also help them book the appointment. Now, at the end of the day, that doesn't mean you're fucking calling them up yourself and you're booking them in the appointment, right? Obviously, their clients can self-schedule themselves in through the landing page, or you could have their sales reps call up these people for them and actively book them in. And you can actually train them on this as well. I like self-scheduling. But something else you guys can do, and this is something we've been experimenting with, which is amazing, is an actual two-step funnel where you do a lead form to a landing page. Because at the end of the lead form, after they've submitted their initial info, they'll have an option to click off to an external website. When they do this, they can go to the landing page, right? So even if you don't have them fill out the landing page, you'll still collect their information on the lead form. And let's just say they haven't booked themselves in yet, and you still got their information on the lead form, you guys can actually make an automation that will notify their sales reps to, hey, call this lead right now. They haven't booked themselves in yet. They can immediately call them up because the person is still on Facebook, filling out their information. Maybe they haven't done it yet fully, or maybe they just kind of, just filled out the lead form and kind of just ditched on the landing page. That means the sales rep can call them up and book them in immediately. But remember, if you guys are a beginner and you're starting out with no clients, I would just stick with self-scheduling. It's way simpler, And remember, if your clients are like a majority of ours, then you can have them call the qualified leads and schedule them in, or they can just have a team member handle it. But at the end of the day, it's much better to have a team member handle it, because remember, these guys are business owners and they don't really like being inside the business as well. And also, as a small bonus, if your clients are struggling to book in some of these appointments, or maybe their sales reps are as well, you can watch back their call recordings through High Level. There's a call recording feature as well, which is amazing, and you can give them feedback. And then on top of that, like I said, you can also just build out a sales framework for them that you can literally get from one of your top clients who's already crushing it. If you don't have any top clients that are crushing it, you could just give them personal feedback as well. But besides that, that's really the campaign structure. It's super simple. In regards to everything, I have a whole full-blown video on how to actually build out the campaign, which you guys can obviously go watch as well. But in regards to everything, it's super simple. You have a campaign, you have 2 ad sets, and then inside those 2 ad sets, you have a campaign, But yeah, in regards to the campaign structure, it's super simple. In regards to like building out the ads and how many ads you need to be running, it all depends on the budget and also on the niche as well. I have a full-blown video in regards to setting up Facebook ads for an auto detailer. The ads and the testing within the ads themselves is not going to be different because of Andromeda, but the campaign structure is actually the exact same, which is amazing. So if you guys do want to check that out, I'm actually going to throw it into this video here. Obviously, if you guys have already seen this, you can just skip through it. But at the end of the day, I would really recommend you guys watch this through. So yeah, besides that, let's get into lead nurture, because this is going to be extremely important in regards to making sure that every single person that maybe falls off the side of the net and doesn't get caught, gets caught in a bigger net and is always recycled back into the pipeline. So besides that, let's get into this ASAP. So boys, once their leads have submitted their info, it's all about nurturing them, right? So in this section of everything, we're going to be breaking down how to nurture these people, right? So obviously they're going to submit their info. Everyone should get a push notification, right? That they got a new lead, and to give them a ring, right? Or that they have a new lead that's already been booked into the calendar, right? So you have to enable the call connect feature so your clients receive the calls directly to their phone about these new leads as well. Now on the lead side of things, depending on if they're self-schedule or not, we will do different things, right? If they self-schedule themselves in, it's a completely different workflow. Now I'm gonna walk you guys through this workflow. If they're not fully scheduled in, it's a completely different workflow, right? Because one is for people that have already booked themselves in, and one is for people that haven't booked themselves in yet and need to be actively followed up with to get booked in. So I'm also going to be breaking down some softwares that we have been experimenting with, but I am still having my clients actively call these people up, because guess what? AI, in my true opinion, it isn't the level that we would want it to be as of yet, which is completely fine, okay? Because in regards to this, these workflows still work either way. So I'm gonna put you guys on to a couple AI softwares. I'm even gonna give you guys a recording from a coaching client of mine who actually shared this with me, which is incredible. And you guys will actually be able to see how these AI agents even speak to their prospects. But at the end of the day, you guys gotta understand these aren't perfect yet, and I don't even wanna rely on them just as of now. So let's just say their lead self-schedules in, books themselves in for an appointment. We have a confirmation text, confirmation email. We wait 10 minutes, then boom, client calls them, introduction. Client's also gonna get a push notification to give them a call and give them an introduction, right? Obviously to them. Then when they got a 24-hour reminder, a 4-hour reminder, a 1-hour reminder, a 45-minute, a 1-hour reminder, and then after 45 minutes, they're just gonna give them a ring. If they no-showed, right? If they no-showed. But yeah, basically this is what it's gonna look like in high level. Obviously the full workflow goes a little lower, but this is basically kind of how it works. Customer booked appointment, that's gonna be the trigger, confirmation email, 24 hours before the appointment. Then it's gonna go down, it's gonna actively start following up with them. Now, let's just say they don't schedule in, right? The lead hasn't booked themselves in. Immediately, we're gonna wait 2 minutes, and then the sales rep's gonna get a push notification saying, hey, you have a new lead that hasn't booked themselves in yet, call them now, okay? Then they're gonna call them up, they're gonna book them in. Or the AI agent is gonna call them up and is gonna book them in. Now there are automations on high level that allow you to connect these softwares to high level, okay? Which will automatically start a automation in regards to the AI agent just automatically calling up this prospect with all the information that they have and booking them in. But remember, this isn't perfect yet. I want to actually just showcase this stuff to you guys so you guys can actually see it, because I can guarantee within the next few months, this is going to be the new meta. After that, they're going to hit with a follow-up SMS. They're going to wait 10 minutes. Then they're going to get another call from an AI agent. They're going to wait 2 hours. After that, they're going to get a call from the client from their personal line, from the actual owner of the company, or from a sales rep. Then they're going to wait 10 minutes, another follow-up SMS, another follow-up email. It's going to wait 12 hours, and it's going to rinse and repeat for 3 days until they've booked themselves in. Obviously, if they book themselves in at any one of these points, that's completely fine. But at the end of the day, you guys need to constantly be following up with prospects that have not been caught in the net yet, okay? It's not annoying. You're not bugging the fuck out of them, right? You're getting a yes or a no. No maybes. Maybes are fucking stupid, okay? I'm telling you, no maybes whatsoever. But remember, boys, I'm telling you guys, like, these softwares that I'm going to be actively showcasing for you guys here in a second, I'm literally going to show you a recording. It's like, if you don't hop on this type of stuff fast, you're going to get left in the dust. I can tell you that. And that's why we're currently experimenting with everything in regards to that as well. But yeah, in regards to that, this is kind of like what the workflow needs to look like, visualized. So if you guys want to just take a mental screenshot of what this is looking like, then this is going to honestly help you understand like how ruthless we are with follow-up as well. But yeah, boys, remember, it is fairly simple to set up these automations in high level, but the biggest thing is you guys need to not be scared of follow-up, right? This is necessary. This is necessary, especially the double dials every single time you call. It is so necessary, okay? And it's like, if you guys can repeat this process once every 30 days for every single lead that maybe didn't get booked in, then I can guarantee your clients are gonna make a lot more money than what they would have made, which is incredible. And that's exactly what you guys need, okay? But in regards to this as well, let's go on to, but yeah, boys, besides that, that's fairly it in regards to lead nurture. Again, if you guys want the full automation, if you guys want our full Go High Level snapshot, you can DM me on Instagram. You can apply in the description below, but if not, it's all good. You guys can build this out yourself. You have everything here, mental screenshot. You can take a physical screenshot also as well and start building this out for all of your clients. And then also, boys, don't build these out one at a time, please. When it comes down to it, it's like you guys could build this out once on a sub account. You could go back into the agency view. You could go to account snapshots. You can create a snapshot of that sub account and import it into every single new sub account you get for every single new client that you sign, okay? You guys don't need to build out this entire automation every single fucking time whatsoever. There's a reason why you're out, you can make account snapshots and whatnot. But besides that, let's get into scaling and reporting, because remember, we need to be making data-driven decisions, especially when you are running their ads, okay? This is not something that, when you have 5 to 10 to 15 clients that you can just go and check, okay? In my true opinion, it is way simpler to have an active spreadsheet that you can just check once every few days that will literally give you all of the active data on all of your clients. And then you can check once a week on all of your clients' active accounts to make sure that the data is being reported properly. Because most agency owners, they don't track shit. They don't track anything, right? Which is terrible. And at the end of the day, like I said, this is my boy Kevin Branch's favorite phrase, we need to be making data-driven decisions, okay? So there's no crazy fancy imagery here, okay? I'm just gonna be basically walking you through everything. It's fairly simple. You guys are gonna see a spreadsheet here, and this is my active spreadsheet. Obviously, I'm not gonna be leaking my clients' names, so yeah, but when it comes down to it, this is fairly simple. I'm going to actually break down this tracking sheet as well so you guys can also understand it. But besides that, let's get right into this. So when it comes down to this, right, and this is the biggest thing that, I can't really teach you. It's just managing your fucking emotions when it comes down to running ads, okay? Let's just say you launch the ads. First day, nothing happens, no leads, nothing. Don't worry, let it sit. Cool. Second day, maybe they're getting some active, leads that are coming in, but they're outside of the service area. Don't worry. Let it sit. It's only day 2. Are you itching to change, refresh, make any updates to the ads after the second day of launching them? Don't fucking do it. Okay? You guys have to understand that Facebook has a learning phase. Okay, and every single time you touch those ads, it's literally gonna reset the learning phase, and then your ads are never gonna be able to actively learn, okay? And that is cooked, and that will fuck your clients' ads up, okay? So I always tell everybody, when you launch a campaign, you let it sit for a 7-day period before you make any sort of active judgment on it. Because before you can think about changing anything, you guys need to understand regression to the mean and let it do its own thing, okay? So keep in mind, remember, no matter how much you guys want to switch up everything in the campaign, don't do it unless it logically makes sense and you've waited 7 days to get accurate data. And look, if you can't do this, if you guys keep just fucking with the ads constantly and you keep just touching them and changing them just based off how you feel, you probably shouldn't be in this sort of space whatsoever. Because remember, before you can manage other people, you have to be able to manage yourself and your own emotions. And the only time I would, switch an ad off or make any sort of significant changes is if it really makes logical sense and I've waited 7 days, or if an ad has spent, maybe $150, $200 and hasn't gotten a single lead whatsoever. Because even if it were to get maybe 3 leads in a row, it still will not be in KPI. So it does make sense to shut it off if that is happening, but that would be the only scenario. But remember, boys, when you do launch these ads, you want to check on them once or twice a day, but it's like you don't want to sit there all day pondering on what to change and, what's going wrong or if anything is going wrong. And remember, you guys do need to track everything in this Google Sheet, and you need to look at it weekly, okay, instead of daily or even hourly. You need to widen your perspective genuinely, right? Because then when you do find winning ads and frameworks, you can scale them, like no joke. Right? And how you are going to actively scale these ads is you're just going to increase the budget by 20% every single week. You're not going to go 50, 100%. You're not going to double the budget. 20% every week. You want to slowly edge it up. Okay? And winning ads produce leads that are sub $40 CPL. That's for contracting. In regards to detailing, it's going to be a sub $10 cost per lead for detailing. Okay? And also, don't share any data metrics with your clients. They're just going to get confused by it. You're the only one who's supposed to understand it, right? Your job is not going to be reporting KPIs to your clients on a daily basis. Your job is just going to be making sure that the people that are actively coming to them are qualified and that they're actually closing these deals. And I like to do bi-weekly check-in calls with them to also give them updates. And I also always just give them like voice note updates over text as well, just to make sure that they, feel like, someone's actually taking care of shit. Like someone's actually taking care of shit. And then at the end of the day, remember, when it comes down to data, the max thing you want to do is just give them, the CPL or the cost per appointment. So I know we talked about regression to the mean as well. And if you guys don't understand what regression to the mean is, it's a statistical phenomenon where results and data tend to really show themselves after you've been testing for a while and you have a volume of data. And I know we talked about regression to the mean as well a little bit earlier, but when it comes down to it, I also want to explain what that is, because when it comes down to it, is a very interesting principle in statistics that basically explains that data is only accurate once you get a large volume of it, right? Look, obviously I'm gonna give a good example, right? But the average is always gonna play out once you get more volume, always, right? But I want to explain this to you in another way as well. Let's just say this is a bottle cap. Let's just say this was a coin, right? We got heads, we got tails, right? If I flip this coin 10 times, it could go heads, tails, heads, tails, heads, tails. Cool. Or it could go heads, 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 tails, 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 right? Either way, there's a 50% chance. But there is also a percentage chance that you could flip it 10 times and it lands on heads every single time. But if you flip it 1,000 times, you're going to see the regression to the mean play out. Now, obviously, this could be applied to ads, and this could also be applied to outreach. This is why I always tell people, if you guys got 3 sales calls in a row that were shit, don't change anything. Take more sales calls. Keep testing the script, keep testing the frame that you're actively utilizing. And then I can guarantee it's going to play out in the long run. I've had 10 sales calls not show in a row, and then I've closed 3 in a row right after. And if I would have changed everything, then I would have not known what the active percentage was whatsoever. And the data would have been fucking cooked. So you guys got to understand regression to the mean to make this business model work. Because if you don't, then you guys are going to be just emotionally fucking everything up based off of, an experience that you had that maybe wasn't that pleasant. But when it comes down to it, you guys got to understand that everything will play out once you actually get data. And not just some data, a large volume of data. But in regards to everything, I also want to break down this sheet for you guys as well. This is a sheet that I give to all of my coaching clients, but I also, I'm just going to show you guys it here. You guys could just rebuild out the whole thing. Obviously, if you want it just directly from me, I can send it over to you in regards to everything if you are working with me personally. But obviously, look at this. You could just fucking build it out if you were a competent human being. So having a tracking sheet for your clients makes my life and will make your life a million times easier, okay? Especially when you're not even the one who has to submit any of the data, right? Remember how I have media buyers? Yeah, that's what these guys are doing for me. All I have to do is basically just check every few days just to make sure everything is running smoothly, right? And now, like I said, I have a team that basically just takes care of this for me. But in the beginning, I did not let my hands off of this side of the business, okay? Until I had full 100% trust in my team's ability to perform and, also having confidence in my own systems as well. So you guys are going to see here. We have red light, we have yellow light, we have green light, okay? Red light is above our target KPI. Red light is basically above a $10 CPL. Yellow light is above a $5 CPL. Green light is under a $5 CPL. We're always wanting to aim for green/yellow, okay? If it's green or yellow, it's okay. If it's red, we need to make a change. So obviously we have the total days that we're managing these clients. We have the phase. Obviously they're in the main campaign. They're not in the setup. They're not in the onboarding. Their campaign is up and live, right? Boom, last 10 days. This is always going to be updated every 10 days. I'm going to be checking this every 10 days to see green, yellow, red. That's it. It's so simple. Super, super, super simple, right? If ads are paused, it'll say that they're paused until a certain date, but obviously none of them are. And then obviously the team is reporting the CPL here. Perfect. Need to check on it. Perfect. It's okay. Really good. It's doing decent. Really fucking good. It's getting up there. It's getting really up there. Probably got to change something soon. Need to change it. Now, the number of leads and the number of booked appointments as well. And also on top of that, we also have everything down here in other sections as well, including the time zone for each client, all the client information, the service delivery checklist, just to make sure everything is, up to par in regards to getting them all set up, the client's ad spend, and then the Facebook client information. And this also would include a lot of the information that they submitted on their onboarding form. This sheet, so much mental real estate. saved in my mind so much just from using this, because at the end of the day, I don't even have to input any of this data. I just check it. That's it. But this is obviously for people that are, I would say, watching this video and already have a good amount of clients and basically just want to automate that process. So use something like this, please. But besides that, boys, that's really it. Scaling and reporting, fairly simple, okay? You guys need to understand that this business model is simple. Don't overthink it. I'm giving you guys everything in this fucking video, please. And then right before we end off the video, okay, we are gonna go into a little bonus section, okay? Because, you know, we need to maximize our client lifetime value. And when it comes down to it, that's gonna come down to retaining them, obviously, and just making sure the results are up to par and upselling them as well. So I'm gonna be giving you guys a good breakdown on how this is gonna be done. So guys, we're gonna go on to the final section of the active, what's good, guys? So we're gonna be going into the final section in regards to everything. This is gonna be super simple. We're obviously just talking about, lifetime value maxing, basically. So how do we retain our clients and how do we upsell them? Let's get right into it. So first things first, the biggest thing you guys need to understand is you guys need to always be extending the timeline with your client, okay? If they don't have something to constantly work towards, then they're gonna just churn out, right? After you do launch everything for them, you have to give them set KPI targets to hit, okay? Especially for closing and especially for, revenue. The biggest thing that I've seen that's honestly just kept a lot of people with me is just having constant communication, just being in good communication with everyone. Like, you guys have no idea. Look, especially like in the beginning, now it's completely different, but I had a guy, he joined up and we did not get him results for the first 60 days. I was communicating with him every day. I was making sure that he knew that, obviously I was split testing. I was actively trying to make sure that everything was working. And the third month, he actually broke even. And the fourth month, he profited his first 10K as a detailer, which is insane. Like I'm telling you guys, you could produce mid results, which is something you don't want to do. But as long as they feel like you're working hard and that you're, actually trying and that you're in contact with them every single day, they're going to stick around. Okay. Like I said, I've had clients in the beginning just stick around just because, they really liked me and they liked my personality and they liked the fact that I was communicative with them. So I'm telling you guys, most of your work is going to be complete after the launch, right? It's all going to be about, maintenance and communication with the client and their sales team. But something else I like to also add on to everything is, but when it comes down to it, keeping them happy is cool, but there are also other aspects that are going to keep them, sticking around. That's why I like to kind of upsell these guys on stuff, right? So when it comes down to it, this is one of the biggest upsells that I currently do for a lot of my, active clients as of now. I also, like I said earlier in the video, I give my clients sales material, okay? Actual sales material that they can use. But another huge thing that you can do, and this is incredible, you can actually build this out on high level. I'm literally giving you the full automation. You can build this. I'll go, look at it. Okay, I'm gonna go through the whole thing, take screenshots, build this out. Okay, seriously. So a database reactivation is super simple. It is basically just an SMS blast that you're gonna be doing to a previous list of leads that your client has either previously generated or a list of leads that you guys have generated. Every 4 months, I like to actively do this for my clients. At the end of the day, obviously you guys can charge for this or you could just include this in your package. But at the end of the day, I really think that this is just a nasty upsell because they're gonna close people from this, depending on how big their list is as well. It's like if you guys have a client and they've been in business for maybe like 10, 15 years, they're gonna have a list of people, right? When it comes down to it, all you're gonna have to do is shoot out one text blast every 4 months with an incentive to get some extra cash on the door, and they're gonna close them at the end of the day. Because when it comes down to it, it's like, look, it's just a volume game. And if they have a huge list of people, this is gonna work. So please, like I said, build this out, offer it to your clients. It's just an SMS blast. It's just a reactivation campaign for all of your clients to actively use, right? And remember, boys, if you guys make your clients a ton of money, they're naturally going to want to return the favor and give you more money, right? But in regards to that, one of the biggest things that I obviously love to utilize is a referral program, right? So this is going to sound a little bit crazy, but this is actually something that I still do to this day. For every client that my clients refer to me, I will give them a free month of advertising, That's such an incentive. They don't have to pay me for a whole month. All they have to do is pay for the ad spend. And on top of that, I'll throw them $500 per person they refer as well. So they get a free month of advertising and $500. And I know that might seem a little bit crazy, but you got to think about this in the long run, right? It's going to make you a lot more money, especially if you're getting someone killer results, okay? This literally made me around, I think it was around maybe 60,000 actually last year in referrals. It was actually a little more than 50K, which is insane. And that's all from the fact that I got people good results, I gave them that incentive, and they just started referring people to me because guess what? As long as that person's not in their area, it's not direct competition, and people know people, okay? I'm just gonna tell you that, seriously, especially in the detailing space. I had guys putting me on their website because I was incentivizing them with this. So yeah, when it comes down to it, you guys got to understand that it's super simple to keep clients with you as long as you can provide upsells like this, like a database reactivation or a sales training. And on top of that, if you can actively, incentivize them with a referral program, because then they're not going to have to pay you every single month if they can send you maybe 3 or 4 people. For the next 4 months, they don't even have to pay you whatsoever. They've just signed 4 people onto your agency. Now you're getting recurring revenue from these 4 guys. And then in the long run, guess what? After those 4 months, they're going to still be getting good results. So then you can keep fucking charging them. It's a cheat code. And boys, I'm telling you, this is literally what marketers call the value ladder. And look, I'm going to give credit where it's due, like I did with Alex Ramosi, obviously. So if you guys know who that is, you guys most likely know who this is. This is Russell Brunson. He's a fucking amazing marketer, and he basically created the value ladder, which I'm going to kind of break down for you guys here in a second. So the goal here, okay, is to get your foot in the door initially, right, with an offer that's going to make them money, okay, without a doubt. Now, it's not going to solve all of their needs. So naturally, when they hit a ceiling with the current system, they're going to come back to you for the next solution, right? And it's fairly simple. Like I'm telling you guys this, it is so simple to actively upsell people, because now you got them leads, right? Now you got people coming in the door, but guess what? Maybe they're not closing at the percentage they want to. Okay, well, guess what? I've talked to our top client here. Let's just say his name is Daniel or whatever, right? I'm just going to give an example. And I was talking to Daniel the other day, and I kind of, sat down with him. We broke down his entire sales funnel, and I'm actually willing to break it down for you as well. I did pay him a good amount. So when it comes down to it, would you guys be totally down for me to give you his system just for a one-time payment of like $1,000? When it comes down to it, people will do that. Because look, boys, I'm telling you guys, when it comes down to something like this, it's like when you guys solve the initial problem of, generating them more appointments, getting more people in, getting more people through the door, they're going to hit the next ceiling, which could be sales, or it could be a back-end system, or it could be the fact that they don't have sales reps. When it comes down to it, these are all upsells that you guys can literally go to immediately. So like, seriously, boys, it's not that hard to actively come up with an upsell. I just gave you 2 initially. I'm actually technically giving you 3 because you guys could obviously help them find 1, sales reps, 2, improve their sales process, and 3, help them in regards to their back-end systems. But I'm telling you guys, when it comes down to upsells, it's simple. It's really simple. And I just gave you guys a lot, okay, in regards to that. So I want you guys to utilize this with your current clients. If you guys aren't already, do it. If you guys have clients and you're watching this video, I want you guys to go upsell some. I can guarantee they may have not heard of a database reactivation. I can guarantee that you guys might have a few clients that are kind of struggling in regards to the sales process. And if you tell them that you paid your top client for his sales framework and you're willing to give it to them for a discount, guess what they're going to do? Okay, bet, I'm down. Why not? What am I going to lose? I'm literally learning a system from this guy's top client who's making what? $200,000-$300,000 per month in the contracting space. Or let's just say it's an auto detailer. Like, look, if your client is in auto detailing and he's making maybe $5,000-$6,000 a month, and you have a guy who's making $30,000-$40,000 a month, and the guy knows you have that guy on your roster of clients because he's maybe senior testimonials, you can literally just say, hey, I paid this dude for his sales framework, and at the end of the day, I'm honestly down to install this into your guys' company and make sure that you guys are closing at the percentage that he is. But when it comes down to it, I did pay a good amount for the whole framework. I sat down with him on a 2-hour long call and he broke everything down for me. So when it comes down to it, I'm down to actually install this for you just for a small fee of blank. You know what I mean? It's so simple. So I'm telling you guys, especially with this is what we utilize to keep our clients happy. Okay. And I'm telling you, like, seriously, use the database reactivation every 3 to 6 months, right? Understand the value ladder, understand that you're solving one problem that's going to lead to the next, and that next problem can be solved as well with guess what? A upsell, because you guys can always find a solution for your clients, especially now with AI, that is going to help them in regards to 1, saving more time, 2, making more money, or 3, maybe removing them a little bit from the business so they're not working inside of it and they're actually now potentially working on it. So yeah, boys, besides that, that's really it. This is how you lifetime value max, basically. This is how you value mog on all of your motherfucking clients. All right, seriously. So when it comes down to it, that was basically the whole entire video. At the end of the day, I'm going to be including a couple more clips in here as well in regards to, you know, obviously me breaking down other systems within this. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you guys, look, you guys just went through this entire thing with me. Seriously. This whole fucking thing with me. If you do not close a client from the information that I have just given you, it is because you are not actively taking action on the shit that I'm telling you to do. I want you guys to watch this video. Most likely, like, not just once, like twice, maybe 3 times, okay? Absorb all of the knowledge, but at the end of the day, I do not want you guys mentally masturbating watching this. Seriously. I want you guys to watch this video. At the points where I tell you to pause it and take action, I want you guys to pause it, take action, and leave feedback in the comment section, please, okay? So besides that, that's gonna conclude the video. Seriously, boys, I'm fucking so excited to drop this for you guys. I really think that, look, at the end of the day, I never had anything like this in regards to, you know, me kind of getting set up in the whole SMMA space. So I'm telling you guys right now, if you guys do everything I just told you, you will win. So besides that, I'm gonna see you guys in the next video. And look, if you guys have any sort of questions for me directly, you can obviously DM me on Instagram. It's going to be in the description. And if you do want to potentially work with us in regards to having 7 coaching calls a week, working with 3 fucking coaches that still run their agencies, by the way, then guess what you can do? You can go down into the description. You can either DM me on Instagram or you can apply on that type form. And if you are qualified, I will personally speak to you. If not, it's completely fine. Like I said, we don't really accept that many people on because we really want to, you know, work with competent, you know, hardworking people. So besides that, I'm super excited to drop this video for you guys. And at the end of the day, let's fucking crush it, boys. I want to see some fucking wins in the comment section. Straight up, I want to see some wins in the comment section after you guys take action on this. So besides that, I will see you guys in the next video. and I'm going to go through every single part of this campaign, including the video creative, and actually show you even how to make these types of video creatives as well. So